It's a Cape Epic. It's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year the cards are freshly shuffled, and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.
It says a lot about yes, Matt. Well, good morning. Hello and welcome. This is Meerendal, and we are on the outskirts of the town of Durbanville, just about 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers from the city center of Cape Town, and this is the venue for the prologue of the 2025 Absa Cape Epic. The Absa Cape Epic moves into its 30th decade. It's 21 years old. The coming of age party we've got for you over the next week of coverage here at the Absa Cape Epic as we take you on a journey from Meerendal that'll end in a week's time in Lawrenceford, just near Somerset West. We're back in Meerendal for the 9th time, and this prologue has attracted great interest because it is a tone setter, if you like, but not a race winner. It could be a race loser for some of the riders, but a wonderful opportunity to get into the race and get to know the riders, and for the riders to familiarize themselves with just a little bit of the task that lies ahead for them over the next week. Now, sitting alongside me, Benno Willett is sitting alongside me as he was yesterday in our pre-show, if you're with us then. If not, well, let me introduce you to a man who spent many years very, very closely linked to the Specialized Factory Racing team. He ran that team for many years, and here at the Absa Cape Epic has had great success. Benno, welcome. Lovely to have you with us.
Thank you very much for having me again. Yeah, it's an honor for me to sit here with you and watch the race live and see what's going to happen. I think the Cape Epic is insane. It's one of the most iconic marathon events out there, if not the one. It is the Tour de France of mountain biking, and again, like, I can't wait to get those riders off the start line.
750 teams are heading out here. Back in 2004, when this race first happened, a very small portion of that took part in a journey. It was a journey from Neisner to Stellenbosch. Now a very different event. And if you look at this race village, it is an extraordinary event. It's monumental, with so many moving parts about it, and it's all coming together here. So 750 teams. The first of them will leave the start ramp on this 26-kilometer prologue at 7 o'clock. That's in around about 7 minutes' time. Peter van Heerden and Darren Ridgway will lead the way as the first team off the start ramp. Always a bit of an honor, that for sure, and a bit nervous as well. Boys will be nervous going out there, I think.
It's also, I think it's a great pleasure to open up the Absa Cape Epic as the very first rider, being the rider that puts the tire marks into the trails as the first time. And again, it's exciting for so many people, and the back markers can measure themselves with the best riders in the world. I mean, what other event you got?
That's the extraordinary thing, isn't it? Yes, you have pro-am golf tournaments, but you know, it's slightly different there. You're playing off shorter tees, and it's not the actual tournament maybe, and this is it.
This is it.
You ride the same course in the same conditions on the same day as the very best in the world.
Yeah.
Ben, I just want to go back to, whilst we've got a bit of time, quickly to when you first came to the Absa Cape Epic. Just tell us about that moment, that feeling, what was going on, and who you were with.
I mean, it was 21 years ago,
Yeah.
a long time, lifetime ago, if you think about it, you know. And at that time, it was the very first time for me coming to South Africa. It was together with Christoph Sauser, and he rode at the time with Fredrik Kasiakov. And like you said earlier, we started in Neisner. It was a complete different thing to what it is now, you know. Like,
so was the sport.
Everything. Yeah. Like I mentioned yesterday, like there was not even a rule book for something like the Cape Epic. And there we were, 4 people. That was it. That was our team, 4 people. It was Christoph, Kasiakov, and Swanier and I. Like, that was it. Very basic, we had a camper van that's 2 little tents outside of it. And that
You
was
were in
our
the
team.
tent.
I was in the tent. I was in the tent. Of course, Christoph got the biggest bed in the camper. I think that has never changed over the last couple of years. And I think is actually the very first Cape Epic. The team is not on the campground. And the last 10, almost 20 years, the team has always been on the campground, camping alongside with all the others. But now, because we are so close to Cape Town, Stellenbosch, Lawrenceford, Spice Route as well, like it is also for the pro teams a little bit more convenient to kind of like stay in one place and then just come through each day. So it has changed a lot, and something at the size we got to now wouldn't even be possible anymore to have it the same format, going from Neisner coming back. There's so many moving parts, and yeah, it's incredible how it grew to what it is today.
Yeah, I mean, you just take a look at that race village, and this is the first time that the Meerendal, this is the 9th year we're here, but it's the first time that the riders are going to stay here, and you can see the tents set up considerably bigger than they were in those days, back in the early 2000s. And that is because tomorrow on stage 1, we'll have a full stage, a marathon stage here, 92 kilometers around these beautiful trails of Meerendal and Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club and the like. So that's why we'll have an extra night here, in fact 2 nights, because we start here on Tuesday night with a time trial. And that's the evolution of this event. It's been creative, it's been dynamic, always looking to innovate and to create an event that stands above, and it is the pinnacle of the Epic Series events. And so this is the one that everyone aspires to do, aspires to be part of. And all these riders, everyone, the media you see, everyone involved. This is the one event everyone wants to be at, wants to work at.
That's the start line right there. That's where everything begins. For 8 days, gonna roll out of the stage, and you're gonna give it your all. You have to prepare yourself as much as you can for this one moment, right? The riders, I think they sacrificed themselves over the last couple of months for this moment, and it's gonna be an incredible epic once again. Like you gave me a question yesterday, calling out the favors. It cost me pretty much all my sleep last night. I could not figure it out. And when
no one can, and that's the beauty of it.
That is insane. Like,
and if you can't, who guided so many of teams to victory here, then no one can. So, yeah, it's just one of those lovely thumb-suck things. Yeah, everyone has their sort of favorites and teams that they'd like to see win. We've only got one combination in the men's elite race that is back together as that combination who won this race. And that is, of course, the Obeer Leert Speed Company pair of Georgega and Lucas Baum. They are back as a team. They'll start 15th last. Because they abandoned last year due to an illness for Georgega, but they did win in 2022. So they are a team that really you've got to have some respect for, but it's still the door's open there. The defending champion Matt Beers is back, but here, this is our first team to leave the start. What a thrilling moment for Peter van Heerden and Darren Ridgway of the I Love Boobies Midas team, and they will be heading off under the starter's gun, and the commissaires keeping a watchful eye. in around 20 seconds, and then every 20 seconds thereafter, the teams are off there. So there's no time to dawdle in that start. Away they go.
Off they are.
Peter van Heerden and Darren Ridgway have got the 2025 Absa Cape Epic underway here at Meerendal. The Isla Boobies Midas team. The Isla Boobies, one of the charities supported here. Fantastic charity. Breast cancer awareness and screening program that does the rounds. And they head off. All those months and months and months of preparation is now going to be put to the test. Well, just over 26 kilometers. I say just. The total distance of this race is 608 kilometers, 16,500 meters of climbing. And they will account for around 700 of those meters today and 26 kilometers through the vineyards. And this first little drag, it can hurt. They're going up Dorstberg. You can see the lower slopes in the dark at the top of the screen there. And then the switchbacks at the top. But the straight drag is testing. Ian Galloway and Stefan Bezeno from Namibia, congratulations on your way in the Jumbo ECC team as they head off.
And it's only 27 or 26 kilometers, but 750 meters of climbing. Like you cannot underestimate that, because a lot of those climbs are very, very steep, very loose as well. So you need a lot of traction to go up there and get up there. And like you said, like there's a nice little climb straight out of the venue, and that's where your leg's gonna start burning already if you didn't do your warm up the right way, because everyone will go fast today. You know, it's the first event, the prologue, and you will measure yourself with the one behind, the one in front of you, and yeah, that sets the tone for the week.
Nick Pearce and Graham Smith, the Mudbuds, head off there with some creative headgear on this prologue day. I wonder if that'll stay with them for the entire week. And they are heading off on their journey, and so they come. The teams off the start line. So it's going to be you know, you're starting, these riders are, you know, arguably getting the best of the conditions. It's nice and cool, it's overcast. We've had some brutal heat over the last couple of weeks here and days, but this is really ideal conditions. So this is Mishan Vali and Wawashan Maestri of Rock Street Dental Studio in the Masters category, one of 7 categories across the men and women, so they're 14 if you like across both, but 7 racing categories and then a couple of special categories, Exaro and the African jerseys. We'll be unpacking all that as today and the weekend folds.
Yeah, the conditions right now are perfect. There was a little bit of drizzle this morning when I drove in to the venue, and it just settles down the dust a little bit from the last couple of days where it was so hot. Also nice for the athletes to get out there, not being cooked right away from the get-go. Later today, the temperature will go up again. Like, it definitely will be another hot day. The elite riders all starting around lunchtime. It will be hot for those guys. But right now, perfect conditions also for the spectators, cheering on their partners, and yeah.
Big moment here for former international Olympian hockey player Caroline Jack. Was Caroline Burt on the right-hand side of this team. She's riding with Wendy Miller and the untamed Go Girls team. Caroline on the, as I said, looking at the screen on the right-hand side there, embarking on her first Absa Cape Epic journey alongside Wendy. And good luck to them. Untamed, 12 teams in the Untamed Absa program. Fantastic. More and more Wendy chatting. The excitement is infectious, isn't it? The thrill. All those months and months and months of preparation are now being put to bed.
And all those people from different disciplines coming together. I mean, they were stars in their own sport.
Yeah.
Now they're riding together, right? I mean, the Cape Epic brings people together. You have to find your partner to do the Cape Epic with, and this is just one great example of what it has to offer.
Absolutely, yeah. Caroline went to the 2004 Olympic Games. So that was the year this race started. And she was at the Games in Athens. So a new life for Caroline, and that's fantastic to take it on. And we'll see many more from other sports. Mornay Steyn, the Springbok rugby player, is here. He's got a pathfinder in Joel Stransky, who is, well, a legend now in every sense in terms of mountain biking. And they are both part of this wonderful journey.
And isn't there another legend, rugby legend, coming in today to apparently send off some of the elite riders.
Absolutely. A chap called Khaleesi, I think he is. Yes.
Who's that?
Yeah, that brilliant, lovely man, Sia Khaleesi. The Khaleesi Foundation, in fact, very much part of the race this year.
Yeah, exactly. It's another beautiful thing. Giving back to the people that are not as privileged as we sometimes are, and having those icons of the sport, different sports, helping out, being there, giving their time to a good cause. My wife is actually racing.
I was going to say, yes, your wife is riding
for the Khaleesi Sangha Foundation, and I had the pleasure to meet him the other day. And I must say, it's incredible. The work they put in, the effort that goes in, and then also seeing like the outcome of it. It's beautiful.
This is Rinus Bierkes and Hugo Bierkes. Now, Rinus is an epic legend already. He's completed the Spa Swiss Epic in 2019 and the Pioneer when it was still part of the Epic Series in 2019. And he is now embarking on his 5th Absa Cape Epic. So you've got to complete 3 of those Epic Series events to become an epic legend. And Rinus hugely committed. Lovely to see him here. The first Epic was 2012, 14, 15 and 19, and now back in 2025. Good to see. And there'll be many epic legends here, and many will be riding to enter legendary status.
Yeah, unfortunately that title does not count for the support team behind. Otherwise, I could aim for one of them.
Super legend.
Yeah,
you would be.
No, but it is like I think it's such a great event, and then doing it for that many times, like it shows that it's something incredible. It's a lifetime experience, and then you see the people that cannot get enough, and you have to be obsessed about this race, and yeah, it's incredible.
It is an obsession, and the growth of the sport, not only here in South Africa but globally, has a lot to do with this event. It has created an incredible interest in the sport and desire to be part of it. And so, yeah, it's huge kudos to this event, the Absa Cape Epic, over the years. And it's kept it going. It's kept that spirit going. It's kept the interest going. And drives 750 teams again this year.
No, what the Cape Epic did to the sport, but also the infrastructure in South Africa. I remember when I came here in 2024. No, 2004. Sorry, my numbers already like. There wasn't any single track, and very little, and the amount, and also South Africans at the time, don't get me wrong, but their skills riding single track was not existing at the time because there was no trails to ride on. And now from there onwards to where we are now, so much single trail. I think we are riding 90% this year. It's all on single tracks and specific trails made for cycling, and that's beautiful to see how it all developed. And also the business that came out of it, wine farms that all of a sudden have bike parks, all sorts of things for the cyclists, and everyone is so welcome at any time.
Absolutely. It's really just created a whole new niche of sport enthusiasts. And look at the crowds and the supporters alongside as the Americans, BCBR Hawaiians, Grand Masters, Alan Terada and Robert Gibbons head out. In fact, beg your pardon, I think, see here numbers,
673.
673 it is, yes, it is Alan and Robert from the United States. So one of our international teams will be fighting for all their worth to get across the finish line in a few weeks, a few days' time. It might be just a week time exactly. And from another international team, CCRE Psycho Sports, the Grandmaster men, Pablo and Ruben, head off on their journey. Beautiful thing, and the international interest in this event just continues to grow and grow and grow as riders commit to taking on this journey from a long way out. And it's a tricky thing, you know. You don't know what you're going to ride. It's one of the very few events where entries sell out and people commit to it without actually knowing what they're going to ride.
All the details about it, where it's going to be, how long it's going to be, and but the history of the event shows that there's never a disappointment.
Exactly.
what they come up with every single year, I don't think, yeah, it has been the same twice in a row, you know, like always different stages, new trails every single year, because the Cape Epic also invests into the infrastructure, building new trails, and that's incredible also.
Yeah, I mean, this year we're heading to new ground with, I mean, already just in Meerendal they're riding trails that haven't been ridden on the Absa Cape Epic before, with the Tigerbird Mountain Bike Club's trails on day one, on stage one. And then that time trial across to Spice Route, as Jane Fisher and Tracy Crowther head off. She Untamed baby girls, lovely. And then the Spice Route and Pearl trails. It is bizarre to think that those trails have not been ridden yet in the Absa Cape Epic. We've got 2 big days there around Pearl Rock and Pearl Mountain.
Yeah, we haven't been in that area at all with the Cape Epic, and also here Durbanville. Like everyone thinks it's a flat piece of land where we are right now, because the big mountains, they're in Paul, and then Stellenbosch, and then Lawrenceford or Somerset West. And you don't actually think when you see the landscape that there is enough mountain biking in this area. But I promise you, I did a race in October here. I got a big surprise how steep those hills are, and it is called the region of the hills. And that's also a region where all the good wine comes from, or a lot of good wine comes from, and good wine only grows on the slope. We all know that, right?
Absolutely. And these people will get to know that very, very shortly as they ride up the slope, because they ride between the vineyards very, very shortly. Yeah, I mean, I was doing a little research and looked back in 2015. There was a big marathon race here, 70k race, and it had 1,800 meters of climbing all around these mountains. And yeah, I recall it being very, very, very tough. So, little look from above as they make their way up the Dorpsberg climb. So, on the right-hand side of the picture, that's that long, almost straight drag. And then they do a more switchback, and the gradient is a little more forgiving. Obviously, around the corners, a little bit steeper, but then they start making their way up to the very top of Dorpsberg, which is lovely. Got a little bit of a coat on it, which is keeping the riders nice and cool and fresh on this first day. Would you, if you were riding, would you prefer to start early, or would you like to ride, you know, midday or mid-morning?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm not a morning person, but I also don't want to be cooked on my bike. So somewhere in between. I think 10 o'clock would be my start time.
Yeah, friends of mine, they had a very early start, and they decided they would prefer a later start. And they got thrust right into the middle of the pretty much just before or between the men and women, elite men and women. So they're going to have an interesting day out there. As the
that's the worst place.
Yeah, that could be tricky.
Yes, because you have now like the fastest people chasing you. So also here you can see the teams are already catching up to the ones in front. It's motivating, of course, if you see a rider in front of you. You know, you were 20 seconds behind from the start, and now you're catching up. So that also gives you a little bit of a boost when you see someone like that. But yeah, it's early stage, very early stage.
Yes, they don't have to go up that bridge. That's one part of the trail that comes down off the mountain. So that'll be fun, but not for today. On another day on these Tigerbird mountain bike trails. Yeah, this team are slowly catching up here, going nicely. And so they go up, and already a rider just give his bike up off this. Yeah, the one thing the Prologue will do, yes, it gets you onto your bike, but it'll give you that'll be a stark reminder that you're going to be in for a tough week.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like I mentioned earlier, like you can see the loose spots. You have to really, put the hammer down and just make it through those steep corners, and then after that you can relax a little bit again. So it's managing your power. The effort at the right time is also key in such a long stage, or in such a long event. Push where it matters and relax where you can.
Yeah.
So
use every opportunity.
Every opportunity.
The descent off the back of Dorpsberg is a very technical, loose and rough descent, so riders will have to be very careful. Many of them would have ridden it. I'm not saying all these amateurs would have done that, but they'll have an idea, that's for sure, as to what to expect as they head out on this this route. 26 kilometers, 700 meters of climbing it is. And another team is off the start line. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful scenes. And the smiles, well, they will be there. They are thoroughly enjoying their first few pedal strokes of what is going to be a remarkable week. And there you go, why not?
Why not? How hard can it be?
Yeah, just do it. Kelly Uber and Matthew Barrow. Well done, Kelly and Matthew. Let's see you go. We'll follow your journeys through the week. And just to keep you updated, the elite women's field, and there are 18 elite women's teams heading off. The first of them will be at 10:48 and 30 seconds. The last of them at 11:17. That's Anneke Langville and Sofia Gomez Viafan. And then the first elite men's teams of 50 teams there. That'll be leaving at 12:20 exactly. Project Dream. Jordan Boshoff and Travis Rademan-Ludica, two very talented young racers. They will become they'll lead the elite men off. And the last elite team to head out, Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson at 1:30 exactly, 1:30 p.m. here at Meerendal. So conditions will be very, very different. I'm sure it is going to heat up. This was a similar sort of day to yesterday. We had a cool start to the day, and then it really got hot as the morning wore on. So, Bork Pretorius and Davy Kronradi on your way on the Iron Bull, spinning it out. Yeah, for these riders, a nice opportunity, get an early ride in, and then they've got the rest of the day to recover, prepare. They don't have to travel today, which is unusual for the Absa Cape Epic after the prologue. Normally, they would be having to travel to the stage one in the past, but not this year, which is I'm sure be a great relief to these riders that they can just call. Glenn Pringle, well done, Glenn. Greg Justice, well done. What an opportunity on the left there, Glenn and Greg Justice. Fantastic. Thumbs up all the way. I hope it goes well for you for the week, as well as it's going right now. Soak it all in. You're part of the Absa Cape Epic in 2025, 21st edition of this iconic event. It's become one of the must-do events if you're a cyclist, a mountain biker, or an endurance athlete. You just want to test yourself in something that is going to push your boundaries, that's for sure. Up Dorsberg they go, and you can see teams starting to just ride up onto the back wheel of others. Not too many opportunities to pass here as they make their way up the slopes of Dorsberg.
Yeah, and also checking the comments on the YouTube channel, it looks like we got a lot of people excited here. So
fantastic.
Everyone watching, whatever you need to know, shoot the answers, questions, whatever you want through. We're going to keep an eye on it and keep you informed. So, yeah, good to see you all out there supporting the athletes, the riders, and being a part of this.
Yeah, and few know more about the intricacies, ins and outs of this Absa Cape Epic than Benno sitting alongside me. The one thing, with apologies, he hasn't done is ride it.
Yeah.
But
yes,
I can tell you what, all the experience you have of from behind the scenes of running teams and being connected to all the riders, and lest we say it, that the specialized team have been the most successful team across the men's and women's bar none here.
Yeah, this race is very close to our heart. Many reasons. I mean, Christoph started it off with in 2004 or 2005 the first time, and there's many partners that he brought along. Also, Barry Stander was part of it, and even till today, like he's always with us. He's the first South African that won this race. And from there onwards, again, like it's really a race that got very close to many of our hearts, and yeah, it's just
long may it continue.
Yes,
absolutely.
A long way to continue, yeah. And we're always going to show up here.
Absolutely fantastic.
Not going to happen.
Specialized again, bringing two super strong elite teams. A shake of the head and a smile. He's already having a go at his partner. He's all right. He's all right. He's coming along. No rush. This is just the first kilometre of 608 that we're dealing with. Out of the clouds and the mist. Lovely. And a little bit earlier, we saw a situation where there was a lone rider in a jersey, got stuck behind a couple of riders, and his teammate was a little bit further up the road, up the trail. So he was trying to get past riders to make sure he links up. And there is a 2-minute time separation. They're not allowed to be more than 2 minutes apart on this route. So that is a key factor that will come into play later, well, any stage in the event, but can be quite costly. You pick up time penalties and end up losing big time.
It's easy enough to keep track of your partner within the prologue or the time trial for sure,
Yeah.
but when you ride in the big bunch, you lose sidetrack of your partner sometimes quite quickly. You ride into the sun in the morning, you're going very fast in the bunch, and if your partner has a bad day or mechanical, it can easily happen that you lose sidetrack, and yeah, you get over the 2 minutes and the penalty comes in place. So yeah, it's also very important as an athlete or as a rider to know the rule book in and out, because yeah, you don't want to do something where you can get a time penalty. I think that can throw you back very far. So that's one thing that you really need to keep an eye on as well, and do your study before you actually enter. And then yeah, also the mechanical part, like you need to know your equipment, you need to know how to fix your stuff out there yourself, because it's not like at the World Cup where you get the whole team to kind of like help you out. It's all up to you. You do have different tech zones out there. Today it's only one. At all the other stages or the long stages you have 3 of them. Today the tech zone is actually 19 kilometers into the race. You have to make it there and from there to the finish. So if anything happens, it's up to you.
Quite deep into the race.
It's deep into the race, yes, and you can lose so much time. And like you said earlier, you're not going to win the race today, but you can definitely lose it.
Yeah, that can be a problem. So we are down on the other side of Dorsberg now, cautiously descending. And yeah, this is this day, riders just want to get through the prologue. They know the challenges await them in the next 7 days, but this is the day you just, I mean, talking about the amateur riders here, let's just get through the day. Not really going to worry too much about time. Let's just make sure we're safe getting through here.
Yeah, exactly. Testing your equipment.
This is a tricky situation here, because 2 riders behind. This rider in front is very, very cautious.
It looks like he has a mechanical something because his foot is out, maybe no chain, not sure, but he's riding very cautious.
And so it looked like he was communicating with them. He looked like he may have shouted over his shoulder to them, which is good bike etiquette, keeping one side. This is the technical descent off the Dorsberg. It becomes very steep, as you can see them drop down there, and loose. So caution is required.
And we will see the speed later of the pro guys going down. Like it's almost twice as fast. Very tricky part of the race for sure, because it's steep, loose, anything can happen. With so many riders going down before the pro riders, a lot of loose stuff coming out. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
And the dust, I mean, there'll be so much dust being kicked up there that visibility will be tricky. Go Kirsty, going well there as they make their way towards the top. All smiles, which is good to see. People are thoroughly enjoying this. Kirsty Jennings and Jack Gibson, so they can in the mixed category. The very, very strong category. More and more women are coming into this sport, the Untamed program. Part of that in attracting and encouraging riders and supporting riders to prepare and get ready to race this, ride this event, ride and race. There's some who just want to get through it and ride it. And there are a lot who are racing it for sure in all the categories. And you get to the end of the stage, and I defy any one of these 1,000 500 riders not to look at the results
Yeah.
and see where they are.
No, I think as soon as you sign up for this event, you're already a winner in so many ways. You know, it's like just mentally kind of like agreeing to push yourself to and through this race. It's a win itself, you know, and then the rest, the results, you take it as it comes. Sometimes you can be the most prepared, the fastest rider in the world, and it does not pay out the way you want it to. I mean, Nino Schurter, how many times has he showed up and wasn't able to just walk away every single time? So it is a very, very demanding race, and it's a partner race. So too many things can happen, and again, like every day is a new opportunity, and you have to enjoy where you are, and especially the environment and the trails you get to ride.
From Germany, Sven Obenbrink, and from Canada, Deborah Parker, who make it the Tonic Canucks in the Toyota mixed category. And they will be hoping that it all goes very, very well this week. Inevitably, there will be issues. Every single team will have some sort of issue somewhere along the line. And it's how you manage those and how you cope with it as a team that will get you through this week and have you smiling at Lawrenceford in a week's time. It seems an enormously long time away, Lawrenceford. It's not far, it's a crow flies.
Yeah.
You can drive there. You live not far from Lawrenceford, and it's a short drive, but it is an enormously long journey for all these riders, 608 kilometers. And Aldic Diaz and Arthur Diaz, the Alka Plus winning. There's another team from the same stable. Like to start them together. It's nice to have your teams sort of pretty much starting together, so you can do all the post-ride admin and pre-ride admin together, travel together and so on.
I think this is going to be the profile picture of many of those teams, because you have the opportunity rolling out of this beautiful stage with your partner, beginning of the Absa Cape Epic. I think after today, a lot of them will change their profile picture to this one spot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There it is. There's your profile picture for our next teams on the start list. Oops, just get the glasses on and off you go.
There are more and more people coming in. There's even some of the amateurs I see here on the comments. They're watching our live stream just to get a glimpse of the conditions here at the venue and out on course. So also a smart idea to do. So you kind of like already know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a little bit deceiving because this morning it's been overcast, cool on the drive in here. There was a little light drizzle. It wouldn't have made any impact on the trail. The trail will still be dusty. It'll still be very dry, so don't worry about that. But it is likely to burn off in these parts. This weather will probably burn off, and it'll get hotter and hotter as the day progresses. So if you are starting around midday, be prepared for a hot ride.
Yeah, definitely. And also make sure you give yourself enough time to come here quite relaxed. There's a lot of people coming in and out. The roads are always busy, so the last thing you want is like panicking or stressing just before the start. So give yourself a little bit of time when you drive in here, and there's plenty of things to do at the race venue as well.
Absolutely. Leo and Roy Wouters head off from England. Waterikai is their name in the Masters category. And shortly after them, Nova Racing, Hugh Chorier and Fei Fang. And they're on the road. Keeping an eagle eye out for your riders, and then you can, if you are here at the venue, you can head out onto the course and try and catch them. Maybe the Stairway to Heaven, which is the last little climb before the finish. It's sort of, we've got the climb up Dorstberg, and then there's a long, after the centre, a nice ride through the farmlands of Fair Cape, the Fair Cape Dairies farms, and then a drag up back onto the trail, not too long, about 750 meters, before the climb up to the Hoogekraal descent, the Toyota Tough section. That's a dead straight climb, straight up the side of a mountain, and the Vineyard climb is also the other tested, which comes at about 6 Ks to finish on this Prologue course. Yep, it does test, but it doesn't break you today. I think that's the key. Just gets you into the race. Gives you a start time for tomorrow, and your batches will be done according to your finish time today.
Yeah, with so many riders, you want this to kind of like figure out where you need to be within the rest of the racing. So this is a good test for, like we said, everything, your partnership, the equipment, your fitness, everything. And from here onwards, you get the seedings for the rest of the week. Every day new, so depending on where you finish, the next day you're going to be within the different batches. And yeah, so there's a bit of pressure on everyone, because the farther forward you are, the faster the race will be. So also the groups that you may end up riding with, and so on. So it's a bit of a tactical game as well. You always want to be surrounded with the people that are in similar conditions, shape, and so on. That makes the racing a little bit easier when you kind of like can share the speed, the effort, and so on. So there's not much drafting, I think, this year's Cape Epic, because you have so much single track, but it's still nice to ride with the same level of people around you, up and down.
Yeah, by sort of stage 5 and 6, you will be on very, very good terms with those in your group, because you probably would have been riding with them from then and all the way to the finish. So this is that descent, and you've got riders who love the descents and are very skilled, and others who are taking it very, very cautiously, and that's an example there. Good riding by the rider, allowing them through. It's a tricky descent because it is a dual track, but a rough one, but the right-hand line is the riding line, really. It's the smoother line. It's the one that's been ridden up, and the left hand is quite rough, so you take a bit of a risk to jump over to the left and then get back on that riding line.
Yeah, definitely. And the one will definitely be more smooth than the other. And then again, like, is it worth taking the risk to jump over to the other line? If you really want to risk it for the biscuit, you may try, but
at your peril.
Exactly.
And it's happened before. We've seen riders whole weekend on this prologue because of risk taken, and some bad luck. It happens, but you don't want to throw it all away on this very, very first day of the Absa Cape Epic. We did have, in fact, a very late change in one of the elite teams last night, when the Singer KTM team had to make a few changes, and so now the combination Toparo Kenda FSA 1, which was Fabian Rabenstein and Casey South, they were going to be racing together. Simon Stiepjan and Martin Fry of Singer KTM 2 were going to be racing together, and now Fry and South are no longer riding, but Simon Stiepjan has teamed up with Fabian Rabensteiner, and they will be riding together and heading off as the 6th last team here. Very, very experienced. They've got 18 Absa Cape Epics between them, so that's a team to just keep a quiet eye on through the week, because they know exactly how to go about finishing an Absa Cape Epic and finishing on the podium and winning stages. They've done that, both of them. So keep an eye on that team. That's the one late change amongst the elite category. There are riders in the amateurs who also perhaps have had unfortunate issues and had to make late changes, and it's finding someone who's in the condition, who's sort of similar condition to you. There's no problem with the elites. We know they're in great condition, but amongst the amateurs, finding a rider. I know a acquaintance of mine pulled out on Wednesday evening, and his partner has to try and find someone who's a similar ability and fitness level and similar aims, and it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard to find two athletes, a team pairing that is equally strong, and that's kind of like what you want. Not the same skills, but at least equally strong, so you can actually feed off each other, because it makes no fun. It's no fun for anyone if the levels are too different. If someone has to wait for too long, or the other one is always under pressure, that can break the relationship. So a true test to any relationship. So I think if Cherise and I will ever ride this together, we'll definitely show how strong it will be. And Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm not saying I ever will.
I sense that will happen, actually. I really think that'll happen
stage.
one day. Charisse is riding with Isla Stowe a little bit later today, and that's a combination we'll be keeping a close eye on. Yeah, I mean, Ben, it goes without saying, it's going to happen. It has to happen.
We need both to find the time to do the training together. And one thing that I learned from Charisse is that I'm very good when it comes to training. Like I can stick with her when it comes to the training hours or the training sessions. But as soon as that lady has a start number on, it's a whole different game. So,
the red mist descends.
Yep, she's incredible. And now with Isla, she has a very good partner. Riding for Songo Kolisi here, it's such a beautiful thing, right? Riding for more than just yourself, and then being able to give back here, and all through the power of a bike. I mean, that's incredible.
Absolutely. City of Cape Town team, and very much part and parcel of the City of Cape Town. Kevin Jacoby heading off on his 4th Absa Cape Epic alongside Tim Ellerbeck. Well, Tim, I can't believe it, has only ridden 1 Absa Cape Epic, so this is number 2 for Tim, who's a seasoned rider around the traps and events in South Africa. So good to see them heading off.
And nice to see that actually the city has their own team now, right?
Lovely.
I mean, this event changed so much for the city, and then Cape Town is one of the most beautiful cities in the world, and now being associated with this event, being able to kind of like get all the permits and everything that you need for such an event as well, and yeah, seeing them being so much involved in this race, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's Cycling Central. In fact, a week ago, believe it or not, the Cape Town Cycle Tour around the peninsula, some 30,000 riders there. So it's the place to be at this time of year, that's for sure. As Marcel and Leon Bouzard head off freedom of movement from here in the Western Cape. They are putting that training to bed, to the test, if you like, not to bed. They'll put that training to bed on Sunday once they roll into Lawrenceford and celebrate their achievement with family and friends. That's what it's about. And there they are, the family and friends all watching and being part of this extraordinary experience, which is the Absa Cape Epic. And this is interesting because this team, Shaw was one of those who rode the early Absa Cape Epics, Sean Shaw and Graham. And just looking up how many Sean has ridden. Yeah, he's done 4. So the 62-year-old is in his 5th year. And Graham, who I'm going to say is his son, is riding his 2nd. And that is in itself an extraordinary thing, because the event is now 21 years in the making. So there are, I know, of a few teams who are riding as father and son when the son was not born when this event first started in 2004. So it's fantastic. It brings the family in and brings the next generation into the sport.
Yeah, and you have to be 18 to actually ride the Cape Epic.
Or turning 19 in this year.
19, yeah, exactly. Turning 19.
Yeah.
That's the earliest you can ride this event, and it's also one of my dreams. Maybe the first one will be riding with Charisse, and then the other with one of my boys.
See, it hasn't taken long, has it? It's taken us just under 40 minutes for that little hook to take off.
I never saw the race from this view, you know, it's like you. Otherwise, I'm always busy with the pro athletes, and now I see actually what it's all about to be a part as a rider, you know, and it actually, who knows?
Absolutely. So let's just go to where in your previous involvement in the race, at this sort of time of the day of a prologue, your teams are racing late. Are they still sleeping?
No, they're not sleeping. You also want to get used to the time of the next couple of stages, so you don't want to shock your body all of a sudden with waking up at 5 o'clock once the race has already started. So you already prepare yourself, staff, riders, everyone, to get ready early on. Of course, at this day, Prologue Day is quite relaxed. Riders are most likely having breakfast right now. It's 7, almost 8 o'clock by now. You want to eat 3 hours before you start. Not too late, not too early. Everyone is a little bit specific about that, also what they're going to eat. But there's a lot of moving parts. With a pro team, you have for 2 riders, I would say at least 4 staff members that go along with it. So you have soigneurs, mechanics, you have a performance chef, someone that takes care of the food for everyone, because it's very individual and specific and so on.
So each rider will get their own...
Each rider has their kind of like choices, of course, like certain things are all the same, rice, meat and so on, but different selections, they want a little bit more, different diaries and so on. So it's a big environment that you bring to this event, and then you also have different teams. We had female team, male team, backup team, so we were always up to almost 25, 30 people. That's a lot of moving parts, and again, you have to be prepared for anything that can happen. And yeah, so Cape Epic, it's a tough event, not just for the athletes, but also for the staff behind. So having some of the body numbers from staff sometimes would be quite interesting to see how much sleep they get, how many steps they have done during a day. Race villages are big, as you can see on TV, like it's almost a kilometer from one side to the other. So you do walk a lot as a staff member as well. So no, it's a huge effort for everyone.
So away they go, 3:11, that's Mimosa Project, Vian Gous and Martinez Pinar. Martinez on his first Absa Cape Epic, Vian on his first and Martinez on his third. And the excitement levels off the charts as these riders do their thing here. That's Adisho Budilwe and Julia Westerby. Really enjoying and smiling and just soaking it all in as they take on the challenge. And it is not an inconsiderable challenge. The African Trailblazers is their team name. And that's Adisho on second. And Julia, beg your pardon, that's Adisho on a third, and Julia on her second. This is a lot of the amateur women now heading out on the journey. And the amateur women, amateur men is a relatively new category. It's for those riders between 19 and 39 who do not hold UCI licenses, so they don't qualify to race in the professional category. And there's some very, very strong teams in there for sure.
Yeah, definitely. No, it's a cool category, and it's going to be interesting to see how they perform. Those are the ones that definitely going to watch the times of the UCI pros, see where they are, and very competitive. And you see it on the equipment they're riding as well. They're riding pretty much the same equipment as the pro riders at the front. All the latest tech on their bikes as well, and I'm pretty sure they also have their training plan, their nutritionist, all those kind of things. They don't take it less serious as the pros. They just don't have as much time sometimes to do all the training and the effort that you may do as a pro rider. Some of them have their jobs, their families and so on. So this is actually a great category for all of them.
Yeah, I mean, there's another factor. You know, this is a day where all these teams can have time to prepare and to recover and get things sorted out. The rest of the week, it could be a little tougher for them to be able to get all those things in order at the end of a long, long day where you might only come in between 4 and 5 in the afternoon.
Yeah. No, the days get long, huh? Like you start at between 7 and 8, and then if you only finish at 4 or 5 o'clock, your resting time gets less and less towards the end of the race. So No, it's you don't leave it all out today, that's for sure, because there's too much to come. But it's yeah, a good kickoff.
Well, Stefan Hertz heading out with his partner Manu Gerber. Manu in his second Absa Cape Epic and Stefan in his third. So they've done this all before. High fives around. Loving it for the moment, and why not? They've put in the preparation. This is the excitement. This is the moment. So they want to just settle into their task. They're calling it the People's Race this year, the People's Absa Cape Epic, because it's going so close to the biggest towns of Paarl, and of course Wellington's not far away, Stellenbosch not far away, and they go through Stellenbosch and then into Lawrenceford, where there's great spectator opportunities there. So it really does bring it close to people, and let's hope that if you are watching us at the moment on the YouTube channel, that you can come out and join us if you're in the Western Cape and watch, get close, because the riders really appreciate that, and it's a wonderful spectacle to see them going past. Both the pros and of course the amateurs later on in the day.
Yeah, there's definitely no excuse not to make it out to the race venue. I mean, you can, it's close enough to make it actually through your lunchtime break. So just leave the office quickly, come here, have some nice lunch at the race venue, coffee, and just feel the atmosphere. Like being at an event like this, like even as a spectator, like you get the goosebumps as well when you see those riders coming off the stage, but then also the dirty faces and the stories they have to tell when they come back into it again. Like it is a bit of a war that you go through every single day, and every team has their own story to tell, and that's the beauty here as well. Like look at the kids getting all inspired. Most likely their mom, dad, or some friends are riding or racing this event, and who knows, one day it's probably their time to get off the stage.
Dave Price and Theo Parpotas head out on the Prologue in the Master Men's category, DT Shredders. And the NTT Masters, very, very competitive every year. Diego Martin Alonso and Germán Sora from Argentina. Wonderful. The interest, and we've got 63 nations represented here. The Argentines are coming into it. Brazil have always been passionate about coming to the event. And those looks like a little intent from that team. The Epic bikes, they're called. That's the view of Meerendal Wine Estate here on the slopes of Dorstberg. As we take a look now at Team 461, which is the GRC Masters, Reino van Vuren and Mornay Steyn. Well, that's a familiar name to many. It is a man who kicked South Africa to victory over the British and Irish Lions twice in 2 successive Lions tours. So an opportunity to ride the Absa Cape Epic, which is quite extraordinary. The legends from other sports taking part in this wonderful event, the Absa Cape Epic. Get your pictures in, because they won't be going off one at a time anytime again in this. Actually, they will be on Tuesday in the time trial.
Time trial, yes.
Yeah.
Coming up.
66K time trial, which is going to be a fascinating battle. Not least of which amongst the elites and pros there as they head off for that. We haven't had one that long. It's almost twice as long as any other prologue, midweek prologue we've had. What's the sort of feeling amongst the pros about that?
No, I think that very tactical again. Another stage where some of the big riders really can make time if they lost in the prologue or even in tomorrow's stage with all the climbing. The time trial is not straightforward, lots of corners, but the average speed will be quite high. Going to be interesting to see how high they're going to get on their mountain bikes. Definitely big chain rings for some of the pros. I saw that Keegan Svensson is actually riding a 42 chain ring at the front. I didn't even know that they make them
already
that
now.
So that is my question for today. Did he leave it on for today, or was it just for his bike check? So that's something we need to find out.
Benno, just contextualize that. What would most of these riders be riding?
The amateurs they're between, I would say, the woman 30 to 32, very strong ones, maybe the 34 the most. Amateurs, male 32, 34 the most, and then the pros 36, 38. There's not all the bikes can actually take more than a 38, maybe a 40, but 42 I did not even know that actually exists. So I'm very curious to know and to see if he's actually riding it today.
Now, the number that Benno is talking about is the number of teeth on the chainring, and the bigger the chainring on the front,
the more
torque you get, the more power you get, the faster you can go. But the harder it is to get on top of that gear.
Yeah, exactly. If you get it wrong with such a big chainring, and you're gonna fry your legs, you're gonna burn your legs. They're gonna be well done by the end of the stage, and it's gonna be hard to recover from it. So gear ratio, the right chainring setup is crucial as well.
So you'll see quite often on the road, on the time trials, flattish time trials, you'll see riders, the Filippo Gannas and the like, absolutely
56,
enormous,
something like that,
58
crazy,
chainrings on the front. And you know, that's where they generate that incredible power on relatively flat, undulating courses. This is not one day of this is relatively flat and undulating.
No.
So
besides the time trial on Tuesday, everything else has huge steep climbs in there. Maybe not the longest, but they get steep. And again, like if you run out of gears, it can hurt your muscles. It can drag the energy out of it, so meaning that recovery will be tougher afterwards. But it also depends a little bit on the rider themselves. So it's one of the things that the athletes choose for themselves, and another tactical game that everyone plays. Maybe it was only on there for the bike check to play a mental strategy to everyone else.
It's out there now.
It's out there now.
It's riding 42.
That's insane.
That's enormous. We'll wait and see. We'll get an idea, obviously, once those elites are heading out. As another team, 20-second intervals between these teams as they take on the challenge. And away they go. The Swanepoels on their wonderful journey together. Cornet and Jaco in the mixed, in the Toyota mixed category. Your pace or mine? And those two issues, is it yours or my pace, is something they will deal with over the next 8 days. And getting that balance right and understanding and communication on the bike is critical at every level. You know, we're straddling between, we're dipping into the elites and we're talking about the pros, and then we're watching now the amateurs. But the same rules apply.
100%. Like, it's not always that the stronger rider should be at the front, because it's also mentally for the second rider, it's not nice always being on the back wheel. And even if you are the stronger rider, if it doesn't make any sense, if you're not pacing, if there's no wind, whatever, let the other rider be in front. That motivates them a little bit. It just makes them feel a little bit stronger, even they may not. But always being the back part of a team, always looking at your partner's backside, is not the nicest view. So sometimes you just need to mix it up. Even you're the stronger, go to the back, motivate your partner, and only together you're going to finish this race. So it's a lot of looking after your partner as well, physically, mentally, and enjoy. Yeah, just enjoy the being together, the time you actually got, and yeah, it's a key element in this race.
Entity Data Master Women, and this is wonderful to see these teams head out on their journey, and the incredible growth amongst the masters. And the number of women's teams that have taken on this challenge. I think we've got 14 or 15 of them going out there, which is hugely encouraging, not just from their perspective, but from the families, if they have families, to get the interest going and inspire the next generation. The she untamed Amagugu here. Mamelo Letsi, who had a fight with the time limit last year, but got through it, and she's riding with Patekule Zondi, Patekule. That's the energy and the enthusiasm, the thrill for both, because they're on their second Absa Cape Epic journeys. Look at the smiles.
Yeah, beautiful to see. And we also got lots of comments on our YouTube channel. I think we should have a competition about where the people are coming from. We even have a fan from Tasmania watching the race. That's a long way from here. So maybe we should have a competition of like how far away can you be from this race and how long it will take you to get here to ride and race and get your number and name on the start list.
It's early evening in Tasmania, I think, at the moment. So enjoying this. It'll be later and later in the evening as you watch the elites. Hope you stay with us right the way through that, wherever you are around the world, enjoying this coverage of the Absa Cape Epic on a beautiful, cool morning here in the Western Cape as we celebrate the start of the 21st edition of an iconic South African sporting event. The amateurs are on the road and they've been going for 55 minutes. The elite racing categories will start quite a bit later. The elite women go off at 10:48 and the first elite men's team at 12:20. So we'll keep you updated on all of that here at the Absa Cape Epic.
We are all racers, and if you can race for a victory, the stages go much better. They are exciting than when you're off the back trying to survive, that's for sure.
So I'm proud to announce that we will be increasing the prize money this year by $50,000.
The news of the long time trial stage with a lot of flag sections, I think came already last year, and I'm sure that we were not the only team thinking about a solution to that.
Oh yeah, why am I back? I never thought honestly to see myself in this position ever again. The last couple of years I did enjoy gravel racing a lot, so this year I figured I want to give it a go. And then Sophia said she needed a partner for this race, and I was like, okay, I can do it. I can do it.
We have some big mountain bike races back home, you know, some big stage races, but nothing compares to this. I think this is like the marquee event. You know, it's a top one that everyone wants to go and accomplish and race.
The last time we did a time trial stage was 2023, and it was very different to this one.
Hello, this is the Absa Cape Epic, and we are just under an hour into the 21st edition here at Meerendal Estate on the outskirts of the town of Durbanville in the hills, the Durbanville Tygerberg Hills, which are going to be the playground for the first couple of days of this, the 21st Absa Cape Epic. And it is the prologue that we're focusing on today. It's a 26-kilometer route, 720 odd meters of climbing. It's a significant challenge, but it is nothing like the challenge that all these riders are going to be facing as the week progresses, as they finish at Lawrenceford in a week's time. We're on board with our Bulls Media e-bike, and it's wonderful to welcome a multiple Absa Cape Epic race winner, Stefan Sam. Hello. Morning, Stefan. Welcome to our coverage today. Not entirely sure if Stefan can hear us, but we are following.
I can hear you loud and clear.
These teams as they make
I
their
can
way
hear you loud
up.
and clear.
Untamed team up the climb up Dorsberg, and this is Mamelo and Patekule looking very, very comfortable. It's a bit of a drag up. They've left the race village, and that's the wonderful thing. We've got people out there already supporting and cheering these riders on. Give them such a boost, that having people along the route cheering you on.
Yeah, definitely. And you will see also in the pro field there will be staff members already standing next to the course to give time splits to the athletes. Also very important on a prologue that you know your times, your time gaps, where you are. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that those climbs will be filled with more and more people during the day.
Yeah, it gets a bit spicy on this this drag up. Anything that goes straight up a hillside, you know, is going to be testy. So spinning it out, and then they'll hit the switchbacks, which is a little more forgiving.
And it always looks more flat on TV than it actually is, right? It doesn't look like much right now, but you can see the cadence, the gears that they're in. They're almost not in their granny gear, but they're high up in the cassette. So that means that the climb is decent, it's steep. And from this climb, like you said earlier, they get into the switchbacks, and from there on, you can relax a little bit. You push hard through the corners, but then it flattens out a little bit, a couple of seconds where you can rest your legs, but then the next switchback is coming up, and you make it all the way to the top here.
Yeah, this is almost the steepest bit of that section for Mamelo and Patekule, the untamed Amagugu team. We're on board with the Bulls Media e-bike and Stefan Sam, who's been doing a wonderful job on that e-bike for many years. He was a seriously good racer as well. On the other side of the fence to Benno's team at that stage, the Bulls Bulls against specialized rivalry was one of the great stories of the Absa Cape Epic. It's perhaps not quite as strong now because the Bulls don't have a team that is really at that very sharp end, but they're still very much intrinsically part of the Absa Cape Epic.
Bulls is one of those brands that have invested into this event since the very beginning. You mentioned the rivalry between Christoph Sauser and Karl Platt. I mean, it was insane, like the racing at the time. And as a brand, they always were here with different teams, and they also were the ones that came up with the idea of bringing e-bikes with cameras into this event. And that's what they have done now for the last couple of years. And as you can see, they give us great insights to the race. The speed at the moment, it's easy enough to keep up with an e-bike. But I promise you, as soon as they ride with the pro riders, even a guy or girl or woman on an e-bike will be on their limits. You need to, especially in the downhills, the e-bike is much heavier. The others are so quick, the level is so high. So even on the e-bike, you're going to be so challenged to just stay with the pro riders. And you also have to manage your battery life, as even on a prologue, if you have to go full gas, you have to change your battery or you have to shortcut some of the track. But the footage we get of the e-bikes, it's incredible, and hopefully we get the voice sorted out and we can actually speak to them directly and get an intel of what it's like.
Yeah, Stefan on this bike, and Jesse Nixon is riding the other e-bike through the event, so she'll be able to give us updates as well at some stage. But yeah, wonderful to have. Firstly, the e-bikes right in there to brought a whole new dynamic to the coverage of the Absa Cape Epic. And secondly, the insight of those pilots riding those e-bikes. And Stefan, of course, a multiple winner and a man who knows these parts and trails so well. So, yeah, the Bulls are back. And the one name that's not on the start list this year, and he's been for so many, is Ursuba. Not here this year.
Yeah, fortunately, I'm not sure why he isn't, but he's also one of the legends that has done it so many times, big part of the Bulls team. And yeah, hopefully we're going to see him back at some stage. Always nice, and there's different categories, so there's so many different leader jerseys that you can race for and ride for. So any time in your life there is a race category you can sign up for. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, and we've talked about Christoph Sauser and Carl Platt racing and winning elites, but they've also competitive in the Masters. Carl loves racing that. Christoph might not be so competitive this year, but he'll be there and thereabouts. And Bart Brenchens, I mean, he's just ferocious as an appetite for winning the various categories. He's won the elites, he's won the Masters, he's won the Grandmasters. There is a great Grandmasters as well for the 60-plus riders.
Definitely. I think Bart is the one with the most Cape Epic kilometers. Yeah. You know, like he has done so many. Always racing. I think he's just also one of the guys that cannot get enough of racing. Racing is a lifestyle, and I think Bart is one of the guys that really lives for it. If he's not on the bike himself, he's running his own UCI team. Great ambassador for the sport and what he has achieved, and the people's life he changed by inspiring them with what he did. It's outstanding, and having him here, coming every year, it's also a tribute to the event itself, right?
Absolutely. It shows just what an attraction, what a pull, what a magnet the Absa Cape Epic is for riders. Of course, we're talking about the original Olympic champion from 1996, Bart Brenchens, a legend of the sport. And he's never not in shape. Even last year when he came out here and he didn't ride, he hurt his hand. He was still very close to riding, but still in very, very good shape. I saw him training with his team, but just knew he'd take a bit too much of a risk if he was going to take on the Absa Cape Epic. So he was part of our broadcast team down on the ground. But this year, very much back in the thick of it is Bart Brenchens, and we'll see him in the Grandmasters a little bit later on, I'm sure. It's fairly misty over the top of the trail. Now this is a look at Stefan. He's ridden behind them about 2/3 up to the top of Dorsberg, and this is an alternate descending descent. You can come down off the mountain as those riders are going up, and he'll go back, pick up a couple more teams, and have a bit of fun whilst he's doing it.
Yeah, that's
great fun, e-bike.
Definitely a good job within the Cape Epic, riding the e-bike alongside the others. You know,
so that's the way you want to ride the Epic.
That would be my thing, yeah. After doing Wine to Wales twice in a row and having so much fun on an e-bike, I could see myself definitely doing that as well. But yeah, you can see he has so much fun on the e-bike, and then going back, getting more footage, and also motivating. You can actually motivate the riders going up that climb a little bit. Not everyone likes it when the motivation comes from someone on an e-bike, because it always feels so much easier on those bikes than it is on the normal bike. But at the same time, it's just nice to have company out there.
Absolutely, yeah. The FMB Wines to Wales, part of the Epic series, along with the Croatian Four Islands, which is taking place just about a month after this. There's the Spa Swiss Epic and the Andorra Epic. So those are the the Epic Series events. Now, this is the descent of Dorsberg. The dust is kicking up already, and that is just at the speed that these riders are going at. It is going to be intense when the elites come down here. Yep, it's not to everyone's taste, this descent, so just taking it very, very cautiously. As we've been saying, you can end your whole week if you get it wrong on this descent, so don't make that mistake now. It's not worth the risk, not worth the fun, really, at the time being. That'll come, that'll come. But it's a steep, loose, and quite treacherous descent. Now, this is that would have been the climb up to Hoogekraal, a very steep climb, but we'll get back to that. On the other side of Dorsberg. There we go. This is the climb up to the summit of Hoogekraal. Basically, just a dual track straight up the side of a mountain. No apologies about doing any switchbacks or anything.
Nope.
It is just steep and hard.
Just steep and hard, straight up.
But this is the reward on the other side. This is the Toyota Tough section.
Yeah, that's also a beautiful section. Those Toyota Tough sections, they're always nice to ride. It's a challenge to ride, but they're always well looked after, and you can see there's like the nice flags alongside. They go by very quickly the faster you go, and that's also another thing where the Cape Epic gives back to the trail network. The sponsorship money that Toyota puts into the event, a lot of it is actually used to create new trails, to look after the trails. And sometimes in rainy conditions, weather conditions, all those riders go through, they damage the trails. But the Cape Epic looks well after it. Like I remember last year in Lawrenceford, the trails were damaged after the race, but it took less than a month and everything was fixed up again. So that is also the beauty of the Cape Epic, that it's also a reason why we can come back every single year to different places, new places, because the Cape Epic really looks after everything. And with sponsors like Toyota, it makes it possible to do so. And the tough section here, like I mentioned earlier, it's one of the fun parts of the course. You know, tough but fun to ride, and you can see that.
Yeah, it is. And two lines there down through Hoogekraal. Meanwhile, this is the long line of riders heading up to the top of that. And yeah, you can see right down the bottom of your picture, you'll see riders. And they'll look up and they'll see those riders going up there and know what they've got to deal with. Yeah, this is the Hoogekraal Trail Network. Part of the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club's very extensive network, over 200 kilometers. It's commonly referred to as the biggest mountain bike club in the world, somewhere round about, we believe, 8,000 members. And active they are, and they do a great job in promoting the sport, but also maintaining these trails with, as I said, Benno was alluding to the assistance of events like the Absa Cape Epic when it's needed. And they've got a wonderful active membership, and the trail network is next level, and they'll get to experience it, these riders, to a large degree tomorrow. They'll be riding a lot of those. Look at that. Wonderful, wonderful down through.
Beautiful.
And there's another line that comes down. You can just see it entering on the left-hand side of the picture there. In fact, I bumped into the owner of Hoogekraal, Trevor, yesterday at the top of this, and he said, no, this is fun, absolutely. Shake, Rattle and Roll is a wonderful descent, but he said the one on the left, as you can see, it's perhaps a bit more flowing, a bit more jumpy. That he was heading down there, but yeah, wonderful, wonderful network of trails.
Yeah, from our left here now, that's the jump line, big jumps. On a day like today, perfect, but the last couple of days it was very windy, and that's definitely not a trail you want to hit when it's windy, because that can just blow you off your bike, and yeah, that never ends well. So they took the other line to come down, but even in that line there's two A line, B lines somewhere. Cherise just told me yesterday, as she gets the biggest frights on the downhills, especially when there's drops coming up. She is a little bit intimidated by them. And then yesterday she said she hit the A line, but today in the race, in the prologue, there's no need to risk it, and she's going to go safe and just go around it. And then that's also risk management, right?
This is exactly what's going on here as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
this
exactly.
is rush hour on the
that.
Dorsberg descent. Wow, a long line of riders making their way down through the dust on the Dorsberg descent, safely and soundly. That's nicely done. Yeah, you know, let's talk a bit about preparation. A lot of riders spend a lot of time putting in hours and hours of kilometers in terms of training, but the technical and skill levels and skills training is something that sometimes some riders tend to ignore.
Yeah, it all depends also when you started riding a bike, mountain bike specifically, because like technical skills, the younger you are, the easier it's going to be to get to a certain level, that's for sure. And then also often, because everyone is so afraid of the physical aspect of this race, they forget about the technical stuff too. And you do need to be a surrounder with your training, because you need the physical skills, the body skills as well, to handle your bike over rough terrain for so many hours, and the jumps and all those kind of things. It's a very safe route, I must say. Like, you can ride really everything at any time, most of the time. The pros are going to go faster, the other ones a little bit slower, but the track itself is a very safe track. Of course, if you go too fast in certain sections, it's going to throw you off, but generally speaking, it is a very forgiving terrain that you ride, as all of those trails are specifically made for cycling. So it's not like hiking trails that you find in Europe quite often, that you end up riding with your bike that all of a sudden come to a 90-degree bend and a drop on the side. Like, you don't have stuff like this. It's a very safe route, but you have to be concentrated every single minute, every single pedal stroke, because with the amount of riders coming through, there's always rocks that move or stuff that can be on the ground, and you need to be aware of it. And also hydration, and that's also something that you will most likely see in the UCI category, that not everybody is going to have a water bottle on their bike today. The reason for it is often the hydration bag allows you to keep your hands on the handlebar at any time of the race, and then taking out a bottle while you're racing up or down the hill can be quite tricky to get it back in at the right time. You don't want to lose it because you need it again. So it's just often a little bit of a safety aspect as well, riding with a hydration bag on your back, and make sure that you get your liquids in at the time you need to without taking any risk.
Koos and Peter van der Merwe making their way up this brutally steep vineyard climb. It's almost, I think, the Hoogekraal climb is steep, but I think this is actually steeper. Not that long, but it is a terribly tough climb, the Ongegend Killer. Just keeping it going.
Same cadence. It almost looks like they're sitting on a tandem here, but they're grinding it up there. Still smiling, that's the most important thing. Still smiling, but this is definitely one of the steepest parts of today.
Yeah, this is really, really tough, and it comes inside the last 5 kilometers of the day. So if you've overextended yourself on the earlier climbs, you could be feeling a real pinch there, but they're getting there. That's not a problem. And then it's some contour trails, and then towards the finish and celebration and relaxation. Yep, that's good trail etiquette. Just allowing riders through, faster descending riders on the Toyota Tough section. That's very, very good trail etiquette.
Yeah, it's very nice, especially when you get into a single track downhill. The last you want is someone blocking you, taking the fun out of it. So this is great sportsmanship, knowing your limits, letting faster people go by, and then maybe pay back on the next climb.
Yep, there we go. Some are faster on the descents and others on the climb. That's the way it goes in life, isn't it? So there's you get a nice look through this ravine there. Left-hand line which has been used today, but there's a line on the right-hand side here at Hoogekraal. and then a very big jump line on the right down, further down there, but that won't be used. But a lovely way to flow down the bottom here.
Yeah, there's a big drop in those trees. I wouldn't take them on a cross-country bike. Here on this area, on this farm, you see a lot of like trail bikes as well. They do have shuttle services here and there as well. Some proper downhill skills sessions and so on. But look at this. This is such a fun trail. Like this is your own roller coaster, you know, like you're in charge of your own brakes at this stage, and then you can make it as much fun as you like. Keeping in mind that you don't want to lose it, but the terrain, especially now, with a bit of mist in the air, it should be nice and sticky and yeah. It looks like everyone is enjoying that section.
Come out the bottom, and then they'll leave the Hoogekraal farm as they snake through the fields here, and then that vineyard climb, the Killer, is the one you can see just ahead on the left-hand side. Those vineyards on the far side. That is where that climb is, on the far side of those vineyards. Getting past the team, that's a nice marker. 20 seconds between these teams as we flick back up to the top of the Toyota Tough section. Looks a long way away, but down on that bike, well, it doesn't take long to get back down. Incredible fun and a wonderful way to get off the mountain. This is the Dorsberg descent a little bit earlier, inside the first couple of kilometers. They've done the climb up from the start. And this is that Dorsberg descent. Don't want to get it wrong here. None of them are. They're all looking very, very focused. Concentration, just making sure there's enough space between you and the rider in front.
And one of the reasons why you have so many trails in this area is also the landscape is just perfect for it. I mean, the gradients, the terrain, everything. Like it's open land, perfect slopes for trails to come up and down. It's just such a wonderful area around Meerendal, Durbanville here, and so close to such a big city, you know. And that's, I guess, also why it is the biggest cycling club. I guess here in South Africa. I mean, the opportunities here are endless. And even if you just want to do a quick ride in the morning before you go to work, the trails are outside your doorstep. And it's fantastic here.
Meerendal Wine Estate is our venue once again for the start of the Absa Cape Epic back in 2012. The first time the Prologue was held here, and did finish here as well that year. In fact, 12, 13 and 14, Meerendal was an integral part of the start and finish. And then in 15 and 16, it was the finish venue. And then 17 and 23 was the last time, 2023, the last time the Prologue was held here. So just a couple of years ago. And we're back again for just not just the Prologue, but also the big stage 1, which is 92 kilometers and some serious hills. Pretty much every hill you can see from Meerendal and beyond will be on the menu for that tough stage 1 from Meerendal. So that's tomorrow's challenge, but for today it is this 26 kilometer time trial as riders now coming into the finish. So we should start getting, in fact, we have got a couple of riders up. Our first team in is Obvious Korombi and Moteki Machato in 1 hour 14 minutes. They are part of the Exaro category, Exaro Tamela 1. So they posted a pretty decent time. And they'll start flowing in now, the riders. And we'll pick out 1 or 2 that are setting those significant times. 1 hour 14 suggests that Obvious and Moteki are going to be contenders in the Exaro category. That luminous green jersey, Exaro, have been part of the Absa Cape Epic now for over a decade. supporting riders from previously disadvantaged communities to give them the opportunity to race in their own category, but also advance out of that. Once they pass the age of 26, those riders have to leave the program, or they're not part of the racing program, and then they find their way into hopefully other teams, and many have, and there are many of them riding in this Absa Cape Epic who graduated through the Exaro Academy, which is wonderful. Not just the Exaro Academy, of course, there are various other programs feeding in and bringing their teams to race here at the Absa Cape Epic. More starters rolling off the start line. Remember, we started an hour and 24 minutes ago, and I can tell you that the last start time today is at 1:30. So the start is very, very busy, and it'll be 1:30 from 7 o'clock this morning to 1:30, sending riders all over the place. So that'll be fantastic to see. Francois Borman and Reinhard Siebrahaken, line called Carriers, are on their way. Greeting friends, family, and just anyone at this stage. The energy levels, the enthusiasm is on a high, the likes of which they might not repeat through this through the week, because Wiem and Willem Bouwer are on their way, the Bouwer Bender. And yeah, the excitement level's next level. Yeah, I suppose when you're in your bunch as well, on that first day tomorrow, there'll be a great deal of excitement and tension. And as the week progresses, excitement and enthusiasm might be tempered a little by daunting thoughts of what's to come and fatigue, because that fatigue does start coming. Well, no question, it becomes part of the part of the race.
Yeah, definitely. And then tomorrow, as the seeding is going to be decided on the time that you ride today, you're going to know that whoever's next to you is very similar in shape, in fitness, in talent to ride the bike. So you kind of like start analyze you got next to you, and yeah, the amateur competition is just as strong and serious as the UCI competition at the front, and it is a great part of this race. It motivates you also to dig a little bit deeper, and yeah, some of those battles can be between friends, companies, whatever it is, but it's definitely a motivating thing.
Simon Oosthuizen and Andre Dednam of the Finstock YOLO team are out there. Don't look over your shoulder this early, that's not a good sign. And the Wilkinson, Jessica and Isaac head off.
Yeah, more and more people showing up as well to bring the riders in, get them off the start.
Welcome, you two legends.
And Marci Milan Zain Durant in the Entity Masters, 40-something. Wilkinsons were in the mixed category. Everyone is in a category here, so albeit that you might just be wanting to ride and finish the event, you're part of a category, you're part of the race. And the green lights, they've got the green light. Graham Barrett and Jaco Tata. It's the same one. Jaco might well be a rugby player. Another one. Oh, well.
Yeah, for the ones that are coming in now, it's the time to take your screenshot, because that's your best chance to have a #1 in front of your name, or at least a little one, right? When it says Prologue and the #1 is right in front of your name, better take a screenshot.
And on the start line behind, they're lining up and preparing to head out. On the face, it's a Swart. I love boobies, we ride.
It's Keith
Stacey and Wesley Eslick will be off next in a fighter office.
Look at Peter's smile. This man is excited. Deacon, slowly, slowly. Right, let Peter roll the way. Go, boys.
There they go. Hughes, the Reese and Hughes. Kenwood Electrical. All the enthusiasm and energy. One of the riders is storming off, and his partner just hang on, not so fast. Let me catch up. The tune in here. Few of riders just lining up, making sure they're in the right place, the right time. Don't miss your start.
Yeah, you have to be there 15 minutes before, making sure that everyone is there. Also the pro riders, they start staging 15 minutes before the actual start time. That's also where some of the interviews will be done. Last few checks with your partner, making sure that everything is running smooth, making sure that you have all your spares and everything with that you may need to take with, and yeah, last transponder check. Each team also has a SOS button with them. That's also something that every single team has to take with, just to make sure that if there's anything out there, you have the opportunity to call for help if you have to.
So this is an interesting combination. This is Grant and Warwick Leslie. Grant is the son, Warwick is the father, and they're off on their journey together. What a privilege it is to be able to ride with your son. Warwick wasn't that keen on doing another Absa Cape Epic, but Grant said, I want to do it. And Warwick said, well, look, I can take you anywhere in the world to go and ride your bike if you want.
Yeah. No, I think doing it with your son must be very, very special. And I'm currently riding with my boys, 6 and 8, and it keeps you on your toes. Like when they're 18, I need to still be in shape to be able to. So no, it's gonna be interesting. And doing an event like this with your family members must be unique.
Very special. Right, let's now go down there to the start and the finish. It's all one same precinct through today with the prologue, and the catch up with our man on the ground, who will be with us on the ground all the way through, catching the emotions and the thoughts and feelings of the riders before and after they finish riding. Max Kleur. Morning, Max.
Good morning, Gerald. Good morning, Benno. Hey, everybody. Here we are in the start shoot. You can imagine there's a lot of nerves going on. Really difficult to go and get interviews with some of the people because you can see they're super, super nervous, and rightly so. This is the biggest stage of mountain biking anywhere in the world. Behind me, you can see is where they go into the start of their prologue today as they go off in those 30-second batches, and we're going into the Masters category shortly. So things heating up here, but still overcast, Gerald. We're looking at the weather, not a breath of wind, so near perfect conditions in the early morning. We hope that this cloud doesn't burn off and the sun doesn't come out too hot. But it's great to be here, the 21st edition of the Absa Cape Epic. It doesn't get better than this. The next 8 days are going to be a vibe. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much, Max. Really be able to catch up with some of those riders before they start as they line up there, just get their emotions and their feelings ahead of this stage. And there's still many, many riders who head out on the stage. 750 teams in this year's 21st edition of the Absa Cape Epic. And all have that singular goal of let's just finish. Anderson Ledger, Craig Fredericks, likewise Fried and Furious are on their journey. 8 days. And yes, it is the shortest day of them all, this 26 Ks, but it is still a challenge and still one that you have to get through. The nerves are probably at their highest here, the energy perhaps also, but you don't want to make a mistake today in any way. Just get through today. All these amateur riders, give yourselves an opportunity to have a decent start tomorrow on the big marathon stages. That's when the race really does begin for all these riders. Yes, this is, as I say, tough, but spending hour and a half on the bike here tomorrow, between anything between 4.5, 5.5, and 7 and 8 hours for the slower riders. Then it really does test you. Long drag through the vineyards, a left, a right, and then Dorsberg awaits. Beautiful scenes from Meerendal Wine Estate as we host the prologue of the Absa Cape Epic and stage 1, both those stages. Following that, Tuesday's a time trial from Meerendal to Fairview Spice Route on the slopes of Paarl Mountain, which will be the home there for 2 big stages on Wednesday and Thursday, 2 big marathon stages. So they'll explore most of the trail network there and the mountain, up the sides, on the far side, on top, everywhere possible. Incredible work being done there by Paarl Trails to give the riders a very, very special experience. And then the Queen stage from Spice Route Paarl all the way in Fairview to Lawrenceford. The longest, the only one that goes into 3 figures in terms of distance. Yep. And nudging on 3,000 meters of climbing, all the big mountains to climb, and they head up and over to the neck and then into Lawrenceford. Rider down there, just on the top section of that trail. Looks okay, thankfully. So recovered well and will be on the ride. Now, that's our drone following these teams as they are on the last kilometer of the ride. Coming down, they'll come around the corner and under the bridge and to the finish. To Party Booker's Burn.
Yeah, beautiful pictures from the drone here. Almost makes you feel like you're with them on the bike. Guys are pushing hard. I guess they can not see the finish just yet, but they're not far away.
Absolutely, they'll just get over that crest there. Yeah, riders, some taking it very cautiously, walking down this. So it's not worth taking the risk if you're not confident on this sort of terrain in amongst all the other riders. Then you can walk your bike down and get back onto the bottom and get through the stage.
Yeah, fair play, pushing it on this side, letting everyone else pass, knowing your limits, and
I think what the difficulty here is, I think we're seeing there's a rider coming down, and further up his partner might be there. Those are the risks you take. Now the Ongegund vineyard climb. That's how you climb. Steady as you like.
Yeah, you need to sit in the saddle just to keep the weight on the back wheel. Standing up on this sort of terrain does not help very much because your back wheel will most likely start spinning. So your upper body goes down onto the handlebar. You try to keep the weight on the back wheel and then just grind it up there.
Rina Duplessis is the rider doing that lovely example of climbing for the love of cycling. Rina Duplessis and Richard Schoonwinkel. Richard on his first Absa Cape Epic and Rina on her second. Well done. Done that climb, and pretty much the tough climbs of the prologue are done for that team. Those behind them just making their way to the top. And prologue done for that team as they roll across the finish line. With relief, satisfaction, the nerves settled, and the first challenge out of the way in this prologue, they begin recovery and preparation for the stage 1 and the remainder of the week.
Yeah, this is definitely the earliest finish time that we'll have for the entire week. Meaning that this is also the last day they have a couple hours more to recover, to sort out their things, to maybe analyze even their ride from today, to be more prepared for the longer stages. But yeah, from tomorrow onward, some of those athletes and riders will only finish around maybe lunchtime. After lunchtime, it will definitely change.
All Swiss pair, Gerald Gubler and Epic legend Bjorn Chinette. head out. Over 300 epic legends already, and there'll be a few more by the end of this Absa Cape Epic, that's for sure. Hold on, Kenny Shaw and Thomas Banner head out. Next up, no time at all. You've got to jump up onto that start ramp. And away they go. Jean-Michel Schreiber and Philippe Duplucia. French-Belgian combination.
Couple of high fives, getting the energy from the crowd, and then head down and yeah, get it on the way. Battle hard.
Craig Duplessis, Tommy Sylvester off the start ramp in the NTT Masters. We've got a whole swathe of the NTT Masters coming through now, and we may be getting to a couple of the Masters who are going to be contending for the overall title. Grant Ben and Stefan van der Berg. Ben there, Berg that is their team name.
8:39:40 start now. That will be Grant Ben and Stefan van der Berg.
There we go. On their way they go. So, Benno, what are the things you want to avoid doing on Prologue Day that'll give you the best chance of having a successful day, happy day?
Yeah, I would say the preparation going into it, like have all your stuff ready, because now, yes, it's often the small little things, right? You don't want to panic before it, so make sure that at the first stage you have everything ready, from your bike to your glasses, helmets, all those kind of things. Like, you need to make sure that seems so silly, but sometimes, yeah, are the small things that can throw you off. Give yourself enough time. And then also the nutrition, because it's such a short, intense day today. You need to have your nutrition early on. You have your solids early on.
And don't ride away from your partner too
Don't
early.
do that. Don't do that. That's not going to make him happy at all. So, yeah, that's definitely not something you should do straight away. Like, keep together. The communication, of course, super important between the two riders within the stage. Always have those chats. How are you feeling? Are we good to push? Do we need to slow down? Just make sure that you know what's going on. Like in the pro race, often the athletes, they can read the body language, and those amateurs don't always have the time to train together. So communication within the race, it's key for the amateurs as much as it is for the pros. And then, like I said, the nutrition, super important. At the moment, it's not that hot. And it's also not as long as a stage as the next to come, but you need to keep an eye on it. And also with taking the nutrition, where's the right spot to do so? Every time you try to get your bottle out of the bottle cage is dangerous. On the single track, on the climbs, it's loose. You don't want to fall just because you need to take a sip out of your bottle.
Hydration packs
Yes.
could be a factor today.
Definitely hydration packs for various reasons. First of all, your nutrition is right there. If you put it into the fridge overnight, it actually cools you down for quite a bit of time in the beginning of the stage. Not so important on a day like right now, not too hot, perfect conditions, but on hot days, the nutrition bag can actually also help you to keep your core temperature down. And again, like with the high speed that you ride through, so little open, flat surfaces where it's easy enough to take your water bottle out. With the hydration pack, the pipe is right next to your mouth. It takes a second or less to actually get it in. Take your nutrition, have drinks more often as well, more frequently as well, and not have to drink this whole amount, half of a bottle in one go. And a bit of a safety aspect for some of the back riders as well. You have a bit more of protection in the back. And for the pro riders, and that's actually something that the Speed Company team also mentioned, Lucas, I think it was, aerodynamics.
Yeah.
Aerodynamics actually can be improved by having a hydration bag on your back, because it makes a nice curve where the wind can flow over it. You see it at MotoGPs. There is that funny thing on the back of their back. not just for the protection, but it's also for aerodynamics. And the hydration pack can be that sort of aerodynamic advantage as well, if you have it, yeah.
Yeah, something that we may well see that coming to the fore at the time trial on Tuesday. Sort of flatter sections where they can get into a really low tuck position and use that aerodynamics to their advantage. Good spinning up the this Hoogekraal climb. Good work. And others just saying, well, you know what? I've got a whole week ahead. I'm not going to break my legs and burn my legs now. Let's just get up here. It's a couple of 100 meters, and then we're riding again.
Yeah, exactly. As I saying in German, wer sein Rad liebt, der schiebt, means that if you love your bike, you push your bike. Anyway, it seems like those two are doing the exact same here, pushing up the bike. Again, it's about the traction, it's about the position on the bike. It's super steep and loose. And again, if you run out of gears, so you don't want to burn them, you just get off the bike and push it for a little bit.
Yeah, there's no hill that is too steep that you can't push your bike up it. And, yeah, that may well happen later on this week as well. And they come flowing down this Toyota Tough section, the snake rattle and roll section it's called. There are a couple of sections where there's an A and a B line, rough, you know, the little drop off on the A line, a longer option on the B line, and so most of these riders I think would be opting to go on the B line at the moment because they just don't want to risk doing anything too risky and you know, getting it wrong. So why, probably the right sensible option. Races a little bit later, A line.
A line, all of them, and it's not a big time advantage that you have between the two lines. It's all about what you feel comfortable with. Risk management, super important within this race. And if there's only a second or two that you lose, but you do not feel comfortable with it, why even going?
Yeah, absolutely. Back to the Hoogekraal climb. And the various different strategies of tackling this very, very steep. And of all the camera angles, this does give you a reasonable idea of how steep this one is. It is quite intimidating. That first bit down below there is fairly gentle. And then between the vineyards, you can see where people are walking there. Then it just kicks up. And once at the top, there's a nice contour track, single track that they can follow all the way around. But that's the last of the real challenges before they come into the finish here at Meerendal. Overcast, cool conditions. They could not have wished for anything better, bearing in mind that we had temperatures nudging the high 30s this week. And so it is hoped that those conditions will stay pretty much like this throughout the day, but it is likely that that won't be the case and that we will get much steeper conditions, temperatures and hotter conditions for the riders. Right now, it's a pretty decent weather conditions for these riders.
Yeah, perfect, I would say. Weather forecast for today was close to 30 degrees. We're not there yet, but let's see what the weather does. But everyone will enjoy this type of weather right now. Not too cold. You can see no one has leg warmers, arm warmers. It's still a perfect temperature, and the sun is not out yet.
Michael Williams, John Cupido, they head out here. 764 Grand Masters men, the PSC Grand Masters. And they are on their journey. Those jerseys might not be quite as pristine in an hour and a half or so's time when they roll back to the finish. It's dusty out there. That's not a concern, I'm sure. Justin Stef Stefan have just finished. There they are. They're just starting. Rickes from Piketberg. He is as strong as you like. And Stef Stefan doing their job. The Staffers are next. Marek Wright and Andrew Miller. 2, 1, and away they go. And keep it steady. Good luck on the day. And for the rest of the week. Crowds pouring in here. It's going to be a fantastic vibe. It's lovely to have the amateurs finishing a little bit earlier. They can go and recover, shower, and come down to the race finish, start finish, or go out on the course. But I don't think they'll want to extend their legs too much. Just come down, sit down, have a watch, and watch the elites do their thing, because it is next level to see the very best in the world. In this year's field, we have 4 of the top 8 ranked riders, 4 top of the top 9 ranked riders in the cross-country rankings, and we've got the top 8 in marathon racing in the current world rankings, all here taking part. Add to that road race national champions, road race Olympic champions. Greg Van Avermaet, the Olympic champion from 2016 Rio de Janeiro, is riding his first Absa Cape Epic, so that's a wonderful addition. Another World Tour pro, Johnny Hoogekraal, is here. He's racing as well, and a couple of South African former road race champions in the mix as well. Jaco Venter, Travis Stedman is here, Mark Pritson. Very much focused on mountain biking this year. What a delight, rolling into the finish, watching those come out. Little fist pump to complete their job. Well done, guys. It's done and dusted. You're underway in the 2025 Absa Cape Epic.
Now it's all about the recovery. Like you mentioned earlier, like walking around too much after a stage like this is maybe not the best thing to do. Some of them will probably go back to their tent accommodation, maybe even watch our live stream here and just get a glimpse of what the pros are doing, comparing their times, and yeah, be ready for tomorrow's long stage.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be I mean, they say it's the wake-up call. It's not really, because you're into the race now, but it's the first of the real challenges. 92 kilometers around the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club's trails, so that will be a proper test. Just to tell you that the fastest time at the moment, they look as though they want to set that time, beat that time, is 1 hour, 14 minutes and 21 seconds. Kiki Machato and his partner Obvious Korombi from the Exara Tamela 1 team. No, and Don Pablo Torribo have come in 1:42.44. These riders just keen to get it done and get through without any major issues. Beautiful symmetry.
Yeah, it must be nice to come back with no issues. Yeah, I think the nerves by now are much more relaxed than they maybe were an hour or 2 hours ago when they just started the race. You know what you get yourself into. You kind of like got the first taste, and look at this.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Davy de Villiers and his daughter Mia. How cool is that? Absolutely fantastic. There's Mia riding alongside Davy, who's a legend in his own lifetime as well. Greeting those on their way out as well. And it's not even 9 o'clock here in Meerendal, and their ride for the day is done. So it's recovery, it's clean up, it's feed up, and rest and repair, and then prepare for tomorrow. Barbie Spies and Blanco Barnard have just rolled in 1:46.48. Continue Davy and Mia de Villiers 1:40.51. Have done a tidy job there in the Toyota mixed.
Brian Kohler and Stephen Robinson,
Yeah, they already finished, while some of the pro teams, they most likely only leave their accommodation now. That's also nice to know, that the pros are behind you for once at least, right?
It doesn't happen often. Yeah, it's probably the only time they'll see them during the week. We start obviously first the pro bunches, and so they won't be seen by many of these riders.
I think there was a mic drop. Mike did a mic drop.
A little touch as they finish the day. Well done. Dean Vera Russell and Somay van Sail, 1:43.05. Yeah, Toyota mixed, Cape Epic Trust. Sponsor the charities supported by the Absa Cape Epic.
People on YouTube are asking what the start times of the elites are, and the first women team is going off at 10:48, and the first man team is going off at 12:20 today.
Yeah, 18 women's elite teams, and so yeah, 10:48:30 has been said. Then the last team to leave in that elite women's will be at 11:17, so 17 minutes past 11 local time here in South Africa. Anneke Langwil and Sophia Gomez-Viafan is that last team, the Toyota Specialized pair. And the men's elites 12:20 local time just after midday, and then at 1:30 p.m. here South African time, Matt Beers and Keegan Svensson of Outright Toyota Songo will be the last team to depart this start ramp. Go they will, the GIC Grandmasters teams. And this is another interesting combination on the right-hand side. Chris Norton and Big John Bennett on the left-hand side. Many under their belts. Always ready they are. No illusions of grandeur. And Stellenbosch man Chris Norton does so much great work with the Fairtree Academy team that he supports and organizes, and they've got a lot of riders racing here. But good luck to John and Chris. They head off on their Absa Cape Epic journeys.
Leo Voters and Roy Voters, very quickly named in my mind.
Yeah, these yeah, I see great Grandmaster category, 50 plus. Gerald Sugel and Jochen Stanek from Austria. Just rolling off as we go around to about 13 kilometers into the race here. This is about just over halfway and the Hoogekraal descent. Beautiful scenes as the amateurs get to grips with the Absa Cape Epic and the Prologue. This is day one of the 21st edition of this iconic South African sporting event, the Absa Cape Epic. And the elite and pros, well, as I said, 10:48 the elite women's batch starts. There are 18 teams there, and 12:20 the men's start, with the last team starting at 13:30. About predicted to finish the winning time today? No, you know, there and thereabouts.
Below an hour?
Yeah.
I think
so, yeah.
they're definitely going to be below an hour.
56
and
minutes, 50, yeah,
yes.
there and thereabout. Okay. Right. We'll keep you updated on all of that and all the action here at the Absa Cape Epic throughout the next couple of hours. Don't go too far away.
It's a Cape Epic. It's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year the cards are freshly shuffled, and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.
For 2 decades, the Absa Cape Epic has challenged mountain bikers to brave the untamed.
It's such a crazy race.
It's, I think, honestly, the biggest, most challenging race.
Anything can happen over the 8 days.
We for sure didn't want to do anything stupid today, so the main goal was to just be safe, come through, have fun, enjoy the single tracks, and then see what happens.
My third stage win, but still feels like the first one. It's really special, and yeah, I'm super happy.
We thought we'd take this chance and try to ride alone and try to pace it until the finish, and we got away with a few seconds.
I really think that was one of the hardest races I have done, and I mean, it's crazy the level. Like, it's very cool racing. I mean, you know, you can't hide. There's no place to hide. So yeah, it was a hard battle out there.
Tomorrow is a proper day. I think it's one of the gnarliest last stages of Epic we've had in a while.
For the final time, the UCI men thundered off the start line. Welcome to the Absa Cape Epic. This is day 1 here at Meerendal, the prologue of the 8-day untamed African mountain bike race. It's a significant year for what is an iconic South African sporting event. It's the coming of age. It's 21 years in the making. As it enters its 30th decade, this event is still creating history and breaking boundaries. Riders have come from all over the world, some 750 teams from 63 nations to test themselves against each other and the brutal terrain and temperatures. 608 kilometers, 16,500 meters of accumulated climbing, and they'll push themselves to the very, very limit. Hello and welcome to our coverage of the Prologue from Meerendal Wine Estates. Alongside me is Benno Willett, who worked deep inside the heart of the Absa Cape Epic with the Specialized Factory Racing team for many, many years, and his history with the event goes back to its original year in 2004. Benno, what a wonderful scene we have set for you and for everyone here today.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's amazing to see the race from this side, to be honest. I was very nervous to come in here, but it is incredible to see the effort that goes in there. When you're involved with a pro team, you live in your own bubble, in your own world. You make sure that you prepare your athletes the best way possible. And it is the toughest mountain bike race you can sign yourself up for. So that means the preparation for this race starts way in advance, months in advance. And here we are, about to kick it off.
We are indeed, and we are now going to look at the route for this year's event. And as with every year on the Absa Cape Epic, there's always something different, something new. We do start with the Prologue. We're back in Meerendal for the 9th time, and in 2012 we had the first Prologue on this course. It has changed, but not dramatically, because this Dorstberg climb is, well, it just has to be ridden. And it's what the riders start with first as they head up here over the first 1.5 kilometers of this tough Prologue over 26 kilometers. And this is that route map. Up they'll go to the Dorstberg, top of the Dorstberg climb, and then the descent is very gnarly and sketchy, very steep, straight down, and they'll snake out of that into the farmlands of the Fair Cape farmlands, very flat and fairly fast. Then the drag back up onto some contours, and then the tough Hoogekraal climb and the shake, rattle, roll Toyota tough section. They come out of Hoogekraal. The Ongegint Killer is the last of the testing climbs before they snake back to the finish here and have Stairway to Heaven to conquer before rolling home to the finish. 26 Ks in 750 meters of climbing, and it is a route that many know quite well, but it still has to be treated with a great deal of respect.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tough route. It's not the one where you're going to win the Cape Epic, but you can definitely lose it. There's only one tech zone within this stage, meaning that you have to really look after yourself, the equipment, everything, and make it to the finish with, not losing time, not making any mistakes. Go as hard as you can, but stay within your limits and don't make mistakes.
Well, as you all know and can see, the conditions, well, a little bit overcast, misty at the top of the Dorstberg climb, which I think every rider will be absolutely delighted with. We're in the commentary box here. Out there at the start and finish line is our man on the ground, catching up with the emotions, the feelings, and the thoughts of the riders. Max Kleur. Morning, Max.
Good morning, Gerald. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our international audience. It's so good to have you tuning in from around the world. This is it, the 21st edition of the biggest mountain bike stage race in the world. As you can see, Gerald, we spoke about it earlier. The sun is coming through. This cloud cover is burning off. There's still no wind, which is amazing. To my left-hand side is obviously the start, where the athletes go out as their teams 2 by 2 onto this 26-kilometer course. We've already had quite a lot of the athletes come across the finish line. There's a lot of anxiety and tension, but also just a lot of calm here as we bring the athletes into the start chute, and everyone seems to be enjoying the day. Remember, not long now, we're going on about 1 hour and 40 minutes until our UCI Elite Women start, and then the Elite Men at 12:20. Good luck to all of the athletes out there. Keep smiling. This is day one. You've still got another 7 to go.
Thanks very much, Max. Down at the start and finish, bringing you the mood there. There's plenty of interest from the side the track as the riders roll off that start ramp for the 26 kilometers. It is a very challenging route for sure, but 26 kilometers, it's the shortest day for all of these riders. and those who started, they've been going for just over 2 hours now, and whole swathe have finished already. Plenty of time to rest, recover, and prepare for the week's challenge that lies ahead. One of our Toyota mixed category teams rolls off that start line. No, it's all underway here. Leah Roberts and Cedric Stempel in the Toyota mixed. The amateur teams, well, there are around about 150 professional elite riders, but the rest of this field are close on 1,500 riders, all amateurs who have committed months and months of preparation to getting to the start line in the best possible condition, bearing in mind life and the life that they live. Daniel Tenner and Bianca Becker are epic legends of the highest order. They rode every single Epic Series event last year, starting with the Absa Cape Epic, and this is the completion of that cycle as they head off again, Bianca and Daniel. Never mind all the other events they rode around South Africa mainly, so they're on their journey once again. Very, very strong indeed, determined and focused. Talk about preparation, they put it all in, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. To get ready for this race that early in the season, as an amateur, it's a lot of sacrifices that you need to do, because if you come from the North Hemisphere and you still have a job, family, that you need to give some time to being ready at that time of the year for such a big event is definitely not an easy task to do. So hats off to all of those amateurs racing out there, being here at the start line, giving their very all. It's inspiring.
So away they go. Ball is out, Sancha Malan in the Toyota mix. They'll be strong. They'll be strong, that's for sure.
So here they go again, and on the other side you see the teams coming in. For them the day is done. They know what it's all about, the ones starting off. The nerves, first stage, you know, you get into such a big race, you prepared yourself the best way possible, but you don't know what it's about until you actually roll off the stage. And yeah, so much can happen within this race, and we have seen it. We think we saw it all, but the Cape Epic is always full of surprises, right?
Absolutely. It'll happen. It will. Whatever it is that can try and derail a team from their focus and their goals here, something will happen. That is just the nature of this event. That's why it's 8 days. If it doesn't happen on the first, second, or third day, it can happen on the fourth day, or it happens on the 8th day. It might be so small and insignificant that it doesn't affect you. But in your life as a rider, it's a big thing, but it doesn't affect your time. Well, that's fine, you get through it. But we've seen time and time again with amateurs and professionals that it does throw you into a turmoil when things go wrong. Big mechanical issues, illness through the week, whatever it might be. The heat.
There's so much to it. And I think Christoph Sauser back in the day said once that at the Cape Epic, everyone will have that one moment throughout the Cape Epic where you're gonna struggle, where you're gonna have an issue. It cannot be sailing from the very beginning to the last. Like, you're always gonna have those up and downs, as the trails are like, also within your own race. And within those times, again, like, you do your homework, you prepare yourself the best way possible, physically, mentally, but also your equipment. You do need to look after that very much as well. There's no technical support for the amateurs out there. That's only something that the pro riders can benefit from the different tech zones that you have out there. But the amateurs, they really are in charge of their own bike, own equipment during the entire stage.
Well, we caught a glimpse there of the blue sky. We've been watching the riders roll off from first light this morning pretty much, and it's been under grey, leaden skies with mists over the Dorsberg, but the blue sky does suggest it's breaking up, and the temperatures will be rising. That is a key factor as this morning progresses. The last start time for the men's elite is at 1:30. And the first of the women's elite teams goes off at 10:48. It's 10 to 11 South African time. At 11:17, the last of the 18 elite women's teams leaves the start hut. That's Toyota Specialized. 12:20, the first of the 50 elite men's teams heads off. Jordan Boshoff and Travis Rademan Ludica. Project Dream at 12:20. And the last team, as I said, at 1:30 South African time. Outright Toyota Songa, defending champion Matt Beers with his new partner Keegan Svensson. The Malanshoogte climb, well, it's not a regular mountain bike trail. It's a path basically driven up there to create an entry into the Hoogekraal farm and the descent that is the Toyota Tough section. This is a very, very tough climb. You can see riders pushing up at the back there. And a little bit after that, you've completed the Hoogekraal sector. You cross the tar road, and around about 18 kilometers in, this is what you're confronted with. The Ongegund vineyard climb. Very, very steep indeed. And this will hurt the legs for sure. And some have decided already, let's just walk it out.
Yeah, this looks at the bottom like it seems flat, but you can see they're in a small gear, and that's not even the steepest part of this section. And then here after this little tent, the speaker there, you see how quickly it steepens up, like how far forward the people are sitting on their bikes. You still need to stay on your saddle just to get the grip, the weight on the back tire. Otherwise, if you stand up, your wheel just gonna spin and you're not gonna get the traction you need to actually make it up here. So some of the guys are getting off their bike. They know it's not worth it to burn their legs that early in the race. So rather take your time, push up the bike. It will flatten out. You go into single track right at the top. In those sections, yes, you do have to push hard throughout the switchbacks, but then it flattens out a little bit. You can lease off the power, rest, and then push hard through the switchbacks again. And that's pretty much all the way to the top here.
Yeah, I mean, now that's pretty much the majority of the big climbs done. This is, as I said, the other one, the Dorsberg one, and the slightly shorter one that comes out of the Fair Cape farmlands. But those are sort of 4 testing climbs that they've got to deal with. And then they'll be done. But yeah, it's all part of what makes this journey so special is the prologue. 26 Ks, it draws you into the event in a sort of less stressful way than going into a full-blooded marathon stage of 90 or 100 Ks. That'll happen tomorrow for sure. But this gets you into it and gets the legs going. Relax it. Well, there we go. Someone's either had a little bit of an issue or they decided, you know what, let's just walk this one out as well. Take a drink, relax, calm down. We'll get through today. We may start in a later batch by a couple of minutes tomorrow, but that's not a problem. It's an 8-day journey, this.
Exactly. Like this race is not going to be won on the first stage. And also the relationship with your partner, like it's very important to keep that on the healthy side as well. You don't want to start your first fight that early in the race, so you better talk it out, and then you get back on the bike, and then you enjoy those beautiful trails, the riding, and look at this. I mean, the view that you have. You see Table Mountain right from there all the way into the mother city of Cape Town. It is just spectacular, and you can also see that the temperature is rising as more and more people are opening up their jerseys, and we want to scratch, and we will scratch most likely the 30-degree mark today. Not yet, but later today when
it's
the pro
coming,
riders are taking off, it's definitely going to be warm again.
So this is the Toyota Tough section. Every stage will have a section like this. It's generally the sort of most technical fun section, if that's your game. And this is it on the Hoogekraal farm. Beautiful section of riding, a little bit of technical stuff early on where there are A and B lines, 2 options to choose. And there are 2 of those, so most of these riders will be choosing the B line. As the racers hit the fray, they will be choosing the A-line, that is for sure. But a wonderful place to watch the race from for sure if you're on the ground. And if you are in the vicinity of the Western Cape, Cape Town, Stellenbosch, Paarl, Somerset West, Wellington, just come out during the week and be part of this extraordinary event. As I said, it's been going since 2004, 21st edition, and it just gets bigger and better every year. But plenty of dynamics this year with a new stage venue at Fairview Spice Route, and it's taken 21 years to reach Paarl, but so have the trails become so well attractive there. They really have done an incredible amount of work, the Paarl Trails team, to create something that will bring these riders great enjoyment and challenge for sure around the Paarl Mountain. And they've got 2 days there in the middle of the week that'll precede the Queen Stage, which takes them to Lawrenceford in the last couple of days.
Yeah, I don't think you could take this race any closer to your living room. So there's no excuses not to make it out there and cheer on your riders, your family members, whatever. Like it's always worth the trip. The race village, it's a big kind of city that you got. Everyone thinks alike. Everyone is kind of like proud to be there, enjoying the time on bikes with your loved ones and everyone around you. So no excuse not to show up here and enjoy and take in all the vibes and things that you can get at the race venue as well. And then also out on course. Those cheers are not unnoticed. Sometimes it's hard for the guys to give you a smile back, but they will definitely remember those moments when they have a bit of time, because it is a tough race. You do need to be concentrated every single minute of the day to not make mistakes. And again, yeah, it's beautiful to see this race being so close to the towns. And like you said, Paarl, a new venue, new place we're going to go to. They have thousands of kilometers of single trail there, and we haven't been there just yet. So another place to look forward to for those athletes, riders, to get on and just enjoy what we got here.
Yeah, there's so much to enjoy and endure and suffer, as we're seeing now, but they are getting there. So this is your overall map. We're down here in Meerendal for the Prologue, and then stage 1, which takes in so much of the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club's trail network, 200 kilometers. That'll be on stage 1 on the Monday, and then the long route, stage 2, it's actually not that long. It's about 66 kilometers from Meerendal to Fairview Spice Route, is a team time trial in the middle of the week. It's not unique. We've had team time trials in the middle of the week, but not of that distance. 66 kilometers from Durbanville to Fairview Paarl, 950 meters. It'll be fast and furious, a time trial. And then stage 3 and 4, both of them in Fairview Paarl. And that Paarl Rock and that Paarl Mountain will be explored by all these riders. There will be very little that isn't ridden, I can tell you that, and it'll be a challenge, that's for sure. That how you approach those 2 days will determine how you feel on the Queen Stage. Stage 5, Lawrenceford Estate is the end point. There's a ride from Paarl, 98 kilometers, 2,850 meters of climbing, and that is a serious challenge. And then 6 and 7 around about Lawrenceford, Helderberg Mountains, the areas you know well, Benno. It's that, in a way, it's a backloaded race this year. Lots of really, I mean, every year is challenging, but those last few stages look very, very hard.
Yeah, no, each stage. I think even the Prologue today, like 26K, 750 meters of climbing, it seems little, but again, like it's a tough one because you want to get it over as quick as you can. And then from there onwards, there's no breaks. There's not much flat stuff in there at all. The time trial, of course, the flattest stage, but the wind. Don't underestimate the wind. It can play a huge role within this as well. We had some very, very windy days the last couple of weeks. So the weather and the wind will definitely play a huge role in that flat stage as well. So it can be, again, like don't underestimate what this year's Absa Cape Epic can throw at you.
Killer is taking a toll. They just caught a glimpse there of Michael May and Hans van der Veen pushing their bikes up that thing, which is not a bad thing to do. Don't think that they can't ride it. They can ride it, but they're just like, you know what, we've got 7 days ahead here. We're going to get there. It's not a problem. We've got 5Ks left of the prologue, and we'll just save our legs a little here and rest up and get to the finish, and then prepare for the big day tomorrow, 92 Ks. Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough, that 92 Ks. Other end of the Meerendal climb, and this is heading towards that shake, rattle and roll descent, and they're heading towards Hoogekraal, into the Hoogekraal farm. So the fastest time recorded so far by teams finishing today's prologue is 1 hour and 14 minutes, 1:14:21, by Obvious Korombi and Motegi Magato of the Exaro, one of the Exaro teams, Exaro Tamela 1. So they have set the benchmark for now, but that time will come whittling down as soon as we see firstly some of the top Masters teams and the Grand Masters teams, and also of course the elite men and women as they battle around here. We speculating at around for the elite men under an hour.
Yeah, definitely under an hour, I would say, as the conditions are very good today. Yeah, will be interesting to see the time splits, how deep the pros are going to dig today. And yeah, they most likely already getting warmed up. There will be rollers coming out, especially for this stage, because you get off the stage and it starts climbing immediately. So by that stage, your legs need to be warmed up. There's no time to get into it. So as soon as you get off the ramp, you're gonna go flat out into quite a long hill right away in the beginning. So the warm-up of your muscles, the breathing, everything needs to be on top, as every single second counts here on this prologue today.
It does. Those we've seen in the past, teams win the prologue and fade as the week goes on. We've seen other teams ride into yellow on the prologue and hold it through the week, sometimes very occasionally all the way to the end, but not that often. It's a different challenge, the prologue, and different teams with their different strengths and weaknesses will approach it in different ways. Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, the Scott Strand team, are perhaps favoured to win the stage, given their cross-country expertise and pedigree. The likes of Beers and Svensson, more marathon-style riders, like also Beerlet Speed Company, Gail Geiger and Lucas Baum, might not be right up there, but they don't want to lose too much time today. You cannot afford to lose too much time. Well, that's what teamwork is about, helping your partner get up to the top of the steepest climb, and then she says she's stopping for a walk, a pause there. Well, that's what's happening out on the Ongehunt Killer on this prologue of the Absa Cape Epic. We're underway here, and the elite men and women will be starting in just over an hour's time. We'll bring you all that action from the Absa Cape Epic. A little further behind that Ongehunt climber is the Meerendal climb, which is where these riders are. They will, if they look to their left, they will see the Ongehunt climb up through the vineyards and know that that's coming. They all know because they've done their homework and they've done their preparation. But in between the Meerendal and Ongehunt is this lovely trail as they head down on the Hoogekraal trail network. Yeah, beautiful stuff.
Look at this. Like it is a roller coaster that you come down the hill, and beautiful trails. You have different lines here as well, not now for the race, but the bike park itself. As you can see, this is more the smoother line for the cross country and marathon bikes, but you also have a big jump line on your right. in the trees. There's a couple of drops as well, so this is also where a lot of skills sessions are happening here, shuttle runs sometimes as well. Just another part of this amazing trail network that you have here around Durbanville.
Yeah, I mean, the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club is the heart and soul of mountain biking in this part of the world. 200 kilometers of trails they have here. That's a nice little touch there, these two, as we follow them with our drone. And we'll punch just to say, well done, we threw that successfully. Next challenge, they'll nice and flat now, get to the tar road, hook a left past the school, and then they're on to that climb. Yeah, it's a tough old climb, this, the Meerendal. Slow as you like, it does not matter. Just get to the top, and then you can reset and hit the descent.
Also a good section to get by the other team. If you catch anyone, you want to make sure that if you do have a slower team in front of you, you get into the single track before them. Otherwise, the queue is just going to be longer and longer. So nice section to also push by and get in front of the next one. And yeah, look at the racing happening here.
Yeah, the Fairtree Academy team, they are racing full out. And that looked as though it might be Luyanda and Jan. And I don't think they're racing in the Xara category, but they'll be looking to set a fastest time in the amateur category, that's for sure. This is the Meerendal climb on the Absa Cape Epic Prologue route, a 26-kilometer route with about 750 meters of climbing. It's a challenging route, but it'll give these riders anything between an hour and 15 minutes to short of 2 hours probably for these amateur riders. A chance to stretch the legs, get a feel of the Absa Cape Epic before the big marathon stages start. And this is the climb known as the Meerendal climb, which will take them to the top of the Toyota Tough section on the Hoogekraal segment, and that'll be a lovely flowing single track reward after their good efforts of getting to the top of this climb. They've all done the preparation, they've all given themselves every chance to succeed and survive and thrive here at the Absa Cape Epic this year, and all that hard work is now being put to good use and to the test as well. Caroline Jack and Wendy Miller just going through there. Another of our Toyota mixed teams going through. What a view from on high of the Toyota Tough section. Beautiful flowing trails, berms, bridges, the odd little technical section which does has an option to be avoided, as you might see shortly. The riders at the end of the screen there, there's an A and a B line. They're taking the B line for now, just keeping it safe and sound. It's an old adage, but it's so true. You can lose it here. You can't win it on the prologue, but you can lose it. And the worst way to do that is just get it wrong technically or have a fall, and that is not the way to end your day. No. All these riders making sure they're safe.
Yeah, this morning the conditions were perfect with a bit of mist on the trails as well. It gets drier and drier, and also with the amount of riders coming through, probably more loose than it was this morning. So you do need to be very, very careful within those berms as well, making sure that you don't slide away, that your front wheel stays where it needs to stay. And then, yeah, just getting into those flowy trails, coming down at your own speed, at least trying to. And there's another A and B line, as you can see. Everyone is following,
the B line,
B line here. No one is taking the risk of going through this little shortcut, even where in this moment here you may can gain some spots, but it doesn't help if your partner is not right on your wheel. You're
Exactly.
just going to do it for no risk, or too much risk for no effort. And yeah, again, you need to know also in those sections where your partner is. If he's right on your wheel, yes, maybe you decide to go for the A-line together, but again, you have to almost talk about those decisions before the race, otherwise you can catch the second person a bit by surprise.
Communication, absolutely critical. It's this is now a blue sky overhead, which is wonderful to see. This is the top of the other end of the Dorsberg climb, and the descent on the other side is rough and loose and technical. You have to be very, very assured and confident and focused here. And if you have any doubts, any misgivings about riding down here, oops, I think we might just have seen a rider have a problem there. Let's hope everything's okay. But that's the sort of thing you really have to be careful. And if it means you get off your bike and you walk down it just to ensure that you get down safely, so be it.
No, definitely. Yeah, the risk sometimes is it's too much, you know. And then again, like you have to be concentrated. Like even on a stage like this, don't underestimate. Yeah, the numbers they sometimes don't do justice. It's the terrain and it's the condition, and your eyes need to be focused, and you need to be switched on.
Beate Grabe and Norbert Titen of Switzerland head out, and just behind them Kobus Snyman and Tommy Richardson of Tommy Richards, beg your pardon, of Budisa Bagger. They are on their way. Just behind them, Lunde Huis and Johannes Vos, bush bikers. Well, it's now sunny and warm, and the conditions are beautiful. Riders preparing to get out there and do their thing. Let's go down to that start and hear from Max, who might be chatting to a few of them.
All right, good morning, guys. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, well, we have to be.
Came out this morning, it was overcast, now all of a sudden the sun is out and burning.
Talking about that, you were hoping that we'd miss it, but now we're in the sun.
How are you feeling? Are you ready to go? How many of these have you done?
No, this is the first one. Yeah.
Excited?
Very excited, ready to go.
Expectations for today? You're going to go out hard or relax?
No, not that hard. Just be safe and get to the end.
Good luck today.
Thank you, cheers man.
Couple of riders, first timers out there, and the excitement levels off the charts as you embark on the first of the Absa Cape Epics in your lifetime. It's the pinnacle of the Epic series, and it is the pinnacle of mountain bike stage racing. I think there's little doubt about that. This sets the benchmark in terms of challenge and in terms of what's on offer for the riders. If you just take a look at this race village, it is extraordinary. The lengths that the Absa Cape Epic go to make sure that the riders and spectators get a really superior experience. Epic series, global mountain biking. There are events around the world. The Croatia 4 Islands, the Andorra Epic, the Spa Swiss Epic, and the FNB Wines to Wales are part of the series. And yeah, this is the benchmark.
This is definitely the benchmark when it comes to marathon racing. I mean, yeah, for the amateurs to race the same tracks on the same day as the pro riders, the world best riders that you can find within this sport are out here as well. The race venue, the size of it, the logistics that are behind it, and everything together, like the vibe that you get by being here, it's very unique and very special. And it's now 21 years that we have this beautiful race, and they improve every single year, I must say. Like, I've been here for so many times, and over they manage to surprise you in a very good way. Look at this view, just outstanding, beautiful.
Stunning. That's from, if you were to look up from getting to the top of the Melandshoogte climb just before Hoogekraal, you would get this beautiful view of Table Bay and Table Mountain, as it slowly but surely revealed, the clouds rolling up back, and a spectacular view of the Western Cape in all its glory. And they'll be heading away in a couple of days' time to Paarl, where again you're in the mountains there, the spectacular mountains of the Boerland area, and of course Lawrenceford and Somerset West and Stellenbosch, fabled and famed as wonderful mountain bike terrain. So this is a perfect example of this route. Yes, you can ride it carefully and as cautiously as these two are. Or, you know what, it's 250 meters, let me just run it down to the bottom. I'm going to be safe, and then I can carry on. Once they get off the bottom of this, it's some flat farm roads. There's no one behind you, so you don't have to worry. Flat farm roads through the Cape Dairies lands, and then the climbing begins as they come up the backside of Dorsberg. Riders coming in on the left-hand side, having done their prologue, and going out on the right-hand side as they come in to complete to start their journeys. Here we go. These riders about to roll off in the NTT Masters 40+ category. And away they go, Jacques van Deventer and Rian Schneider. Buddies. Well, now they're riding buddies, that's for sure. Fishing for some big catch here. The big catch will be to finish in a week's time at Lawrenceford at the grand finale. Brisk start off the line here by Xavier Lowe and Andian Lowe. Let's go down to Max once again and see who's chatting to now.
All right, here we are, ladies. It's good to see smiles on the start line. Are you ready to rumble?
We are so ready. The badass bounce girls are ready to bounce.
How are you feeling? Are you a little bit nervous, just a little bit?
There's always nerves for this race. We're just wanting to get Prologue behind us and then just take it day by day and yeah, just have fun.
Hydration important today. I can see you got the Uzbek packs on. You good to go?
We are good to go. Lots to drink. We'll be good.
No wine in there.
Well, I can't tell you that. Ask me at the end.
Good luck.
That's Janine Muller and Nicole Weir will be riding as Team Bounce. Last year, Janine and Hannela Stein, we'll talk about her a little later, were second in the Master Women's category. And Janine and Nicole, no doubt, looking to race hard in that category in this year's event. Johan van der Wart and Jacob Bosman, Kierbom's Bosotters, up on the garden route, heading out. And 63 nations represented at this year's Absa Cape Epic amongst the 750 teams. And all smiles they are too, which is what it's about here. Because it is something they've been preparing for all year. Nesta Brea, Afonso Rodrigues, and Samuel Gomez and Perez and Selmo. The many Spanish teams out here.
Yeah, you can see a lot of them also in the UCI category. Lots of Spanish teams, Italian team, German, really people from all over the world. More and more American, Canadian. You can see more and more of them on the start list as well. That's good to see. And yeah, another Spanish team just leaving the stage now. And I must say, they love this mode of riding and racing. And some of Spain may look similar to what we have here in the Cape as well, definitely. So it's almost like home terrain for them, just a little bit away from their usual place. But yeah, you see a lot of those teams doing quite well within this.
This team's name is No of Nooit, now or never, translated from the Afrikaans, and that's Sean Smee and Stephen Alberts taking the plunge and doing it now, that's for sure. Another nation that are always well represented here are Brazil, Adriano Cardoso de Paulo and Sandro D'Arrocho Fontes head out for the lap of Meerendal. On the other side, riders putting the finishing touches to their prologue. Start times on stage 1, which is a 92-kilometer marathon stage, will be determined by their finish time today, and they'll be batched accordingly. Let's go down to Max Kleur at the start.
Ladies, so good to be here. You ready to rumble?
We are so excited. It's been a long prep, and yeah, the day is here, so we can't wait.
How are you feeling? You got a strong partner, you know that, right?
Yeah, I think I've got the best partner ever. If it wasn't for her, I don't know if I'd be in for GIC, so thanks for that, yes.
Good luck.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Adrian Mollman and Leslie Bierkus of GIC Ladies, one of our wonderful sponsors. And they're sponsoring the Grand Masters local infrastructure company, and they'll be on that start very, very shortly. Just 20 seconds between these teams as they head off. The gap between the elite riders balloons out to 2 minutes for the top 10 and 1 minute for the top 50. A bit more time, and you'll be keen to chase down your team ahead of you. Now, conditions now warming up appreciably very, very quickly. And hydration, there's only one tech zone for the elite pro teams. But it's a course where getting down to drink from your bottle can be tricky. The use of, we've seen a couple with the use of hydration packs, important.
Super important. Today there's not one water table out there for the pros, so that means that they have to carry all their nutrition and water with them. Again, it's a very technical course. It's very fast. You don't want to lose time. You want to keep your hands on the handlebar. So every time you reach down for your bottle to get it out or in, it's a bit of a risk. You kind of like, just wipe away or lose control, and you go over the bar quicker than you want. So that's also a reason why some of the pro teams are riding with hydration pieces right next to your mouth. You can drink at any time, little sips. You don't have to gulp all of it at once, and it's just better for the body to absorb it as well. And then, of course, a little bit of cooling as well, as the backpack only comes out minutes before the start. It cools you down for at least half of the race because it's nice and cold. But it's also individual preference. Some of them don't like this kind of like extra weight on your upper body. They prefer to have it more central within the bike and don't mind grabbing the bottle. Others, they do like it, like here this team, you can see both of them, they have the newswear bag on there with everything in there that they need. Also the gels are right there in the front of it. You just have a short way to get them out, quick access, sometimes even little multi-tools or plugs that you need, quick access to everything right there. If you can't grab it, your partner can grab it out of the bag. But it adds, good benefit to it, but of course you need to get used to it. You need to know where your stuff is. But you see more and more teams actually riding with one.
Very, very useful tool to have. Tatiana Forlan and Kellen Kumin from Especialissima, the Brazilian team, as they head out on their 26K Prologue, resplendent in the Brazilian jerseys. And just behind them, there are TT Data Master Women's Team Supernova, Elena Fenikak and Stephanie Dominique. And we just heard from this pair as well, the GIC ladies, Leslie Bierkus, Adrian Mollman. Very strong team. They'll be looking for a good time today to put themselves in the frame for the overall in the NTT Data Women's Masters category.
Yeah, it's good to see that there's more and more women signing up for this event as well. Within the women's category, there's more and more. And they're not shy to conquer those tracks, the trails. The level of riding is going up every single year. And also the prize money.
Yep.
Prize money is also another one that we need to mention, I guess.
Massive increase this year, $50,000 added to the the prize pool here. So the winning teams will take away with them 350,000 rand, South African rands, and each stage will be a 10,000 rand stage win. And there's also a bonus there, 2 days in which stages 4 and 6, in which there's a king and queen of the mountain. So 15,000 rand bonus there as well, something to aim for during the stage. So again, additions and improvements all the way along, which is what makes this event so dynamic and cutting edge, because every year something is added, something new, something different. Look at this race village, extraordinary. It's the first time it's been this big, because we've never in the previous years of the Absa Cape Epic's visits to this venue at Meerendal had a full race village here, because it's always been a prologue or a finish and then away, whereas now the stage 1 will start and finish here tomorrow. So the row of tents on your left hand side, rider tents, and some luxury rider tents as well. So there's plenty of accommodation here, and others staying out. So the Absa Cape Epic, of course, part of the event is registration. The excitement builds as riders arrive from all over the world and pick up their race numbers. Then it gets quite real. You pushed into months and months, a year ago, whatever it might be, and suddenly you've got a race number in your hand and some really cool kit as well as part of the registration. Yes. The goodie bag is fantastic. This is what it looks like at race registration at the Absa Cape Epic.
We are all racers, and if you can race for a victory, the stages go much better. They are exciting than when you're off the back trying to survive, that's for sure.
So I'm proud to announce that we will be increasing the prize money this year by $50,000.
The news of the long time trial stage with a lot of flag sections, I think came already last year, and I'm sure that we were not the only team thinking about a solution to that.
Oh yeah, why am I back? I never thought honestly to see myself in this position ever again. The last couple of years I did enjoy gravel racing a lot, so this year I figured I want to give it a go. And then Sophia said she needed a partner for this race, and I was like, okay, I can do it. I can do it.
We have some big mountain bike races back home, you know, some big stage races, but nothing compares to this. I think this is like the marquee event. You know, it's a top one that everyone wants to go and accomplish and race.
The last time we did a time trial stage was 2023, and it was very different to this one.
Sunshine over Meerendal Wine Estate in the Durbanville Hills. We are just on the outskirts of the town of Durbanville, and just over that hillside is a wonderful view of Table Mountain. That's how close we are to the city centre and Table Mountain. The Western Cape putting on a show for the Absa Cape Epic as the 21st edition gets underway. It enters its third decade, believe it or not. And that race that started in 2004 as a point-to-point journey from Neisner to Stellenbosch has now become the biggest event on the mountain bike stage race calendar in most riders' books, and they have made the pilgrimage to come and take part. 63 nations across the 750 teams who will be taking on the 8-day journey from Meerendal through Paarl and Fairview and Spice route, and ending at Lawrenceford Wine Estate in Somerset West in exactly a week's time. So this time next week, these riders, majority of them, would be celebrating, getting towards celebrating their achievements at having completed the Absa Cape Epic. I say the majority because with any type of event, an endurance event, and one as rough and as rugged and as tough as this, there are going to be casualties along the way. For whatever reason it might be, teams and riders might and certainly won't finish. That's what happens in the sport. And they all just hope it won't be them, and that's what it is. They put in the time and the effort and the preparation, and in the hope that everything goes right on the day. Most things do go right, and they will, each of them, have a little bit of an issue at some stage, and it's how they overcome that issue as an individual, but more importantly as a team. It might just be that one is feeling stronger than the other on the day, and they've got to temper their efforts, the strong one, and say, right, I've got to ride at his pace or her pace, and pace themselves, and then they'll get through it. But that's the minor tests. The biggest tests are when you do have a big mechanical and you start leaking time, and then the hyenas are closing in on you from behind, and you realize that you might not make the time that the limit that you're allowed to finish the stage in, and the maximum stage time allowed. So that is those are the challenges that these riders will face over the next 8 days. Wow, it is so much to take in. There are so many moving parts in this Absa Cape Epic. We'll bring you most of them.
Hello Sam, hello Darcy, lovely to have you guys with us again. Debbie Talmage, hello Debs.
It's quite a sight. It's mountain bike central for the time being today. Anywhere in the world, I think all eyes are focused on Meerendal Wine Estate here in the Western Cape. A beautiful day it is. After a cool and cloudy start, it's warming up very, very rapidly, as that rider illustrates with his jersey unzipped as he climbs the Melandshoogte ascent, which is just on about halfway through the stage, just over halfway through the stage. It's a brutally steep climb, and it'll drop them into the Hoogekraal descent. So our elite race starts at 10:48:30 is our first of the women's UCI teams. The MAP team with Hayley Smith and Ella Bloor, they will head off first, and the last of those women's elite teams will be at 10:17, the Toyota Specialized pair of Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Villafan. Both former winners. Langveld back after an absence of 3 years. She's back to try and win a 6th Absa Cape Epic in her 6th attempt. That man's not riding, is he? But he is an absolute legend. Siya Kolisi, the Springbok rugby captain, double World Cup winner, is in the house and right here. What an opportunity. Just to his left was a familiar face. Benno Willett's wife, Cherise.
Cherise, she's there. I don't know if I need to get worried now that she's hanging out more with him than with me currently, but no, it's amazing to have him here. I actually met him like just a couple of days ago at an event in Stellenbosch, and I must say, having people like him being part of this event, sharing his time with so many others, and also being fascinated about this event, about what it has to bring, and what we can give back within that privileged position we currently are, you know. And having him here, it just shows that South Africa is a nation of rainbow colors. Everyone is here for each other, you know, like that is the beauty of this country as well. That is also the spirit of the Cape Epic. You're here for each other at good and bad, and then you make it through, you push it through.
Right, let's go to Max at the start.
Here we go. All right, with us we have an absolute legend, one of our most amazing women. You're such an icon to so many people. 20 for you and 1 for you. Are you ready?
I am ready, thank you, and what an honor and an absolute blessing to be able to be so healthy to be here. It's my coming of age race, 21. I'm going to get the key to many doors in my life now to open, so it's an absolute privilege, and this event is just so close to my heart. So, you know, the vibe, it's electrical and the routes are wonderful, so thank you and thanks for all the support. It's just amazing. That's so rewarding for me, to be able to inspire people. That's wonderful.
Tell us a bit about your partner, her first. What's happening?
No, she's done one, and she's going to go for a second one, and I couldn't have chosen a better partner. I choose them well, strong and young and stuff. No, I've got an amazing, kind, very strong partner. We just click so well on the bike, off the bike, and I think that's one of the most important things of this event is your team partner, because without the team having a heart, there's not much to say, hey?
Well, we're so proud to have you and really get out there and enjoy it. Have fun.
Thank you very much.
Turned 50 this year. His mate is about
Hanla Steyn and Lisa Tsepek. Hanla is one of only 2 riders who have ridden all previous 20 events and completed all previous 20 events officially. And she is riding with a wonderful, strong rider in Lisa Tsepek, and wishing them all the very best. The other rider who has ridden all 20 is John Gale, and he is looking to make it 21 here. Mike Nixon, the one man who he's riding his 20th this year. He missed out last year, Mike. Sadly, he took ill just before the event and couldn't carry on that unbelievable string of finishes at the Absa Cape Epic. But he's back this year, is Mike, to make it 20. The last lion and lioness, John Gale and Hanla Steyn. And Sia Kolisi, the Kolisi Foundation is part of the charity network here at the Absa Cape Epic, and Mrs. Willett is riding with Isla Stowe for Songa Kolisi Foundation.
Yes, very much. Yeah, they started this project at the Cape Epic launch. That's where the first conversations were happening, and I think it's the first year for the Kolisi Foundation to be associated with the Absa Cape Epic. So, beautiful example of where this relationship can take people as well when you work together, and then the partnership with Songa.info, also beautiful. This project they have in Stellenbosch, Kayamandi. We had the Champions Race just a couple of days ago there. Also a little bit of a test to your equipment for many of the pro athletes coming out there and share the passion about riding a bike with so many others. And yeah, here we are. Sia coming here to kick off the pro ladies, it's incredible as well for him from his side. And it apparently there was a challenge where they had to raise some money. If they raise over 500,000 rand, he will ride the Cape Epic, but he wasn't specific on the year.
Yeah, I can't blame him for that, but I mean, it's a short step for a lot of those supreme sportsmen and women from other sports, and we've seen it. I mean, there's a long line of ex-rugby players who've come in and taken on the challenger, and there's still a couple here. Mornay Steyn, the former Springbok fly half, and Joel Stransky, sort of half a generation or generation ahead of Mornay, the number 10 jersey for South Africa, both riding this year's event. But Marius hurt over the years. Tian Strauss has ridden it. Corne Krieger has ridden it. Many, many more. So, yeah, I would love to see Sia Kolisi on the bike here one year, and I'm sure we will.
And it's also a huge credit to all those amateurs, because now if you have a rugby player telling you that it's too dangerous for them, you know, I mean, great credit to the amateurs here that already signed up for this unbelievable race, untamed Absa Cape Epic. And yeah, hopefully we see more of other sport icons signing up and doing this event.
Unless you've ridden this, and we're neither of us in that position, the boldness, the bravery, the courage required to complete this journey is incredible. Never mind the technical side of it. Yes, you can get off your bike if you need to. You've got to ride. In this instance, 608 kilometers, 16,500 meters of climbing. It's the second toughest in terms of climbing in the history of the event. And that is last year was the toughest. This year, I think it's 27.13 meters of climbing per kilometer. I mean, it's unbelievable. And all these riders have taken that challenge. They've put themselves out there.
No, it's the mindset that you actually believe in yourself that you can do something like this. Like I believe, and I'm not there yet. I can do the Cape Epic, but not within a week. Yeah. I would probably take a year to get to this amount of riding. And again, like the sacrifice that you have to take, especially as an amateur rider, to get ready for this race that early in the year. You most likely have a job next to it. You have family. You need to spread your time, you know. And now here they are.
You have sort of close association with that. Admittedly, that the rider in your household did do this for a living for quite a long time. So she has a fairly good start. But still, there's family involved. There's life. There's work. There's all those sort of things. So
it's all of it.
Teresa's training, you know, in between all of that.
No, it's incredible. It's the time management, and we all just have the 24 hours available a day, and to find the right time, and then also find quality time. With your job, with the kids, like you have young kids, you can't sleep, or it gets busy at the job, right? Still finding the motivation to get on your bike and train hard, do the intervals, everything you need to do to be ready for this sort of climb.
That thing, yep.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And not being there pushing up the hill.
And to also, but then also to have the mindset to say, you know what, I've done the training, I've done the preparation, but this is 8 days of really hard riding. I'm actually going to get off my bike and not let that affect me or my partner in terms of I'm already walking in the Absa Cape Epic. I've got to do this in order to manage my week, and taking that decision to say, okay, this is where I'm going to do this so that I can get through the week and be happy with it and be comfortable with it. You might have planned it and said, actually, that time and that time, I'm actually just going to walk that, and then I'll be okay. I'll get through the day, and tomorrow I'll be fine. So, yeah, it's all that, and I mean, so much of it is the mental. They've all put in the kilometers. They've all put in that the commitment to the saddle. But it's the 6 inches between your ears that will get you through this event.
And if you have done your homework right, you did your preparation to the best possible, you don't have to be ashamed if you do need to push the bike at this stage of your race, because it's more than the result. It's more than just, it's so much that goes into it. And again, by the end, the main goal is to finish this race. The first win is already by signing up for it, for getting ready for it. And then from there onwards, every single day is a bonus on top of it.
Absolutely. Bending to the task, right over the handlebars, and just eking out pedal stroke for pedal stroke to get to the top of the untamed climb and this vineyard climb. Western Cape is famous for these, as Benno pointed out a long time ago. The best wines are grown on the slopes of these mountains, and you've got to get up there to harvest and to plant and to prune. So the bike ride, well, you know, it's just you've got 2 wheels to do it. Just pedal up there.
Yeah. No, it's you can see, and it's also the perfect terrain for those kind of trails. It's not too steep. It's not too rocky. Like, the amount of trails that you actually have in this region is endless. And also the slopes, they're not too steep, like I mentioned earlier, but to get up there, sometimes they don't use the trails itself. It's the fire roads, it's the farm roads, and those guys have 4x4s. Everyone here in South Africa has a bucket. They don't need switchbacks to get up there. They go straight up there.
Yeah. So this is the last kilometer of the Prologue route as they snake around, and they'll just crest over here, and that'll be the first sight of the race village, and they'll know they are just about done. As they head under a little bridge, they go through here. We might get to it, I'm not sure. They come out of that bridge, and there's a very sharp right-hander that they had to take. Legend in the start had Hannele Steyn, a former winner of the event, still going strong. Her partner for the first time, Lisa Tsepek, riding her second Absa Cape Epic, the first time as Hannele's partner. And Hannele riding her 21st Absa Cape Epic, and she will have a smile for 8 solid days. She is an incredible force of nature, this woman, and smiling already, and that smile will not leave her face. An amazing ambassador for the event and for the sport. Is a former South African champion and both ex-era and multi-sport athlete. So wonderful, wonderful to have her back and racing here at the Absa Cape Epic. And as I said, John Gale is the other rider who is an ever-present. The NTT Data Masters, Friedrich Rattenbach and Jacques Duplessis. Resplendent, great color coding there, really, really cool. They'll look good all the way around. We won't miss them. And next team are rolling off the start line. A mix of nations as they head off. That is Robin Lamas and Giancarlo Bescol. And then next up is Jaco Lombard and Philip Pick from African Electrical in the open men's category. That's from age 19 to 39. No age, no pro elite licenses there. Just young men doing what they do best, putting themselves out there and making a huge effort to get themselves ready for this wonderful journey. Carlos Matin and Guillermo Ferrer Pascual of Spain. I think Spain have more riders in this event than any other nation. And they are very welcome as they take on the challenge. Argentine and a Spaniard, Fabian Flores and Roger Palares Llorens. All Spaniards on the start hut. Benno, we're in the company of greatness.
Now we are.
We have been joined by a superstar, and it is just a rare privilege to be able to welcome Candice Lill to our commentary box. Hello, Candice. Lovely to have you with us.
It's really exciting to be here. It's definitely a first for me. I'm new racing race, so this is a really cool perspective to see everything from.
Yes, normally, let's get this all out the way now. And you did a lovely post just, I think, yesterday about why you're not there. Yeah. But just illustrate for us, for those of us who didn't see it, why you're not racing.
So after probably 7, I can't remember, I've probably done 7 epics now. I've always been trying to juggle the marathon racing with the cross-country racing and trying to blend it in terms of South African sponsors and how to go forward. And then last year I had quite a lovely breakthrough year in the cross-country, and I decided that 2025 should be a year to focus on that. So yeah, with the first World Cup in Brazil being so close after Cape Epic, I decided that it wasn't going to be in my best interest to do Cape Epic, sad as it is. But yes, going to focus all on the cross-country.
Had speculation but had it been a month before first round, might this have been on your schedule, or even then not?
Yeah, I haven't actually considered that. Perhaps. I mean, I did some other marathon racing a bit earlier in this year, so it does depend on how I can fit into a build-up. Whereas, normally in the beginning of the year, we'll do some longer stuff, longer rides, more threshold riding. So if it had fit into that time of year, then perhaps yes.
You've had a pretty decent start to the year, Candice. As I quietly look at your results, you've not lost a race. You've done 5 races and won 5.
Yes, I have.
That's fantastic.
It's a little bit of a high standard I'm setting for myself, to be honest. But wonderful. Yeah, I mean, long may it live.
Yeah, and you've just come back from Greece,
yes.
Where you won 4 of those. So
yes.
And you did that last year as well, and that sort of set the, in a way, set a good tone.
Yeah, it's a lovely block of racing in Greece. There's 4 races within 2 weeks, so it worked well also with my timing this year. Do it as a block of cross-country racing or training or whatever you want to call it. Good points, and I felt really strong. I could change my kind of tactics on the course every time and learn a bit, so it was cool.
We're talking to the number 2 ranked racer on the country World Cup, on the cross-country circuit.
Yeah, I don't even. Feel? Yeah, I mean, sometimes I must say it's been a bit of a change for me to approach a season being ranked number 2. I've never had this before, and it does add a certain pressure, to be honest. But I will say it's also added a lot of motivation and a lot of focus to the way that I've approached the season. So it's wonderful. It's very exciting.
It's fantastic to have a South African right up there. I mean, lest we forget that we also have the world men's champion in the cross country, so we did quite nicely.
Yeah, I don't think that a few years ago anybody could have predicted this, to be honest. Like, as South Africans, I think, just have a certain spirit and strength to us.
It's quite ironic in a way, because we have this marathon and distance and endurance events sort of psyche going on in South Africa there, and yet here we got, the rest of the world have had cross-country cyclists and racers for years and years and years. Bang, we've got you two at the top of the tree.
Yeah, it's really amazing, and I've said it before, races like Cape Epic have actually prepared me for this. As much as it's a different kind of race, obviously a different sport almost, but just what you learn during a Cape Epic, that grit and the tenacity and pushing through when things are tough, and I mean it's really been a good platform for me.
So you're saying that the 24 edition of the Cape Epic prepared you perfectly for that race season of last year?
Well, it must have been. I mean, it must have done something right. Yeah, you learn something from each Cape Epic, and last year was a really, really tough one racing against those factory racing, and I think possibly the hardest one I've ever done. And just the way that Mona and I finished super strong, I was happy.
The hardest one you've ever done. I mean, is that a reference to the racing element of it, or just to the actual the route in it, or was it all combination?
I think in terms of the racing, in 2024, because it was definitely the closest women's race ever, and just to be racing within a minute or a minute and a half until almost the last day was so crazy. And we just tried every single day, where to break them, how to use our strengths and tactics and everything, and it was just, I mean, they were doing the same, so it just shows the level and what the type of racing us women can produce.
It definitely seemed like, I think it was Christoph Sauser once also said, like, the Cape Epic brings the worst and the best out of you, right? Like, you have to dig the deepest you will ever go, because it's not just because of yourself, but it's the whole team that you race for. And I think as a pro athlete doing the Cape Epic, it really pushes you to those spaces where you really have to dig deep. And I think some of that you can also bring into the cross-country format of racing. Yes, it's much quicker and faster, but you do have to dig deep when the pain is very
high. Yeah, exactly. It does, and it teaches you. I mean, Cape Epic, you can suffer for like half the stage, or really long periods of time, and it just, for me, it just made me used to that sort of like what my body can actually do and how I can push, and what seems in your mind to be such a big thing to overcome, like you actually can do it. So it's grit training.
So we were watching a lot of the amateur riders coping and dealing with this Prologue at the moment. 26 Ks, about 720, 740 meters of climbing, and this is one of the tougher climbs, the Meerendal to climb up before Hoogekraal, about halfway through the stage. That's where we are now on the Prologue, but we, as I said, have been joined by Candice Lill. We've got Benno Willett here. There's the wealth of knowledge and experience here is just mind-blowing, but it's fantastic to have you both here. So just quickly, to sort of capping and finding out where Candice is now for 2025. your success last year, and the Epic, as you said, played a big role because it was so tough and so on. But once you got into the cross country scene, was there a race where the switch flicked and you were like, this is where I belong?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for me, that was basically what the whole year was about. It was, years and years of being like there and thereabouts and not quite breaking through. And then in Novo Mesto in May, that was the first time I realized, like, you know what, I can actually race at the front of a race. I came 6th. It was just off the 5-person podium it was then. It's changing to 3 now. But that gave me a lot of confidence, a lot. I came 7th in the short track as well. And I think just proving to myself after quite a few years of struggling and not quite knowing that I could be at the front made me believe and apply in training going forward as well, that belief. And then basically the year just went from strength to strength. After that, had a few hiccups along the way, but yeah, from the 6th place, then doing a few podiums after that it was all just that massive mental breakthrough.
As you said, you had a few hiccups, and coping with those. Did you feel because of that confidence that you were better equipped to deal with those hiccups? And when you hiccup, when you're at the sharp end, there's some serious ramifications for them.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, I've had a lot of time to think about that. Specifically, my biggest disappointment last year was actually my World Championships, when I was so close to the front. And I'd also had, like a mechanical and things at Olympics, and it was just a period of really, like, thinking, why is this happening to me? After I've done a few podiums, like, this is the way that things are going. And then it was really tough for me after Olympics to turn around and be, okay, I am going to go all in for the World Championships. And then obviously I had the silly crash, which was my fault. And I was just off the podium. I came 4th by like 4 seconds. But I was just really proud of the way that I was able to stay so motivated after Olympics and to pitch up at World Champs, like, you know what, I'm here to win. And I can also take, definitely a lot of confidence from that going forward.
We're deeply proud of your achievements there, and the way you cope with those, as you're proud of yourself and the way you dealt with it, and watching you cope with it and the way you fronted up.
Thank you.
Is amazing. So taking ownership of those and then obviously being able to put them aside and move forward. Fantastic.
No, it was beautiful to see you. Season from last year, how you managed it from one race to the other, and also the environment around you. You and your husband doing it pretty much all on yourself, right?
Yeah.
That includes a lot of like management along the side as well. You didn't have like a huge team that does it all for you, and seeing the way you approached every single race and always a smile on your face as well. That's always nice when you see Candice out there. She always will have the time to speak to you or give you a smile back, at least even when she's digging deep. But it was beautiful to see, and you deserve all of it. And I also have a good feeling about this year coming. I think there's a big season ahead of it, and you have what it takes, and you prove everyone out there as well, and especially yourself.
Thanks. Yeah, I think one thing about me is I've always just loved riding my bike, and that is something that shines through, I think, no matter if it's going badly or going well. Like, I'm really grateful to have that love for what I do. I wouldn't still be doing it if I didn't have that.
That's a beautiful thing, yeah. There's no such thing as a bad bike ride. Now, we just caught a glimpse of the only tandem in this year's Absa Cape Epic heading out on the Prologue. You've just, I mean, wow, isn't it? Because Marek Peterka and Andres Zemskal riding as blind man.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That is...
Andres Zemskal is the blind man on that bike.
Wow.
Extraordinary story. And we can find out a little bit more about blind man, Andres Zemskal and Marek Peterka, from Czechia.
Morning, so good to have you here. Behind you, Andre, totally blind. You've done 4 islands epic together, your first time at the Absa Cape Epic?
Yes, we are first time. We have been invited after the 4 islands.
Tell me a bit about the partnership. How's it working? How are you guys communicating out there?
You know, we know with Andre over 10 years and we are triathlonists and we race several times. Andre, he is several times world champion in the triathlon. Then communication, we don't need it, you know. It's like marriage, you know, after 10 years, you know. We don't need to communicate.
All right, let's get across to Andre quickly. Andre, we're coming towards you.
He doesn't speak English.
Good luck today. Vamos. Good luck, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Extraordinary, extraordinary. He is a triathlete as well, Andre Hoogekraal. So I think physically he's going to be in no problem. But you know, going back to where you were talking about that passion and riding a bike, see that inspiration.
I mean, that pretty much takes all the words out my mouth. I mean, that speaks for itself. And yeah, I think also a few teams out here could ask those two about teamwork and communication. And I mean, I'm sure they know it on another level.
Yeah.
So that's super cool to see.
Well, yeah, one of many, many stories that'll do the rounds here. Those stories coming into the event, and of course the legacy and legion of stories that are built over the next 8 days of this wonderful, wonderful event. The NTT Data Masters category packed with riders from all over the world who have their own stories to tell. Another Norwegian team heading out to do their thing here at the Absa Cape Epic. The fist bump and the thrill and the excitement of heading off that start ramp for these amateurs is extraordinary. This is as Benno's been pointing out. These are the shots you want, that you'll have on your profile, because from tomorrow you're one of 1,000 not on the start line. Jager, Robert Barnard doing their thing. Yeah, riders flowing in down the left-hand side here. Exciting times. Can you go back to your first Absa Cape Epic?
Yes.
Who did you ride it with?
2017. I rode with Vera.
Vera, that's it.
Vera Loster. She's racing today. Yeah, I'd wanted to do it for a long time, and Darren said, no, you can't do Cape Epic till you're 25. so I was super excited standing on the start line, very nervous as well. We had been told, don't overdo it on the first straight because it's very grassy and you can just put like a lot of watts and your legs are dead straight away. So yeah, we had our first lesson in pacing, how to pace a prologue.
Fantastic memories from your first time, and numerous runners-up places as well. This is the Absa Cape Epic, and it's the prologue today. We've got plenty more drama to come from Meerendal. So this year's prologue is not dissimilar to previous years in terms of its route and its makeup, but the rest of the week, a full lap around the Tigerwood mountain bike trails on day 1, and then the time trial on stage 2. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I found the time trial quite interesting, especially so early in a race. I mean, normally we've had time trials probably midweek, and I think from what I saw, there's a big, long open section in that time trial where riders that have more like flat power or just raw power can really make time. So historically, I think the time trials have been more single track orientated, maybe on-off climbing. So it'll be it'll bring a different element.
Yeah, we've seen them in Tilbach and Wellington over the years. Not Tilbach, these Wellington and Worcester over the years. We had a bow as well, lots of single track. But this is a very different thing. Could it influence the have big influence on the GC?
Yeah. I think today definitely for country riders, Prologue 26K, super fast from the get-go. The time trial, also the weather condition. Who knows if it's blowing a lot, the sections can be quite long, snow, the wind blows the wrong direction. But again, like there's so much climbing. Well, climbers are benefiting throughout this Cape Epic, but then on the flat section you can easily ride a minute or two into some of those climbers' team if you have the engine in front, if you have the whip out there, and also the bike is set up the right way. So it throws a complete new dynamic into it, into the race, and there's also on the stage, King of the Mountain, Queen of the Mountain, there's different prize money, so there's all those different spikes throughout the week that motivate the riders in different ways, and it's going to be a very interesting dynamic, I would say, this year.
David Cambrai and Jeffrey Grimelpont from France and Belgium respectively heading out for their journey. Kufa Gilles and Nicolas Abizar. Wow, they're off to a brisk start, or one of them anyway. I think Candace say that's what we were told not to do.
I see them sprinting on the grass, 1,000 watts.
Yeah. Manuel Ballesteros and Jose Riba from Mexico. Wonderful. Welcome to the Absa Cape Epic. Glorious day here in the Western Cape as Meerendal welcomes the Absa Cape Epic once again for the 9th time. This wonderful estate is hosting a stage, and particularly today, the prologue of the Absa Cape Epic. It will host stage 1 as well tomorrow, a full marathon stage. But focus today is all about the 26-kilometer time trial, prologue time trial, which is about 750 meters of climbing along the way, and it's a great way for the amateurs just to bleed themselves into the week, get settled, and Hein Toy and Julian van der Pluim ahead of for Demicon mountain biking, and they are going to be giving their all, as all these riders will in the Grandmasters, great Grandmasters, beg your pardon. These are the great Grandmasters who are heading up there, the 60 plus. Great Grandmasters, a new category, because the riders who started out as 20 years ago, maybe still the amateurs, then the masters, and now they're saying we still want to ride, we want to race as well, and the 60 pluses are out there, and there are plenty of them. It's wonderful.
Plenty of them. Oh,
Here's a young man, Jeff Lee and Joel Stransky. They'll be next. In fact, they're not there, they're in the next in the start up there. So that's Springbok legend Joel Stransky heading out again. Did this hook get stuck in him because he's after his first, he said I won't do it again, and here he is back again. Amazing.
I sometimes wonder if it's easier to sign up your second time once nobody gets into it or not. Like it's yeah, I think the excitement signing up for the first time, and then sometimes it takes a year in between before you do it again, but you can see so many are coming back over and over because it is such an iconic event, and there's none like this one either. And yeah, I mean, if someone does it for 21 times every single year, it must be something special.
I do have an acquaintance who is doing his second Absa Cape Epic today, starting his second today with his son. His first one was in 2004.
Oh wow! Yeah. And that's now his second one.
This is his second.
Oh wow!
That's crazy.
With his son.
It's crazy.
I think he's going to experience a really different race.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they really looking forward to the experience. But yeah, there's an interesting story behind it. But it's lovely to have people come back. Yeah, the memories. Yeah, for some, the memories. you know, they don't fade quite as quickly. So he's like, well, I'll give it a year or two. That hurt. And then, and I think often what it is you see it, and you if you're still riding, you're mixing with people who are riding, and you get that infection comes back again. And you say, well, actually, infection and affection. So 1048 are elite women, 18 teams. Have you had a look at the start list closely?
Yeah, I haven't.
What do you reckon?
Specific order, but
where the chips fall? I mean, we know Annika is back as a legend.
Yeah, it's really difficult not to put your money on her, isn't it?
It's very intriguing to see the Buff Megamo team, Rosa van Doorn and Janine Vost, who've done well in the Epic Series events overseas. But Rosa was talking about her first year as a marathon racer last year, and she won the European Championships.
Yeah.
So
she's a super strong rider.
Yeah.
Great start into the season as well.
Yeah.
Already had some good wins this year, and they newbies, fully motivated, great team behind with a lot of experience.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really nice to see the Buff Megamo team also having a women's team this year. And also that quite a few of the marathon riders have been able to make it. I know historically, you know, the women's field has been quite a few cross-country riders and maybe more South African marathon riders. Now we see a very international marathon rider field.
Vera Lawson, Alexis Skada, Irina Lutzel-Schwab and Alicia Ney riding for Bulls Swiss. Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortkas. Kortkas spent some time here earlier in the year. Samara Shepherd and Marga Moschetti. Interesting combination from E-Ford. And a South African combination that's drawn a bit of attention. Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen riding with Titan Racing SC Honeycomb.
Yeah, I think we haven't fully been able to see Bianca's form or anything yet going into this year because she had a teammate, Danielle Stradom, or Danielle Dutoy now, who's been ill. So I think it can be quite exciting, that pairing of Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen.
Yeah, Hayley's done a few, but Bianca on her first Absa Cape Epic, so that'll be a combination we'll be keeping an eye on, and they will have hopes of a potential podium in this Absa Cape Epic. A glance down at this brutal climb. Oof.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah, that one, if I recall correctly, comes quite late in the prologue.
Yeah.
And it's just steep and the sun is baking down on them there. I can see. You really have to save something in the tank for that one.
And then down through Hoogekraal. The reward after that climb up the Malanshoogte climb is this Toyota Tough section. And lovely flowing trails in Hoogekraal. Yeah,
this section actually has quite a few jumps on it. You can really send it if you want to.
That's a good one. There's no wind today, so you can see the flags are nice and firm. Not like it was 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah. Oof.
So this is a beautiful section to ride, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's part of what makes this event so enticing and enthralling is that every day you're getting a bit of everything. You made reference to the flat open roads that'll challenge the riders, perhaps some wind as well on the prologue day. But then those days around Paarl, plenty of trails. Reebok's Cliff is just trail central there. And Spice Route as well. They've done incredible work there. And then up over the mountains into Lawrence through Stellenbosch. There's something for everyone here. Yeah. And it shows it in the field. But you made mention of the marathoners who've come here, but you know there's plenty of the cross-country races. There's gravel special, if there is such a thing, but it's becoming a thing. Yeah. Keegan, Svensson and Sophia have made to the Lifetime Grand Prix Series their own virtually. So there's plenty of options for everyone. So this is Danielle Tenner, and just behind Bianca Becker of the KenChamp team, and they're the ones who've ridden every single Epic Series event since last year's Absa Cape Epic. Oh wow! They've ridden every single one, including all 3 of the F&B West Wales events.
Oh my!
So yeah, they've done. As did Bart Alleman and Hans Becking, but then again, quite a different level. And Bianca and Daniel have other lives to live. This is that descent off the backside of Dorsberg. Loose, rough and technical.
Yeah. Yeah, and quite steep as
Yes.
well. I think you have to really have control of your brakes because you gain speed super fast.
It's all well and good for the amateurs, and they're doing really well here to control that and make sure that they don't get into too much trouble. But you elite riders who come down here do so at appreciably faster speed, and the dust.
Yeah.
I mean,
the dust is always an element of the Cape Epic. It's really something that you have to get used to. And I know people that have like respiratory problems, it really becomes an issue later in the week. So yeah, it's just one of those things. We always come to the finish line just coated in dust. If you don't have dust on your face, then you know you've been on the front the whole time.
That's true. Beautiful view of the trail down below at the Hoogekraal, as you can get an idea now of the different trails either side of that ravine. Today on the left-hand side, the ride is getting to flow down there. Two more jumps and berms on the other, and that'll take you onto a much bigger trail network, a little run with some serious jumps and drop-offs. They'll avoid that today just as well. So 10:48, we've got 10:48, 8 minutes to our first women's team. Hayley Smith and Ella Bloor, Canadian-Australian combination. Ella rode the Songo Champions race a couple of days ago. Got a dipped her feet in the racing scene there.
Yeah, and also Hayley Smith is also another rider from the gravel.
Yes.
She has done cross-country in the past, and now she's doing the Lifetime Grand Prix. So that'll be an interesting pairing.
And Juanita McKenzie, Michelle Reed from Eastern Cape, Kylie Hanekom, Rebecca van Hastings, Hayley Smith and Eunice Venter, the South African Hayley Smith from Bell EPT, Sarah Hill and Orly Holbachs, who's back again, the Mauritian. Wonderful to have her back racing. And then a combination under the Songo Kolisi Foundation, Isla Stowe and Cherise Willett.
Yeah, there she is.
Do you know her, Benno?
I do know her quite well.
How's the training gone?
Training is going, I can't say very well because she's a very busy woman. She has a lot of things on her plate, but she's ready for it. Again, with Ida, she has a very great partner. She's a little bit afraid and anxious about the downhills more than the uphills, as it is a bit intimidating when your background is more coming from the road than maybe mountain biking. But she is a fearless woman, and she will give her very best out there. Riding for the two foundations, it's another great thing that the two ladies will do out there, trying to raise money for the foundations, for the kids, for the better of the kids, getting more kids on bikes and education as well. So yeah, I'm sure she's gonna not leave it all out there today, but the goal is to make it through the week and step by step. And who knows, African jersey, the two of them, if they keep it together, it is the Absa Cape Epic. Anything can happen. So we'll see how it goes.
So that time is approaching, that elite women's field at 10:48, 18 teams, and we'll be keeping a very close eye. Our e-bike media bikes will be out there. Jesse Nixon will be following them, as will be Stefan Sam, and then at 12:20 the elite men's racing begins. The first of 50 elite men's teams out there. Project Green, Jordan Boshoff, Travis Radovan Ludica will lead them away, and the last of them to head out. In fact, there are 49 teams. We did lose a team overnight. We actually lost sort of two teams. But
well, we
two
got
riders combined.
Yeah.
So Stefan Stibjan and Fabian Ravenstein will be riding together now. Martin Brian Casey South will not be riding. They were riding respectively. Simon was riding with Martin and Fabian with Casey, and they've combined now to form one team, so 49 teams. And that's a formidable lineup, a formidable team. They've got so much experience there. Well, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sia Kolisi said he would ride the Absa Cape Epic, and here he goes. Oh, wonderful.
Maybe the bug will bite him as well someday.
Oh, I think it will. Oh, don't pin it here, please, Sia. Oh, no.
Oh, he's on an e-bike. Looks like an e-bike.
Those legs don't need an e-bike.
Should be able to push those 1,000 watts on the grass, right?
No problem.
Or even give a high five, he can do it. Well done, Sia. Fantastic, legendary Springbok rugby captain, and led South Africa to back-to-back Rugby World Cup victories. And his Kolisi Foundation is one of the charities supported by the Absa Cape Epic, and for whom stop right there, see it? That's fine. Don't go any further. It's up Dorsberg, but wonderful. The Kolisi Foundation, Charisse and Isla riding for the Kolisi Foundation and Songo. So I think we'll see him at the start line again fairly shortly, because he's going to set them on their way.
If he makes it back.
Yeah.
Yes, he might just carry on riding, and then we'll
out the gate.
Yeah.
Please not.
Absolute superstar. Wonderful, wonderful ambassador for the country, for the sport, for humanity. Sia Kolisi. Trying to lure him back to the Western Cape to play his rugby down here. He's currently playing in Durban for the Sharks. But love to have him back here, I'm sure, in the Western Cape. Of course, a man from the rural Eastern Cape, and schooled in Koberge, Eastern Cape, and then made his way down to the Western Cape and now to KwaZulu-Natal. The race village buzzing. It's a hive of activity. Some of those tents are open now as riders are back and can settle in. It might be just a touch toasty in those tents right now because it's getting warm out there. And you don't lie in your tent at your peril. It becomes a bit sauna-like. To find some shade, and there's plenty of it under the Bedouin tents and the hospitality areas. Relax. If you've just finished your ride, and then enjoy the incredible sight of the elites and the sharp end of the race. The professionals go out and do their thing at amazing speeds. All these athletes are amazing as they make their way up this ongegund climb. Yes, if you choose to, walk it up now. If that's your plan and you get you through the day, you've got bigger fish to fry later in the week.
Yeah, I definitely think Prologue is not the place to overdo it. For anyone, for the amateurs or the professionals. It's a long week ahead.
How do you do that? This is a race.
It is.
And so, are you conscious of that, or just in your particular case, when you go out there and you race, put it all out there, or do you?
I think, I mean, for me personally, I feel the best way to race the Prologue is really to, like, according to pretty much watts. Like, you can pace it to what you know you can do over an hour. And if you're going above that at any point, it probably means you won't maintain it. So I think it's just an art of pacing it so that when you get to the finish, you're tired, but not tired like on the first climb or halfway through.
Pacing yourself. And I mean, again, when Benno first came to the event, there was no such thing as a power meter and monitoring your
26
power.
inch.
Yeah, 26
It was
is
still 26 inch at the time. And,
no disc brakes.
rough. Some of them may, but not all of them for sure. And
right, let's just pause because here it started. Haley Smith and Ella Bloor nearly got a false start.
Put your hands together for Haley Smith and Ella Bloor.
And Sia Kolisi is going to fire the gun, the Springbok rugby captain.
Haley Smith, one of our best known names in South African mountain biking. He's racing here. She'll be chasing for those.
And we're underway. And racing as Haley Smith and Ella Bloor lead the way off the first of 18 elite women's teams in the Absa Cape Epic for 2025. And in 90 seconds, the second team will follow them out. But the RMX women's race is underway. Canadian-Australian combination of Ella Bloor and Hayley Smith.
Lots of competition amongst those top competitors. Let's see how they do. Lots of experience.
Let's go to Max on the start line. Max clear.
Sir Kolisi, how was your first experience on a mountain bike? I know it was an e-bike, just saying.
Yeah, no, that helped a lot. But I didn't have to do all the pushing myself. No, but it's quite cool. It's exciting. I saw Joel Stransky before, and he says he can't wait to actually see me after. He's so excited that I'm here. I think the vibe itself, like the people, how excited they are, I think that might sway me a little bit. But the thing is, I only started learning how to ride a bike when I was 19, so I'm not comfortable. Even the people are putting their hands out for me to shake. I'm not comfortable yet, so hopefully one day I'll get there.
So let's talk quickly about the Kolisi Foundation, a new partner here to the Absa Cape Epic, and so good to see what's been going on in the lead up to the event. You've got some incredible people representing you, and we see that there's just so much good going on with this foundation.
No, it's growing, and I was just going to say thank you to the Cape Epic for allowing us to be part of this. I think, you know, I always talk to the fact that we all have certain talents and gifts that we have, you know, and what good, like it's so good if you can take that and use that to help you and your family, but also help other people as well. And I think we all got a part to play, especially in South Africa, with everything that we're going through. It will be selfish to only think about yourself. It will be selfish to only think about your family, you know. Those who can, it's not always about finances, it's not always about money. Sometimes it's just time. Sometimes it's support. We all got to do our bit, to be honest, to be honest, because I think we all owe it to each other to make sure that the next person is in a better place. Because when I grew up in my community, you know, if you're doing well and your neighbor is not doing well, that means you're not doing well. You know, you gotta feel until your neighbor does well, you stick your hand out to help them. And for me, if I wasn't for my neighbors, I wouldn't be where I am today. So I'm so grateful for what people do for me. And yeah, people that haven't even grown up in the township, people from Switzerland are coming. You know, we connect with the Somo.info Foundation, and they do work. You know, they never grew up here, and seeing guys like Roger Federer who come to South Africa, and then us as South Africans, we should be taking charge and leading that, not letting people. And it's not always about finances. Sometimes it's about being a good role model in a community. Sometimes that's all we need.
So good to have you. So good to see you on a bike. We cannot wait to see how the teams do, and as we welcome them to Lawrenceford in 8 days' time. But enjoy the rest of the day with us. It's great to have you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All the best to all the riders, especially our riders. But everyone, good luck. Cheers. Thank you.
Wonderful man, isn't he? Sir Kolisi at the start, setting the RMX women's race on its way by firing the gun, and the enthusiasm, the energy that he has for this country and for his people is just amazing. And yeah, let's hope we do see him here one day. He's got plenty of time to get accustomed to riding a mountain bike, and there's lots of time, as we've seen. The oldest rider in this field is 73. And there's a 72-year-old making his debut in the race. So I'm not saying that you have to ride it then, Sia, but there's time. There's plenty of time. So we'll have you back here for sure. So we've just seen our third women's team heading out there, Rebecca Van Haastien and Kylie Hannakom. And now the Bell EPT pair, Hayley Smith and Yanis Venter. Hayley Smith and Yanis doing her third Absa Cape Epic on the right-hand side. Hayley Smith her second. And they'll be after that African Leaders jersey, riding in the RMX women's competition.
Yeah. Quite a few women competing for that category this year.
Yeah,
I think it could be quite close.
And Hayley won it last year, right?
Yes, she did indeed.
She did actually won it last year, so she knows what she's in for. So new partner, but still, same goal.
And yeah, there's a bit more time between these teams now. And will be the untamed pair of Sarah Hill and Orly Holba. Sarah doing her fifth, and Already doing her third. And former winner of the mixed category early, but she's riding with Sarah in the hashtag She Untamed team. But there are 12 She Untamed teams in the race in its entirety this year, and there's no question that progression made a number of women taking part in the Absa Cape Epic has been influenced by the She Untamed program.
Absolutely. I attended the Absa training camp earlier January. I'm in Carcliff, and yeah, all the She Untamed women were there, and also those that aren't racing the Cape Epic that have the goal one day to race the Cape Epic, and to just see the whole program also coming from that level where people, they're not racing it yet, but they're aspiring to really just speak volume. So one day they might have the opportunity to do that.
The Mauritian champions colours, Aurélie Holbach and Sarah Hill, who is vast experience at this race as well. And they'll also be racing in the African jersey, for the African jersey. And obviously for high aspirations on the Aramex women's GP as well.
Yeah, the thing about these two, they both have, the experiences really big between the two of them. Also Aurélie, she's raced a lot of road, done a lot of road stage races and then the mountain biking, so she's got a lot of miles and experience, and Sarah the same.
Yes. Here they are, big smiles on their faces. Looks like they're enjoying themselves before it starts, and I really hope they're gonna last. I really gonna hope that they come back with the same smiles that they now have on their faces. You can see Cherise, she got the nutrition back on, pure safety, not grabbing down to get bottles, stuff like that. Just again, like everything counts. The more prepared you are, the easier you can make it for yourself, and that's one example. But look at them, having a joy out there. Don't miss your start time now. Please stay focused. Yeah, and off they are.
There we go, Cherise Roulette on the right and Isla Stowe on the left. And Benno, what a moment.
Yes, no, this is, I would never have thought that I sit here watching my wife that closely race out there. I'm nervous, I'm very nervous. Luckily we got, Cherise, her dad flew in yesterday to look after the boys. And yeah, it's incredible seeing those two now taking off, starting the Cape Epic. Beautiful.
Exciting times. Let's go to the start. And Max.
So the big day's here. You're on the line. The bikes are looking incredible. You're looking amazing. Bodies are ready. Let's get it.
Yeah, I hope the bodies are ready. We have about 5 minutes until we roll and then the fun begins. So we're hoping to stay safe, stay friendly, and then hopefully get to the finish in one piece.
Lots can go wrong today, but you've got to get the little things right. Am I right?
That's 100%. Luckily, I have a partner that has ridden 2 epics before. She has a lot of experience on the trails and technically, so I'm super stoked for that. So yeah, I think it's going to go smoothly, especially with our brand new bikes. Yeah.
Big shout out to all the women racing. Such an incredible field. So good to see so many smiles here on the start line.
Yeah, every year the women's field grows, and I think what Candice and Epic is doing to help women race in the elite field is amazing. So thank you to Epic and the Ironman group for that. But then also the amateur women field is also growing. So it's amazing to see, and it's a really special community. The women, like everyone, has been supporting us, has been messaging us and each other to give support and to help each other prepare. And that's really special.
Let's get it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Megan Scribanti and Nicola Freitas, a pair of medical professionals, both doctors, heading out on the Absa Cape Epic. Talk about time management and getting your life in order to prepare for an event like this. That takes it to another level. And then we just caught a glimpse at the start there of Bianca Hoare and her partner Hayley Preen heading out on the race, and they are a team that to be reckoned with, no question about it, the Titan Racing SE Honeycomb pair. Now we're on board and sitting behind Cherise Willett and Isla Stowe with Jessie Nixon, who is on the Bulls Media e-bike. Isla on the front. What's the plan here? Have they discussed the tactics, how they're going to go about who goes to the front, when and where?
Depending on the moment. I guess Isla is definitely going to be the one going into the single tracks first. She's very comfortable with that. And then on the climbs, I guess they will rotate as it comes. At the moment, Isla is at the front. And the one on the e-bike, I think that's her sister actually riding it, right?
Yes,
so that's pretty cool as well. The whole family gets involved, and here we are.
Let's go back to the start and Max.
Samara Shepherd, Morgan Machete, you guys ready to go? The day has come, the sun is up, there's no stopping this train.
Yeah, we're super excited to be here. It's an incredible race. I'm so glad to be here for my second time and to pair up with Margot. It's going to be a fun and very tough 8 days.
Margot, you love it here in South Africa, and these conditions suit you. I can see the smile on your face. You're almost salivating. You're so excited.
Yes, I am very excited, and I love South Africa for MTB, and I'm very happy to come back with Samara for this Cape Epic.
Good luck.
Thank you.
They'll be heading out Margot Moschetti from France and Samara Shepherd of New Zealand very, very shortly. They're in that shade of the start hut. And here, Megan Scribante and Nicola Freitas. The excitement.
Yeah.
Megan's in her first ride, actually. So, yeah, extra level of excitement. I mean, there's nothing like that doing it for the first time.
Yeah. And nothing like standing in that, on that start chute, and you can just feel the excitement, feel everyone's nerves. You know, you're rushing around, making sure you have everything sorted last minute. And then all of a sudden you're going.
Which is what they're doing now. On their way, Megan Scribante and Nicola Freitas of Titan Racing. As I said, Nicola in her third and Megan making her debut. Always useful to have a partner who's ridden before. To take you around totally capable of doing it, but it just helps to have that experience to lean on.
Yeah, there's so many things that you need to think of, and if you have done it before, it definitely helps.
Let's go back to Max.
So back here in the start chute, and we've got a lot of anxious ladies getting ready to get onto that start. How are you guys feeling? You ready for this?
We've got to be ready. No, we're really excited. First time for me, third time for Monica. Yeah, just enjoy. We just want to get the first day started to get rid of the nerves.
Good luck out there this morning.
Thank you very much.
Get rid of the nerves.
Yeah, it
All right, good morning. How are you? You ready to rumble?
Always, yeah. I'm really, really happy to be here. It's a dream, so let's see what the race brings.
Things heating up just a little bit. You can see the sun is out. Very little wind as well, so you're going to be bleeding out there as you make your way up the hill.
Yes, it's good to have some wind, and I hope not so much wind in the flat, but it's nice to be here, and yeah, we are happy to be here also with some wind.
Good luck out there today. Have some fun.
Thank you.
Good morning, good morning. Here we go. You T-minus a couple of minutes to go. What's going through your head right now?
I'm really excited to finally start the Cape Epic, and yeah, we're looking forward. It's a nice track, and yeah.
What do you think of this weather conditions? Do they suit your riding style? They suit you? You happy in the heat? I know you must have just come from overseas.
No, right now it's still perfect. If it's getting more hot, then it's getting harder and harder. But right now it's fine. Yeah.
How's the team dynamic? How are you guys working together? The team dynamic. You guys are working well together.
So for us, it's the first time riding together. So we try our best and yeah, try to look about each other.
Full gas. Good luck. Good morning, good morning. How are you feeling?
Normal.
The calm before the storm. A little bit nervous, butterflies are good.
Yes, a little bit nervous, but we try to stay as calm as possible.
Got a couple of big days coming your way. Which stage do you think is going to suit you as a team the best?
I think the climbs suits very well to us, and we don't have really a favorite one. We try to do our best and to have a fun.
Today's all about being consistent, making no mistakes. Have you guys got a good game plan going into this prologue today?
You know, we take it easy. We have to get into the rhythm to know how it is with the weather and with the condition here in Africa, and we try to show our best also today. But it's just a prologue, and nobody wins Cape Epic in the prologue.
Well, welcome. It's good to have you. Enjoy your day with us.
Thank you.
Well, just the thoughts just before they head out there of the Bull Swiss team, Luchel Schwab and May, and then Skefkova and Kahulkova, the Slovakian pair, and then the last three teams to leave: Losser and Skada, Van Doorn and Worcester, and Langwell and Viafan. Let's go back and hear from Vera Losser and Alexis Skada.
Learning when she was 6. She plays the drums. She's a machine. Yeah, I showed her your video. She's like, all right, Vera, last sip before you get on the dance floor. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, and I'm super excited to get this ball rolling.
It's been a journey, hasn't it? It feels like it's taken so long to get here, and it's then immediately here. What is the plan today? We know that you guys are going to be focused. We know you've got the skill set here. The climbing is definitely going to suit you.
Yeah, we're excited for this prologue. It's always a tough one because you're feeling so good and you're so excited, and then you just want to go out hard. But it does get long at the end if it goes over an hour, so we're just trying to pace it well and then hopefully finish strong.
All right, who's the hammer? Who's the nail today?
We'll find out.
Are you ready? Are you feeling good?
I am feeling good. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm just happy to be here and feeling good.
Let's go get it. Good luck, you too.
Vera Losser, former winner here, Alexis Skada, a very, very competitive team they will be.
Definitely, and they raced last year together as well. And they've done a few other races where they've seen each other's strengths and weaknesses. So I think as a team, they can definitely look to be very competitive.
Reference, and we heard from, who were we talking to there? I think Luchel Schwab and Nay, who might not have ridden together before. That's dynamic. How long does it take for them to sort of settle into that and understand, or does it take time?
Yeah, I think it just depends on the people, on the different personalities. I mean, we've seen people as a first-time pairing, first-time racing together win the race. So it really just depends on how well they can communicate and their strengths as a rider.
Got 8 days.
Yeah, exactly. So we can use the prologue to sort of get an idea.
Yeah. Away go Pasilis and Volta, Italian-German combination in the Canadale SB Sport 2 team. And they are going to be just ahead of Monica Calderon, and at least behind Monica Calderon and Tessa Kotkas as they head out. Building up to our last 5 teams, yeah. Bull Swiss, Outsiders, Bitumon Merida, Efficient Infinity, Essex Tram, Buff Megamo, and Toyota Specialized. Our last 5 with Elite's team. Between the vineyards here, long straight drag up towards Dorsberg, which looms in the distance. Let's go back to Max Kleur at the start.
All right, here we go. Team Buff Megamo, Rosa and Janina. Rosa, first time at the Absa Cape Epic, and you have taken part and both won together the 4 islands in Croatia. How excited are you to be here at this stage right now? What's going through your head?
Yeah, I'm really excited. It was a big dream for us to start here, and now finally the day is here. So yeah, we go all in and let's see it. We will enjoy.
Janina, behind you, you've got Annika Langval and Sophia, and we know how good they are. Are you feeling any pressure, or are you just going to go and ride your race?
No, we just concentrate on our own race, and it's super nice to be with them in the same file. So we enjoy and we just do our race.
Rosa, you know it's got really hot. We were hoping that the weather would stay a bit cooler for you. These conditions, that first climb is going to be brutal.
Yeah, for sure, but all the conditions are the same for all the riders. So yeah, you need to deal with it and take the best of it.
winning time today for the UCI women. Expected around 1 hour 12, 1 hour 14. Then quick recovery and get ready for stage 1.
Yeah, everybody says like today is a good warm-up and the real race. Then you can lose a lot of time here if you have bad luck, but the real stages start tomorrow.
We're really excited to watch you two over the next 8 days. Good luck and have fun.
And it's almost time for the connoisseur's fingers.
Iconic jersey it is, the Swiss champions jersey. Irene Lichtenschwab and Alicia Ney head out for the Bull Swiss team on the Arabic women's category. Yeah, it does stand out, that jersey. I suppose it's iconic in as much as we've seen it so often on the backs of a certain male champion over the years. And then he swapped it out for a white one with rainbow stripes for most of the time.
For many years.
Yes, but it does stand out, the Swiss champion. And if you're the champion of Switzerland, you can ride.
For sure. They have an insane mountain biking scene there. It's almost like our rugby in South Africa.
Yeah. Max, it's all yours. Take it away.
Thanks, Gerald. Such an honor to have these two incredible women here with us on the start line in the start chute. Welcome back, Anneke Langveld. You must be excited.
I'm very excited to get this going. I never thought I would actually ever be here again. It feels good to be here, and I'm very excited to get going.
Sophia, this is a place that you're very familiar with. It's a race that you've become a big part of and a race you love a lot. Are you excited to really get in there and ride with someone like Anneke over the next couple of days? Where are you at right now? Where's your headspace?
Yeah, we're super excited. I think we're really curious to see how our teamwork goes, our communication, because that's still always an unknown until you're in a race scenario. But yeah, like I said earlier, I get to learn from one of the best racers in the world over the next 8 days, so no matter what, I'm still winning.
Anneke, you're looking at around an hour 10, an hour 15 out there today. In and out, get recovered and get ready for stage 1. Today is all about not taking too many chances and checking what the watts are like.
Today is all about getting started. For me, personally, it's been a while since I raced my bike, so hopefully I'm not going to do anything crazy out there. It's all about getting back into the rhythm. My main goal for the week is actually also to get back into racing because it has been a while. That being said, we're going to do everything we can to be very efficient and be very fast, and hopefully it would be nice to take stage win. We'll see.
So excited to have you both get out there and have lots of fun. There you have it, Team Toyota Specialized ready to rumble. It is our UCI elite women as they get ready to go and cause some damage out on the course.
Quite extraordinary story in many ways, isn't it? Anneke Langveld's return to the Absa Cape Epic this year.
Yeah, I think it has to be said how impressive it is that she has a 7-month-old baby and she's racing the Cape Epic. I mean, this is just amazing. And also, I think the support from, like Specialized, her team and her husband and just everything around it. It just shows like what women can do going forward in the future if they want to.
Yeah, she definitely put herself into her own little team manager role as being a woman now, or a mother of a 7-month-old baby, Flora. Again, time management, right?
Yeah.
When you have a family, when you have a baby, and then coming back, not just riding the Cape Epic, like racing the Cape Epic. And we all know she showed up 5 times, she won 5 times. So the expectations are very high from everyone around.
And I think herself.
Yeah, very much as well. Knowing her, definitely they are.
Former winner Vera Losser alongside Alexis Skada, and they will have ambitions on making sure that, or trying to ensure that Anneke doesn't make it 6 here, and they have every chance of doing that. This is a very strong team.
Definitely. Yeah, I can see Vera. She looks really serious and focused, and it's a good place to be standing on the start.
Yeah. Overall winner of the marathon series last year, both of them national champions. I mean, they have the pedigree takes, to win an Absa Cape Epic, definitely as well.
Away they go, Vera Losser on the front, and American partner Alexis Skada, the distinctive American Champions jersey. She's also a cross-country champion, also been racing the Lifetime Grand Prix series in the States, which has drawn a lot of attention and a lot of riders to that series, but also from that series to the Absa Cape Epic. We've got both the men and women champions from last year. Meanwhile, on the lower slopes of the Dorpsberg climb, this is Alicia Ney and Irina Little-Schwab doing their thing for the Bulls team on this early climb. Because it goes straight up, it's quite punishing.
Yeah, that initial part, it's actually quite steep, and then you know that once you get to the top of that, you still have all the switchbacks, which actually require a lot of energy to get up.
Stefan Sam. Good morning, Stefan. Stefan is the man on the Bulls Media e-bike there, and he will be able to give us an idea of how steep it is. He is on the e-bike, so perhaps not putting in quite as much effort as the others. But Stefan, are you there?
I'm doing very well. Yeah, this is incredibly steep. It's just incredibly steep, and what makes it worse is just like the ground is so dusty and loose, and you have to really try to manage your power on the pedal and not to slip, just to keep a steady rhythm and not to break it directly. I mean, this is a hell of a climb directly into the prologue. It's unbelievable. And cooking now.
They're looking right though. They're looking good. Yeah, you can see it really is kicks up here, and finding the right line, just the smoothest line possible is important.
Yeah, that's always the thing with mountain biking. It's the terrain, it's the grip, your line choice. Very important.
Alicia Ney is doing the leading up here for this Bulls team, and you just can see by her position on the bike, that will tell you that the camera foreshortens and flattens it out a bit, tells you how steep it is by how low she's over the handlebars.
Yeah, definitely. That's a steep climbing position for sure.
Once they get up off here, they'll turn onto the switchback section of the climb, and then it sort of gets a little more forgiving.
Yeah.
The areas of flattest sections.
Yeah, it gets more forgiving, but at the same time, I mean, Annika spoke in an interview about efficiency, and I think that's a place where if you are really efficient and know where to apply power, you can make a lot of time on those switchbacks.
Now we are on the open roads on the Fairview Farm Dairy, the Fair Cape at least, farmlands, and
walling along.
Yeah, they are absolutely flying here. It's remember there 1,000 odd riders have been down here already. I think this might be Haley Preen and Bianca Horde is indeed, and going very well indeed. Yeah, this is once they've come off the descent of Dorpsberg, they snake around those farmlands. The last of the elite women's teams in the Aramex women's race head off the start line, and it's a welcome back to a 5-time winner, Annika Langveld, and her partner, a 1-time winner, Sophia Gomez-Ziofan. Annika's won it with 3 partners, and Sophia with Haley Batten, and between them they have wealth of experience, skill, and knowledge about how to go about the 8 days of the Absa Cape Epic. They start with the prologue here, 26-kilometer prologue, and it's going to be fascinating to see how Annika, after a 3-year break, which is involved her being part of our commentary team and giving birth to her daughter Flora, who is now 7 months old and is here with her partner Thomas, part of the team, and it'll be interesting to see how she copes and deals with her return to the Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting, but knowing Annika semi-well, I know she would not come here if she didn't feel that she could win the race. And I'm sure she has a fair idea of what's ahead of her.
She knows only too well, as a 5-time winner, that this is going to be a serious challenge, and I think she's admitted that she's not in the condition that she was when she was a full-time pro and hadn't had a baby 7 months earlier. So she'll know that there's going to be times where she's going to perhaps suffer like she hasn't suffered before.
Yeah, but she comes in with so much experience, and then also her partner is her own coach as well. I'm pretty sure she's going to keep a good eye on the watts that the power meter is sending through. She knows this race in and out, and she knows her body in and out as well. Of course, now with the birth, a lot of other challenges to go through as well. But if someone can do it, I believe it is Annika, and we'll see. Sophia is on her back wheel right now. I wonder how much of the leading she's going to do today, but also during the entire week. Annika is definitely a powerhouse. Sophia also very strong, coming from the gravel scene. And yeah, I'm sure they ride fast, but maybe not all in just yet. There's maybe other teams that are a bit slightly more motivated for today's stage. As yeah, the aim getting into the orange jersey is always there, and it always helps. And then if you are in the leading jersey, you can kind of like relax a little bit more for the upcoming stages as well, as you don't have to play all the team tactics that maybe the others are doing. You can stay with the bigger bunch, or at least not sit at the front in the wind. Yeah. So it's all the different dynamics this prologue and first day of race in terms of you as well.
It's the first day of racing together there for Hayley Queen and Bianca Hoare, a scratch team as well, as a lot of these teams are getting together for the first time in a big stage race like this. So they'll be finding their way and finding. They would have done the chat and discussion, and perhaps that's exactly what's happened here. Alicia Ney get a lead on the climbs, and Irina Lutzelschwab will follow.
Yeah, they look like they're doing a really good job sticking together.
The descent, the top of here, the Cannondale team's coming down here.
Loose and dusty, you can see like yeah, all the riders that came down here before, they left some marks on the trail, and yeah, now it's up to them to manage it the best way possible.
Janina Wurst and Rosa van Doorn, the European marathon champion, on the closest to the camera, and Janina Wurst going up that climb. And a team, we're fascinated to see how this Buffmaker team are going to go in the race, in the Aramex women's race, because they're a new combination, exciting new team who've come here. They've had some great results, they've had a good prep, and they're a team to really keep an eye on.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what's also noticeable is just like the positive energy between the two of them, and how they did the interview on the start. Like, they're really excited, and I think they're going to work well together as a team.
I mean, that is exactly what we saw at the press conference, that the spark was there as their first time at the event. And it is eye-widening as you get here from the outside, and you see them.
Yeah.
The size of it, the scale of it, and the attention, and the
media interest over the world, everything. Like it's for them being here must be the biggest highlight so far, right? Like incredible, and the pureness they have, you know, like the excitement, like you said, the sparkle in their eye, the expectation. Who knows? There's so much unknown, so they just take every day as it comes. And again, like, they have a great team behind them. Yeah,
it's never boring to come to the Absa Cape Epic, but it's that you've been here, the first time is always that wow time, and then you come back and it's still exciting, but it doesn't have that wow element because it's not the first time.
Yeah.
Here, the leading team or last team off the start, the Aramex women's race, and it is Sophia on the front. Sophia Gomez-Viafan and Annika Langville following her wheel. The first sign of our last team on the route, and we will get our time checks as we progress along the route. Near the top of Dorsberg, I think, is the first, and then quite deep into the race at around 18 kilometers, our second, but we'll keep an eye on those as we go. Early spits. Oh. If you're sitting here going, oh,
I know this descent.
I know. I staggered down there yesterday and I thought, oh, thank goodness I'm not doing this with so many others around me. But this is a good space. There's space here and taking it cautiously.
Yeah, these two have to regroup bottom.
It's steep.
It's
you can
very
see
steep.
how steep
I
it is.
think the steepness is one thing, but it's the length of the steepness. Like it goes on for really long, so you pick up a lot of speed.
Making good time. Sophia Gomez, Viafan, and Annika Langveld turn off that nasty straight road climb through the vineyards, and now they're on the switchback section of the Dorsberg climb. Our last team in the Aramex Women's Elite Race is on the route now of the Prologue at the Absa Cape Epic. And they look as though they're going very nicely indeed here.
Yeah, very much. Sophia is there at the front. Oh, that's a fast downhill now. And we get to see, look at this, motorbike in front. And you underestimate the riders on the bikes. Like the motorbikes, leading motorbikes, they always think they are super fast until they have a proper mountain biker on their wheel. Mountain bikes, much lighter, and the skills those riders have, it's outstanding. So you can see almost catching up to the motorbike in front of them. And it's dusty, as you can see. As the second rider, your vision is compromised. This is just the first day out of many, and like you mentioned earlier, you really need to also rest your lungs afterwards, look after them. So this is yeah, just a little glimpse of what it's about.
Yo, hectic descent. It's Alicia Ney with Irina Little-Schwab, and then our e-bike rider Stefan Sam behind.
You actually really need to leave quite a big gap on this descent, I see, because of the dust.
And that e-bike is heavy as well, going down there.
Very much. But it's also, if you leave the gap too much in such a section, and then the second rider has a mechanical, like you quickly up to those 2 minutes that you need to be within, right? So it's a tricky one. It's always
difficult because it's almost impossible to look behind you.
No.
As the rider in the front on a descent like this.
And it's loud. Helicopters are in the air. Sometimes you don't even know if your partner is still there or not. So no, it's.
Well, they're down off the worst of it there, and they'll be heading onto the farmlands. Meanwhile, it is the Toyota Specialized pair of Annika Langveld on the back here and Sophia Gomez at Viafan on the front. She's been the dominant force in United States off-road racing over the last couple of years, so she is in great form. Having said that, she's come out of the winter there.
Yeah.
Likewise, Annika. So does it take a few days for those legs to hit their straps?
Perhaps.
They are making short work of this climb of Langveld and Gomez Viafan. All 18 teams in the Aramex women's race are on the course. We're on the route of the Prologue here at the Absa Cape Epic as our elite women are racing now, and racing we are seeing with all 18 of those elite women's teams on the course, and the last of them are Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez Viafan. They are at the top of that Dorsberg climb on the left there, and here's a little look at those split times right now. So the E4 team of Marga Moschetti and Samara Shepherd are going very well indeed. Cannondale, the two first of the Cannondale teams, 45 seconds down. Efficient Infinity, that's Vera Loss and Alexis Scarda, and then Topado Penda FSA women, and that is Katarzyna Sosna and Claudia Peretti, the Italian champion, are going well as well. But that is before the likes of Buff Megamo and Toyota Specialized have got up to the top, which will be very shortly. This is open riding here, flat and fast and open.
Yeah, you can definitely see the speed at which they're going along here, giving big effort.
Really loose that surface, so sometimes it gets a little thicker and you've just got to put in a little bit of an effort. And this is the distance, Garda and Lossa. Hold your breath as they come down there.
Yeah. Close together.
Beautifully done.
Yeah, it's also where you have to have a lot of faith in your equipment and things like this, your brakes and your tires, and that everything's set up correctly.
Yeah, you don't want your stamp to get loose at this
No.
point of the trail, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's turned after that fairly overcast and at times a little bit damp start to the day into a typical Western Cape summer's day. Hot, clear, dry and dusty as it would be, as Samara Shepherd is putting this one with Margot Moschetti. They've been going very, very well indeed, the E14, looking strong.
Yeah, they had a gap of 45
seconds, yeah.
That's
at the top of the climb.
substantial.
Yeah. So they are, yeah, I mean, Samara Shepherd, we were at that Champions race the other day.
She
And
did
looked
very well.
very strong.
Very strong, very fast. Even Sophia was impressed. She didn't race the race because she just arrived from the US the day before. But when she saw Samara's effort there, she wasn't speechless, but she was aware. She was well aware.
So Janine Vos on the front here with her partner, the European champion Rosa van Doorn, as they descend that Dorsberg.
Yeah, and then as we said, you definitely have to regroup at the bottom because of the speed of that road that's coming up, and there's a few tricky corners, and yeah, you really have to be together as a as a partnership there.
Yeah, there we go. Just making sure she gets the angle right into the corner, and then there's that, the right hand at the bottom, and it flattens out, and there's a stile, and then a hairpin straight after it, and you don't want to be separated there, and it's flat and fast. There's the Buff Megamo team. Oh, sketchy, but very well done.
Yeah.
Well ridden. Helicopter clean up some more dust for them, luckily behind.
Yeah, it goes on, and that's you've just made that point, Candice, about how long this descent and how long that steep section is.
Yeah, it can catch you by surprise if you come in too fast in the beginning. I'm sure all of these riders have reconned the route.
Samara Shepherd gets onto the front. Margot Moschetti is the rider on the back here, and now they'll hug the fence line here. There's the difference. Toyota Specialized on that split there. They have the lead now by 4 seconds from this pair along the fence line, and then the Fair Cape Dairies floating bridge awaits them up in the distance there.
Yeah, I think at this point is where things start to get real, you know, all the excitement of the start and the first climb, and now you got to really pedal your way. There's a few nasty climbs coming still.
Yeah, you're away from the noise, so to speak. Meanwhile, the blind man, you are going up this climb. Unbelievable, this combination is quite phenomenal. Andres Zemskel and Marek Petraka from the Czech Republic. The way Marek was talking about it, this almost relaxed way, you know, we've done this before. They've done Epic Series events before, and Andre is an Ironman world champion a couple of times over in his category, so the physical effort you feel is something they can deal with.
Yeah.
Back on course with the RMX women's race, and snaking through the dry river bed here. It's lovely riding, and they'll pop out and then back in again. It's some creative work has been done by the director Rico Berger responsible. The specialized team, the specialized team are absolutely charging. Gomez, Viafan and Langol. You've got to feel that perhaps for Annika there's this just release of adrenaline and energy, having been away from the event, and the excitement. I'm projecting a bit here, but you would feel that there's that excitement and that energy of just being part of it. Here's that little hairpin they'll take now.
I mean, to some extent, it's like that for everybody.
Yeah.
And for her, it will be even more, as you say, having been away for so long. But that whole build-up, starting the Cape Epic, like to the start, even the days before, everything is just like, can it please just start now? And I think all of them said that in their interviews on the start, that they just want to get it going now.
Yeah, there are no more questions now.
Yeah.
No.
Or there are, but they're very different.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's not what is going to happen. It's now the questions might be what happened, and you deal with it, and how do we do this better, and so on. But yeah, lovely to see Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viafan flying down. It's a nice gradual descent, and then the open farm fields and lands. Playground for a while.
Swapping around position, it's incredible. Like now Annika is at the front as a powerhouse. She will lead Sophia through the flat section here. As you can see, she's sticking nicely on the wheel.
That's definitely something.
Out of the saddle, like she's not leaving anything out there.
You can see that both of them have raced with partners before on a very high level. Just the way that they, as Benno said, swapping leads, staying on the wheel when they're doing so, not losing any time. It's very professional.
On this long drag they will have for the Buff Megamo team in their highline. Over the floating bridge, Samara Shepherd leads Marga Moschetti, the French champion, as they come off the Fair Cape Dairies Bridge. Cape Winelands is the farm. The Loaches, brilliant supporters of the sport, and thank you for allowing the Absa Cape Epic through their lands once again here as they leave the dam and head up to the lowest part of that sort of saddle in the front is about where they'll be coming out at the top. So will be Krahulkova and Stefkova. Having crossed over a little bridge, this is the Toyota Specialized pair, another A-frame. There are two little A-frames they've got to get over here. Hold your breath again, but these are now Sophia on the front. Nice fast section coming down towards the sheds and the dairy on the bottom side. So at the 7.5K split, it's that E-Ford pair of Shepherd and Moschetti who have a 40-second advantage over Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada.
It's interesting to see because Vera and Alexis were further back at the previous checkpoints, and so I think that's a sign that they're placing themselves quite well. It'll be interesting to see.
Taking on the hydration now in the open section.
One of the best spots to do so. It's the only place you probably have to kind of like get enough liquid into it. 7Ks into the race. That's where also the nutrition becomes part of it. You still need to take your carbs through your bottles. And again, like there's no better space than this flat section. Handlebars, straight. Yeah, still you need to be careful that you don't hit the pothole. They probably going what 30 km an hour, even more. They moving, they very fast out there.
Caught a glimpse there of the change between Alexis and Vera. Alexis just a little flick and Vera took over.
Very smooth.
Yeah, very smooth indeed, pacing each other. It's a sort of dog leg, if you like, through the dairy, and then down they go along the fence line here. They almost head into the main Cape Winelands, which is the farm they're on, the Cape Winelands farmhouse, before they turn a left and head back towards Dorsberg. But this is all trending sort of downhill, so it's nice and fast.
Yeah, I think it's a very well-rounded prologue route. There's big climb in the beginning, big descent, a lot of flat riding, and then the climbs towards the finish. It's different rider strengths.
Yeah, a very good profile. Like we mentioned earlier, only one tech area as well within the whole prologue. 19 k's in, they haven't reached that yet. But yeah, so far we haven't seen too many mechanicals, so that's good. Best of luck for everyone. It's the last you want to happen at the prologue, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And here they're already catching up to some of the teams in front of them.
Looking very well, working very efficiently at the moment are Skada and Lossa. And they'll wheat by now. It's 10.5 k's, and Toyota Specialized 41 seconds ahead. They are flying. Annika Langpala and Sofia Gomez Viafan.
Yeah, you can see when you watch them on the screen the speed that they're going at.
That is Stefkova and Krahulkova that have been passed by the train that is being driven at the moment by Vera Lossa with Alexa Skada on her wheel.
Yeah, looking like they're quite well matched as well, sharing the work on a section like this. Often if one rider's stronger, they would be the one on the front the whole way on the flats to help the other save energy.
Wow. Extraordinary
that is
riding. This is a team called Crazy Legs. Louis Klinker from Belgium, and he's riding alongside Ewout Fromont, and that is Ewout Fromont, number 2. Unbelievable.
It honestly just blows my mind. Like, I mean, we can sit here and talk about how, you know, the challenges of the Cape Epic and all the things you have to overcome in the preparation in the race and everything, but these guys, it's so, so inspiring.
And South African Ruben van Niekerk is another who's riding, I think his 5th Absa Cape Epic, also an amputee. And he's back again, yeah. It's just also just a phenomenon.
Outstanding.
And outstanding at the moment on the Toyota Specialized team of Gomez Viafan and Langfall going absolutely flat out on this open road. And this is right up Annika's alley, because this is her strength, isn't it? One of the many, anyway.
I see. Yeah, she made a little flick of the elbow to tell Sophia to move to the other side. Non-verbal communication.
Pretty much most of what you do up there.
It is. I mean, there's not much you can say to each other when, you know, with all the noise, with being on the limit, and also you don't want other teams to really hear what you're saying. I mean, I know in a prologue it's one thing, but the more you can communicate non-verbally, the better.
And they are closing in on the Buff Megamo team here, who started 90 seconds ahead of them.
Exactly.
This early in the race.
That
very impressive.
That is very impressive. The way they ride, the way they went from the get-go straight out and catching up that early in the race. I mean, we're not even on the 10K mark yet. They already have their first 2.
Over the floating bridge, which is very stable. It's obviously the Cape Winelands Dam is fairly still, so the bridge is very well fixed in its place, so no problems at all, and they've surging through there. Hulkova and Stefkova, the Czech Republic team. Another little element added to this prologue to create a different dynamic, different feel to it as they drop down into the dry riverbed. Over your shoulder and keeping an eye on how far behind your partner is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very important. And also, yeah, just because as the race goes on, those things start to count more and more. Every time if you're the stronger rider, in any moment if you're gapping your partner, it's just those small moments where the partner might think like, oh, okay, I have to get back on the wheel, whereas if you can temper that, if you can make it that they don't have to make a big effort, you're going to be much stronger as a partnership.
This pair have ridden together quite a lot. They know each other well, but in a new partnership, these are the things you'll get a feel of on the prologue like today.
Definitely, because as much as you might know those things, you're not sure which rider is strong where, and you need to find that flow. And often it doesn't actually take that long if both riders are super aware of it.
Onto the wall of the Cape Winelands Dam, and it is the team leading on the trail at the moment. Sophia Gomez-Viefan and Annika Langval. Well, they, in a matter of 15-20 minutes, have looked supreme already. They've passed the team that started 90 seconds ahead of them, the Buff Megamo team of European champion Rosa van Doorn and Jorine Vost, who are just on their wheel now. They'll try and hang in there as long as possible and maybe hope that Gomez-Viefan and Langval have gone out a little too strong and they can come back at them later on, because it is still early on the prologue course. But this is them approaching the floating bridge. Dropping onto the floating bridge. Toyota Specialized just ahead of Team Buff Megamo and our wonderful e-bike, Bulls Media e-bike with the hugely capable Stefan Sam, who keeps it dry all the way across. Well done, Stefan.
It is always a little bit scary going across a floating bridge, even if
it's the consequences
stable.
Yeah, intimidating.
It is, yeah. So what's going through Van Doorn and Wust's minds here? As they've been already been passed.
Yeah, something like that can be quite demotivating, and I think as what the two of them need to do now is just regroup, focus on their plan. As one does have to do throughout the Cape Epic, things happen, you make a plan, you move on, and you stay motivated as a team.
11 Ks in, it's a 51-second lead for Toyota Specialized over Samara Shepherd and Margot Muschietti. Efficient Infinity, which is Vera Loss and Alexis Skada, and one of the two Canadale teams, team number 57, which is Monica Calderon and Tessa Kotkas, in 1 minute and 51 seconds down. And we've made it, as I said, it's a common adage. We talk about, you can't win the race on the prologue, but you can lose it. You've got to try and just manage that whole psychological process whilst this sort of dynamic is happening here. Not panic.
Yeah, definitely. Even in the men's race and the women's race in previous years, people have not done well in the prologue and won the race. So there's so many things. It really isn't the be all and end all, and I think it's one of those things like you just have to get through the day with minimal damage and press on no matter what.
Sefkova and Gorulkova on the climb out of that valley. Very exposed there. Thankfully doesn't seem to be too much wind.
No, it's perfect. Perfect conditions, not much wind. I'm sure it's hot out there.
Yeah.
Definitely. But at least the wind doesn't disturb the racing today too much.
Alexis Skada, and just ahead of her, Samara Shepherd, and Jessie Nixon is on the Bulls Media e-bike. Jessie, you with us?
Yes, sir.
Jessie, they're looking very strong indeed. They've looked good since the start, haven't they?
Yes, they're looking super smooth, working well together so far.
Sharing the workload here with Alexis just going to the front on that. We've talked about, yes. It doesn't look like there's any wind. What are the under wheel surfaces been like? What's the road been like, the trail?
It's super dry, super blown out. Because there's been so many riders already, the trails are very rough, very dusty.
Tell us about that descent off the Dorsberg. I know you probably would have rather enjoyed it, but it looked very loose and sketchy.
Very dodgy. I had to back off a little bit just because you can't see so much behind everyone. So when you're following someone else, especially the team, like you have to just trust your partner down something like that.
These two going well at the moment. Skada and Losse, an experienced combination through this burnt out section here. So visually they can see the riders ahead, and as they come around the switchbacks, they'll be able to keep an eye on each other. What are the gradients like there that for Jessie?
Yes.
What's the gradient of this climb?
It's kicked up
What's
a
it
notch.
like?
Some tight turns. Very, very dry still. Yeah, no wind at all. So the heat, it's very hot out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something we a little bit isolated from in our position. But I think you can see from those clear skies and this time of year in this part of the world, it is very, very hot. The switchback climbs, just a little effort to get around the left hand, and then you can look down.
Yeah.
Would you be doing that?
Looking down to see.
Looking down to see where they are?
Definitely.
Trying to spot them, see what the gaps are. Getting time splits out there is also very important if you can. Maybe some of the riders actually do have their phone in their back pocket and have it connected to your Garmin or device at the front, where the team then can send some notifications through just to kind of like keep track of it, what the gaps are. And some maybe even have staff members up on the hill just throwing the time splits through. Information within the prologue is key as well. So who knows how many people are out there to help them out.
To help you out there having splits?
Definitely. Accurate splits. You know, a lot of people also try to give you splits and you don't know whether to trust them or they don't know how to take a split properly. But it does help, especially when in the prologue where it's such a pacing effort.
Alexis Skada pacing Vera Losse up this switchback climb. Yeah, lots of little ascents and descents on this this short 26k prologue route.
Yeah, and a climb like this is really different to just going straight up, you know, like in the start. Very variable terrain. Every time you go around a corner, you're going to have to, like now, they're going to have to do a lot of extra watts to get up that corner and carry the most speed that they can. And it's also where you can start gapping your partner or, you know, so you have to be really in sync on these sorts of things.
And this pair have been totally in sync so far. So good for the Toyota Specialized pair. Sophia and Annika. Just look from above at just the one section of this entire route that's quite burnt out. It gives it's exposed. It's quite a dramatic sight.
Yeah.
To watch them there, the stark color contrasts, and they will be able to see where the second team, who started just ahead of them, are now, and that'll be a visual check for them.
Yeah, it's very open and you can see far. Like some of the sections you can probably see at least 2-3 kilometers ahead, as it splits up quite a lot, and they're riding up the one hill, but you can see maybe the others on the other side going by. Yeah, they're riding a super strong pace, those two.
They started ahead of the Buff Megamo team, who they've already overtaken. So
Yeah.
I think the next people, if they were to catch them, would be Efficient Infinity.
Yeah. We've just been following up this climb. If they get there, I mean, and therein is the mystery of this. Now let's talk to Stefan Saab, who's dropped back behind the Buff Megamo team. Stefan, so interesting dynamic early on in this race. Toyota Specialized looking very strong. Stefan. Okay, we'll work on Stefan's communication. It's not Stefan, mind you. He's a very good communicator. But we'll get the equipment going.
Oh, you gotta love that.
Oh,
That is
so
awesome.
cool.
Look at that.
I mean, that's arguably the most remote part of the course. And there's a group of guys who brought the vibe out onto the trail. That is so cool.
They've got their boom boxes. That music will be very loud.
We'll be keeping them going. Lovely, lovely. Sophia Gomez-Villafaña and Annika Langveld going through that little impromptu vibe point on this route. Now, a short section, they'll get to the tar road, off the dirt for a moment, across the tar, and then Hoogekraal, Meerendal to climb awaits. But they are absolutely killing this route at the moment, this pair. They know they're going well. They passed the 90-second team, started ahead of them, this team. Managing their excitement, they're feeling good. This is a great start. Again, it's that control, pacing, making sure you don't get too carried away with
Yeah.
the excitement of feeling good and like we're in charge here.
Yeah. And another thing that comes with that excitement is also like, you know, losing focus for a bit or becoming a bit like, oh, we got this, or you know, we're doing well, and then you have a little slip up or something. So I think, yeah, you really have to stay focused no matter what's happening in the race.
Well, 6 race wins between them, 5 for Annika, who's in the 40 stages she's won. She's written she's only not won 9 of them. It's a phenomenal record. But Benno, you worked many years
with her
and Sophia.
No, I think those two, they make very little mistakes. They don't get too excited just because they have a gap now. They are as focused as ever. I don't think they make any rookie mistakes anymore. They're so focused. They so professional. Even if it's the first time for the two of them riding together, they come in at such a high level with so much experience. Knowing everything about this race is key, and those two have everything it takes. So they ride, and again, like, they will look at their numbers. They're not gonna get too excited about it. They're not chasing just to chase. They know exactly what they are doing out there, and they're just very strong riders. And then they bounce off each other. They lead each other into the single track, into the flats, and so on. So they just the most professional 2 women in this race, and then currently they're leading the race. But again, it's the prologue. It's very early on, and let's see how far it goes.
Yeah, the E4 Chemchamp team of Margot Moschetti and Samara Shepherd are in second place on the virtual standings at the moment. They are up that untamed vineyard climb at the moment.
Yeah, you can see the effort, especially from Margot on the front there. This team is doing very well.
Yeah.
I must say they're really surprising me with this amazing ride that they're having.
They're looking very, very impressive indeed. And some of the back markers, in fact, they're still approaching the Hoogekraal. That's on the left-hand side there. We're on to the Hoogekraal descent now. Beeline option here. I think this is Nicola Freitas and Megan Scribante of the Titan Racing pair. And those distinctive cerise-coloured jerseys.
Yes, exactly.
There's 2 A lines there that you can
Yeah.
take.
The one on the tree and the one right
inside.
there. Inside. Both of them a couple of seconds faster, but also quite a bit more risky.
Yeah. That's the difference with cross country, I think. You know, in the Cape Epic, you actually want to minimize all the risks. Like, you don't need to be pushing every descent or taking ridiculous lines. Yeah, you rather want to play it safe and get down to the bottom.
And in cross country, you'll take.
In cross country, it's more about taking the risks. Obviously, there's a bit of risk management as well, but because the race is so short, every second counts, including those descents.
Well, we're on the Hoogekraal descent now, the Toyota Tough section on the Prologue route, as they come down towards the Hoogekraal trailhead down the bottom on the side of those blue gums. And this is the Titan Racing pair, we think. On that distance, Megan Scribante and Nicola Freitas. Approaching the Ongechen climb is Samara Shepherd and her partner.
They're also working really well together.
They are working well together, this pair.
Yeah. Also swapping over where one person may be stronger or weaker. Holding the wheel really nicely.
Tamara Shepherd on the front there is leading the way, the New Zealander in the New Zealand Champions jersey. Behind her is the French champion, tucked in nicely. Plenty of support halfway up that climb. That where it's needed most, because it gets tougher and steeper from that moment onwards. And the excitement will be building there. There's an incredible energy about when you do see the leaders, when you hear the helicopter. Oh, look.
Oh, there's
the Isla Stowe and Charisse.
Charisse, yep.
Going up there. Charisse, listen to Bernard put the hydration pack on today.
Yeah, no, she did it all herself. She got it all ready herself. And now you can see the whole bunch all together. It's motivating. Charisse and Isla, they're catching up to the team in front of them, but then they also have the others right behind. I think we have in this screen 4 teams all very close to each other. Maybe some of the amateurs in the back there, not the women racing each other here, but you can see like they all pushing very hard. That's again most likely the steepest part of the course, and it's getting hot out there, very hot.
Absolutely. Couple of or efforts to get to the top and then hook that right, and it flattens out a bit of recovery period yeah. And yes, there's a stairway to heaven, but it's
less, yeah, it's less.
This is the last of the really tough climb.
Yeah, I think this is the one where if you've overdone it in the beginning, this is where the cracks will really start to show. This is an example of really good pacing if you can make time going up a climb like that.
A little bit further back, this is the approach to the top of Hoogekraal, the Melandshoogte climb, and Gomez Viervan. It is very steep, this as well, and it's a new approach to this section. They used to come in from the right-hand side at the top there, but this is the new one, and yeah, it's a very, very tough climb. And Sophia Gomez Viervan and Anneke Langveld, well, they're making it look very, very, I don't say easy because it's not, but rideable.
Yeah, you can see Sophia up the saddle over the top of this climb. Actually, both of them now, they know that there's a long descent coming that they can recover. So those are examples of places where you can actually push it a bit over.
Table Mountain in the distance, the 2 riders on course, Sophia Gomez Viervan and Anneke Langveld in the Aramex women's race here at the Prologue at the Absa Cape Epic in 2025. And they are the leaders on the course. They started last as the race favourites, and they have stamped their authority on this Prologue very, very early on by passing the team that started just ahead of the Bach Megamo, Rosa van Doorn and Jonine Vos, within the first 10 kilometres. And they have now opened out a 45-second lead over the E4 to Chemchamp pair, and that pair are going very well indeed, the E4 pair, Margot Moschetti and Samara Shepherd. They in fact started today in 6th place, so they really are going well. But it is Toyota Specialized on the Toyota tough section at the moment, making it look anything but, because they are flying down here. Gomez Viafan and Annika Langveld. There's the team who started second last. Rosa van Doorn, the European champion's jersey on her shoulders. And behind her, Janina Wurst of Switzerland, van Doorn from the Netherlands. Managing their efforts, pacing themselves, not getting too stressed about the race situation. This is the first of 8 days of racing. It's the shortest day. You can lose time here and recover. You've got the rest of the week to make up time progressively through each of the stages.
Yeah, and I also think these short days, I mean, it's not suited to everybody. The Cape Epic is essentially an endurance race for so many days, and to start it with like an hour full out effort, it's not necessarily everybody's strength. So I think we can see different riders doing well here compared to maybe the rest of the week, perhaps.
Rosa van Doorn was saying last year was her first year in the marathon scene.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it's new ground for them. Mara Shepherd and Marga Mosquete just past Isla and Charisse.
Yep. Another team just in front of them.
Yeah, I think Margot and Samara also both come from cross-country racing backgrounds. I know they've gone into gravel and marathon now. So you can see that sort of like intensity and speed coming to the fore today from them.
Back on the Toyota Tough section, sitting behind Janina Wurst here. We might well see them get to the line choice. That's the A line. They've taken the A line. Nice. They need to take those few little risks here. And they've got another option here. Yep, A line again. Neatly done.
Yeah, at least a couple of seconds that you win with that line. Probably 10 to 15 seconds if you take them both, even more maybe. But yeah, they're well capable, and again, like every second counts. And maybe even a better line right now, as not many or as many rode the line before.
Yeah.
So yeah, always hard to judge.
They will know that the team ahead of them would have done the same.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Very likely.
Good to see.
Yeah. So they drop down off that and into the little ravine section here. Beautiful trail, creative use of the landscape and the terrain.
Really fun.
Itching to be on your bike. Did you ride this morning?
I haven't. No, I'm going to ride home after this, though. I'm using this as all my motivation and inspiration.
Lovely.
How long is your ride today?
It'll probably end up 4.5 hours around there.
So more than them today?
Yeah, more than them today. Probably not the other days.
For preparation for the World Cup season, which begins in 3 weeks' time in Brazil.
Yeah.
Right. Yourself and one or two of these will be heading off there. Not a lot of them, but
I think more from the men.
The men, yeah. A few of those will be going. That's some of the men were asked about it. The cross-country guys and the risk and the chance they take. Look at Janina Wurst loving this.
Clearing all those cable tops.
Yeah. Through the tech zone go our race leaders on the course, Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viafan. Short section on the tar, and then over that A-frame, the school on the right-hand side. Yeah. And the start from there, yeah, it just gets progressively steeper and steeper and steeper. It ends up with that that steep section at the Hoogekraal we saw a short while ago. But this pair are absolutely charging. They're flying. From the very outset, they have looked composed, confident, and a team that have, despite the fact that they haven't ridden together before, they've looked as though they have. They've been in perfect instinct and coordination.
Yeah. I think the key word is composed. You can see they're giving a big effort on the climb, and then on the places in between, they really, they look like they're able to eat and drink and, you know, back off a tiny bit, as opposed to just giving it full effort the whole day. I think they're in her element, yeah.
Yeah, you can see she's loving it, being out there, pushing hard. Sophia, it looks like she's getting some nutrition in right now, like you mentioned. A bit of resting before the last climb or the climb coming again, and keeping it on the safe side.
And there they go into the lower part of this climb. They'll turn a right and then head up to the top, where you can see the end of the green, the vineyards. That is the top of the climb, and the dust there is obviously from the riders going up that section. And exposed on this near side. Now, this is a little bit tricky for Margot Moschetti and Samara Shepard, getting past some of the amateur riders ahead of them. They've done well enough.
Yeah.
My word, they've ridden well. They're approaching the Stairway to Heaven, and they'll soon be into the finish precinct.
Yeah, they look like they still have energy or something to give for this last climb.
Yeah, good pace. I think they make up a little bit of time. It was 51 seconds earlier, and now it was down to 45. So, yeah, they're running a good pace here.
It's very exciting from Margot as well. I know she had some struggles last year, and I think it was a tough year for her, and to come into Cape Epic looking like this is really exciting and motivating for her as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's been around the traps a while, but she was a silver medalist in the cross-country worlds in Norway back in 2014. And so she's a rider of pedigree, and a great match, it seems like, with Samara here.
Yeah.
And she loves South Africa. She's training a lot here in South Africa. She's coming here every winter as well. Spends most of the time near Stellenbosch. Have seen her out there at the trails. So yeah, she's well familiar with the terrain as well.
And the right-hand turn now. The look up ahead at what lies in store, and it is that last big climb. Itkova and Krahulkova of the Czech Republic. Itkova, the national champion. Very experienced pair, and managing their efforts and pacing themselves. We talk about pacing them. It's something that we talk about a lot through the week. That's what it comes down to. Bottom line, you cannot go, not a short track race this, yeah. You've just got to pace yourself and make sure you just have something. Just that little bit left, as they're being hunted down by a phenomenal pair on the course today, and that is the Toyota Specialized pair. Sophia Gomez-Villafañe and Anneke Langveld closing in on them. Ticking off teams that started ahead of them.
And that is very motivating.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
it's one of the most motivating things that can happen on a prologue.
Yeah, you know, every time you pass a team, it's 90 seconds again on top. And yeah, the two of them, Sophia, Anneke, they do very well.
They started 6 minutes after those two.
Wow.
So that gives you a perspective on how well they're riding. Up they go. Steeper it gets. They'll look like Anneke pockets the wrapper and then gets to work. Seeing that team ahead of you there?
Yeah. Yeah, and you know you want to catch them before it becomes a situation where it's like really tight single track or something. So,
but it's the steepest climb of the ride. Do you? Okay, hang on. Our time will come. Or do you want to catch them before you get to the top and go deeper to catch them?
I mean, historically, I've definitely gone a bit deeper to try and overtake these riders and immediately get back to where I was. We'll see what they do now. Looks like Sophia wants to overtake.
Yeah. I think the way they closed up the gap, they're not going to wait. They will make their way by. It's also plenty of space. Looks like it's enough grip on both lanes. So, yeah, definitely aiming for the passing here. Up, you can see Annika is spinning out a little bit. Definitely not as much grip on this side, maybe.
It's also amazing what happens, though, with you catching a team and you've caught them by, let's say, 6 minutes like this. And then all of a sudden they find the energy to, to go as well.
Yeah. You get to them and say, well, what are you doing? We caught you.
Why is this so hard?
Yeah. They get past them now. And Setko just having to wait for Krahulkova a little, just ease off as Sophia Gomez-Villafar and Anneke Langveld go to the front of this little group. At the top of that climb, my word, they made it look fairly comfortable. This is right near the finish. That sharp right-hander, Moschetti and Samara Shepherd sweep round it, a couple of men behind them, but it's all about them and the clock as they head towards the finish here at Meerendal. Down this lovely line, and Moschetti and Shepherd of E-Fort Chemchamp for the Aramex women's race. They will go into the finish, no doubt, as the leaders just for the time being.
Fantastic. Now you can just sprint all the way to the finish if you have the energy.
Yes. Whatever.
This is the time to go.
If there's anything left,
all in.
Out there. All in. You can hear and you can see everything already. And they will definitely be in the hot seat for a little while, yeah. Let's see.
I also think it's going to be very encouraging for them to see how they rode together, because there weren't many cracks from what I could see between the two of them today. So they'll be motivated going into the week.
Absolutely. Here they come to the finish. It is Marga Moschetti, Samara Shepherd of E-Fort and Chemchamp, and they will come and set a benchmark time now. Brilliant riding by the French champion and the New Zealander. Moschetti and Shepherd have put together a superb ride. Little wonder they congratulate each other so well there, because that has been a very, very impressive ride. Yep.
Strong ride.
Very happy.
Yeah, they're happy.
No, they're very happy. Look at that. I think they paced themselves very well as well. Does not look like they dig too deep. Both of them, they look very good.
They're not lying on the floor.
No, they're not lying on the floor, not just yet. Already changing out some feedbacks, but they can be very proud.
Langbad. So why are you not calling her Langbad? Well, in Denmark,
So, job well done by Shepherd and Moschetti.
Pouring each other Coke, look at that.
Sharing is caring.
Teamwork, brilliant. So, well done. The smiles tell you that they are delighted with the effort they put in today.
Yeah. I think it's really difficult to find somebody that's so... Finding a partner that's well matched to you is a difficult task. So I think they will be excited about this.
Yeah.
Let's go to Max at the finish. You'll be hearing from this pair.
Samara, tell us exactly how it is out there. We've seen the racing, but you've now experienced it. What's it like out there on the hill?
It's getting really hot out there. The temperature's starting to heat up. It's dry, it's dusty. That first downhill was so rutted out and wild. But yeah, we're so happy with this stage. It's the first time Margaret and I have ever raced together, and yeah, we learned a lot. She's so freaking strong. It's what a way to kick off the Epic.
Consistency seemed good, and you seem to be communicating well when you were getting past the other riders.
Yeah, we really didn't get held up much at all, which was amazing. The riders were really good at pulling over as soon as they heard us coming. So, yeah, I'm really happy with our time. I think, yeah, we can be really proud of that effort.
Margot, a couple of words from you just quickly. How are you feeling? What were the conditions like out there for you?
I am happy to take the start because now the stress is more or less, and I think we have a good week with Samara because Samara is a very strong rider, and for me it's very good experience, I think.
Well done, a great ride, a great start. Let's get it.
Let's get it.
Yeah, delighted they are, and so they should be 1:12:36 their time. At the moment, they are 3 minutes and 14 ahead of the other second fastest team, Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen of Titan Racing SE Honeycomb, with Hayley Smith and Ella Bloor Map in third place, a further 4 minutes back. So E4 and Kem Champ, Margot Muschietti and Samara Shepherd setting that finish line benchmark, but this is where it is happening at the moment, because Sophia Gomez-Viervan on the front there, Anneke Langval on her wheel are on course over half a minute ahead.
Yeah.
This is an impressive ride, massively impressive ride. 1:12:36 the time to beat, and they've got that, you would feel, Benno well in hand.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's still a couple of Ks to go. 38 seconds seems like a lot, but it can also be nothing, right?
Yeah.
The numbers here don't say too much. It's early stage, and you always only judge once you finish the finish line. Again, small little mistakes can happen quite quickly. Flat tire, and all your lead is out the window. But those two, they look super strong. Sophia, Annika, they really rode strong from the beginning. And yeah, we'll see. There's another team that they just passed. They're not as aggressive as they were before. It looks like it. The pace is a bit more solid. They're not making big gaps quickly, but they definitely are in for a good ride.
Well, the dynamic on the timesheet changing all the while. Margot Muschietti and Samara Shepherd is there 1:12:36. Then it's Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen 1:15:50. And then Topada Kenda FSA women, Sosna and Peretti 1:17:52. And it's just changed because jumping into the second fastest now are the Canada ISP Sport team, Monica Calderon and Tessa Kotkas. And they are 3:09 down on Muschietti and Samara Shepherd at the moment. Yeah, maybe the intensity is not quite there any longer.
No, I think they've definitely eased off a little bit, but that's not to say that they're going slow. I'm sure they know exactly where they're standing in terms of time gaps, and yeah, sometimes to have that, to not actually have to give everything up the last climb will save you your legs for tomorrow and the next day. So it could be a smart decision on their part.
Yeah, definitely. It would be interesting to know if they actually know the gaps, the time splits, if there was anyone that told them, hey, just calm down a little bit, you guys are in the lead right now, there's no need to overpace, to go too deep. Could well be as well. And yeah, 38 seconds at the last split, see if they can keep that, or if it actually comes even closer together.
This is the lead into the final climb. That's one of the hyenas. Here's another one. Matt Carter and his partner Richard McMartin. And there they go. The hyena's job through the week. The longest day in the saddle, bar none, every day.
Yeah. The last ones to come in.
Yep, they're the last ones to come in to sweep, if you like, and cajole, encourage, but not do anything else other than that to get riders home. As on the stairway to heaven, it's Vera Loss and Alexa Skada, and they are the Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM team.
You're really tight switchback.
You say that as if you can't remember it.
I don't know.
It's not that long
Sometimes at this point in the prologue, you're a bit.
And also from the angle, I think you look at it
Yeah.
from there and you suddenly actually see it is pretty tight. But
Yeah.
as you say, when you're riding it,
You just do it.
do it. Yeah, yeah. Look at the crowd up there. That is so cool.
Amazing.
Wonderful from
Like
the
the
apparel partner, GBD. Yeah, bit of a breeze there.
Bit of a breeze there, yeah.
So a nice vibe for the riders as they make their way up Stairway to Heaven. And that is pretty much it done. Pin
I
the ears
remember,
back
yeah.
and go to the finish, eh?
This part, yeah, you can just pedal, go all out with all the support there as well. It feels a bit like you've been in the wilderness before and then you come to all these people supporting you. It feels really nice.
Well, down the bottom as they went through that gate, there was a solitary supporter sitting under his umbrella ringing his bell as they went through that gate. The bell tolling for the Stairway to Heaven, perhaps, as the drop down now. This is fun and the delight in knowing that the finish is just down there. They would have looked down there, but I can tell you they're not. They're looking at the trail. Almost be able to hear the noise of the finish.
You're sliding around some of these corners.
Flying down there.
Yeah,
Very fast.
that is very fast.
Yeah. And also you can make some good time also on those descents, huh?
Yeah.
A couple of seconds if you have the skills. Also on the descent you can make up quite a bit of time.
Of course, the Marathon World Series winner overall from last year. Made a foray early on into the Lifetime Grand Prix and scared a few of the regulars on there. I think at Sea Otter, she had a phenomenal result there. So, yeah, she's got the pedigree, she's got the engine and the skill.
Yeah.
And she's got a serious partner here in Alexis Scarda. Under the bridge, little right-hander. I'm glad they put that fence up. It wasn't there on warm-up day yesterday. It's popped down.
It would be easy to overshoot.
Yeah,
that.
yeah, absolutely. I went through there yesterday. It was great. And there's an arrow.
After the break,
yeah,
of course.
Max is down at the finish. Here's Max. We'll get back to Max and we'll go back to the Stairway to Heaven and pulling over and allowing the leaders through. It is Sophia Gomez-Viafan and Annika Langval out the saddle on the last few meters of Stairway to Heaven as they put their ears back and head for home. And at home and reaching deep into their reserves now one final time. It's Vera Lossa and Alexis Scarda who will surge towards the finish line here and put down the marker here for the team to chase behind them. But Lossa and Scarda have left it all out there. They've done a huge effort here. 1:13.54, 1:13.49 in fact as they cross the line. So 1:13, 1 minute and 13 seconds behind Moschetti and Shepherd. Lossa and Scar at the moment second over the line. Still to come the Toyota Specialized pair, but a really good effort by this pair. Scar immediately wants to know what the situation is, and Teresa Ralph is there to give them the lowdown. And they await the Toyota Specialized pairs, Freitas and Megan Scribante, giving their all, but be looking to make an impact on the African jersey. That'll come as the week progresses, and they have completed their ride today. Meanwhile, Toyota Specialized, Langval and Viafane heading for the finish. Not quite the delight that we saw from from Samara and Margot. There's more discussion there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely a different energy
vibe,
and emotions there at
yeah.
the finish. I think they are quite surprised by the E4 team themselves. But I do think from Vera and Alexis, their real strength is more of the marathon stages, and they'll come into their own in the week.
They will pick up the pace, and then the longer stages where they can shine.
Toyota Specialized are on the final couple hundred meters and absolutely flying. Sophia just charging down there. Annika not far behind her. And they'll leave the trail and hammer it home. Leave nothing behind now, because this is the final throws of the prologue to see who will be wearing the Aramex women's leaders jerseys on stage 1 of the 2025 Absa Cape Epic. This pair set off up the Dorsberg climb on fire, and they've maintained that dominance throughout, perhaps just a little bit easier over the last couple of kilometers, but they've done enough, you feel, to make this count. They are it's going to be mighty close, but they are pinning it. They are absolutely going. It's going to be very, very close. Sophia Gomez-Viafan and Annika Langfell, it could be seconds in it. It is going to be seconds in it. And they will cross the line, and they have taken it by, believe it or not, 3 seconds.
Wow. Well done.
Unbelievable riding.
Close call. Yes, sir.
Yes, so I think perhaps we were right in saying they looked like they backed off the pace a little bit towards the finish. I'm not sure what the dynamic was, but I mean, we'll take the win. Amazing. Great day out.
Seconds. Yes.
1:12.33, 3 seconds from Marga Muschetti and Samara Shepherd of E4 ChemChamp, and efficient Infinity SCB SRAM in third, 1 minute and 16. So just a minute and 16 between the top three. That represents a terrific day's racing, and it really sets it up for the big marathon stage tomorrow. But in the Chivita Aramex women's leaders jerseys, orange tomorrow will be the Toyota Specialized pair, Langvall and Gomez-Viafan.
Yeah, and as we said, it's always great to head into stage 1 in the orange jersey. It just gives you that little bit of, you don't have to make the racing, it's up to everyone else. You don't perhaps have to be at the front all the time. So the pressure's a little bit off, although with 3 seconds in it, it makes it very close and exciting.
Doesn't it just? Well, it is phenomenal. Yeah, they may well have backed up, but my word, didn't Muschetti and Shepherd ride well. Let's go to the finish. Max, I think, has got Vera and Alexis with him.
Alexis, Vera, third today. There's hardly anything in it. It's exactly where you want to be.
That's exactly where we want to be in third. I'm happy with it. I'm really happy. I feel like we had a strong day. There's some things that I can do to smooth out our partnership, but for the first day racing together, it was awesome.
Vera, how do you feel it went on your side? Any problems with the partnership, communication, everything goes smoothly on your side?
Yeah, as Alexis said, I think we can smooth out a few things, but I think all in all it was really good and was a hard effort, and both of us feel strong, but I think we're also quite equal, which I think will make the week quite interesting, because I think a partnership, if you're quite equal, is just so much more fun to race in and also so much more efficient.
Super dusty out there, getting behind the wheel. How was the visibility?
I think the visibility wasn't too bad on the downhills. I had to leave a little bit of space and then play catch up, but no, it wasn't bad actually.
Tomorrow we get to dance again.
Yeah, tomorrow is the first proper stage, and then we have a kind of a rest day again. I say rest day, but it's just a shorter, brutally hard day, I guess.
Look forward to seeing you then. Well done.
Here are Rosa van Doorn, the European champion, on the right, and Janina Vorst as they cross the line a team who are making their debuts here at the Absa Cape Epic, Team Buff Megamo, and they started second last. They were passed very early on by the leaders, Toyota Specialized, and well, they had to manage their efforts thereafter. This is a voyage of discovery for them.
Yeah, and especially that it's both of their debuts. I mean, it's quite difficult doing it for the first time, even if you're with an experienced partner. So they will be learning a lot throughout this week.
They haven't found themselves inside the top 5. So the top 5, just briefly, Toyota Specialized, then E4 Chem Champ, Efficient Infinity SCP SRAM, Canadale ISB Sport, Calderon and Kortkas, and the first African team, all-African team, and the first South Africans in the field, Bianca Hall and Haley Preen of Titan Racing SC Honeyco. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Top 5, 3 minutes and 17 seconds.
It's a great sign of what's to come in the week. I always hope that the women's racing is close and exciting, and yeah, this is showing that hopefully it will be.
Yeah, 4 minutes now between the top 6, if you like, with Litchell Schwab and Alicia Ney going well for Bull Swiss. So that's how it stands at the moment in the Aramex women's race. But stage number 32 stage win for Annika Langtal and Sophia Gomez-Vierfan. They will don those Aramex women's leaders jerseys going into stage 1. 3 seconds, Marga Moschetti and Tamara Shepherd. If you like, I mean, Annika and Sophia rode unbelievably well in that, but you almost expected them.
Yes.
The ride of the day in a way, Marga and Samara.
Definitely. Yeah, I think they had a lot less, eyes and expectation on them. Obviously, they probably knew themselves that they're going well and their preparation's been good, so they took confidence from that. And yeah, just to see how motivated they were, how strong they rode all the way to the finish. Like that last time, they were still giving a big effort and making time. So yeah, I think they're definitely a pair to watch.
No, definitely. They rode so consistent from the start to the finish. I mean, at some stage they were 51 seconds down, and now at the end it's only 3 seconds. That shows how consistent they rode throughout the entire stage, how well they work together as well as a team. Also good to see, and yeah, this is going to be a very interesting Absa Cape Epic. Like you said, 4 teams in the top, 6 teams in the first 4 minutes. I mean, that's incredible. That's very close racing.
Yeah, it does set it up, and we've got a big marathon stage around this area. Top of that peak up there, they'll be up there as well at some stage tomorrow. So it all bodes beautifully for a fantastic ride. The Dreamers Racing, Alex Brezegena and Arne Janssen, a German and a Belgian, and they're about to set off in the elite men's race. We've got over nearly a dozen teams already out there on the course, and setting the fastest time at the top of Dorsberg is Project Dream. Let's go to Max, who's got the stage winners from today in the Aramex women's race.
Sophia, we're going to get started with you. There's 3 seconds in it. You guys seem to be working so well together, like you'd ridden together many, many times before. How did you feel out there?
Yeah, I think we felt really good. I feel like one of the things I was surprised about was since Annika comes from such an XCO background, she stands up and hammers, and I'm like, oh boy, strap on, let's go. But yeah, I think we worked well together. I think we can always improve on the communication, and yeah, I don't think we went 110% in. Like, I think we're both feeling super fresh and looking forward for a longer stage tomorrow.
Annika, flashbacks, how are you feeling?
Oh my God, this is a new feeling, but also very familiar in the same way. I did suffer a little bit out there, but also I think I managed quite well. It's really good to get going, because now this is our first time riding together. So I mean, every single meter we ride, we get more and more experience. So it sets us up really well for the rest of the week.
Super dry out there. Was there problems with visibility following the wheels?
Yeah, I mean, these conditions it's so dry out there. Luckily, we got to do a lot of pre-riding together, so we kind of knew where to be extra careful. I mean, for me, it's the first time in 5 years that I actually raced my mountain bike, so I'm taking it down a little bit. I'm not going to go too wild out there. So, you know, every day by day, we are getting more and more into the drill, and I'm very optimistic about that.
Motivating when you're going up the big climbs and you're catching the other teams?
Yeah, but it's a false narrative. Like, you kind of know, you're like, all right, Mega Mo girls, check. We kind of see Skarda and Vera, but we knew that Margot and Samara were the ones that were leading, and we never saw them. So yeah, the time gaps this year were big. There were 2 minutes for the top 5 teams, and normally I think it's a minute. So you definitely, there was a lot of space, and you just don't know how it's going.
Tomorrow's a big day. We'll see you on the start line.
Cool. Thank you for all the support.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Oh, bubbling, aren't they? Interesting that they made... We'll come back to that, actually. There's a comment we'll chat about, but just to give you a wrap on the women's elite race here at the Prologue at Meerendal. What a sight it is as we get the 21st edition of the Absa Cape Epic underway. The leading team going into stage 1 will be the Toyota Specialized pair of Annika Langweiler and Sofia Gomez-Viefan. They have a 3-second advantage over E4 Chem champ Margot Muschetti of France, the French champion, and Samara Shepherd of New Zealand. And then in 3rd place, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, Vera Loss of Namibia, and Alexis Skarda, American partner, 116 down. Down to the top 5, the first South African team, Bianca Horn, Hayley Preen in 5th place. They're 3 minutes and 17 between the top 5 in the women's race tomorrow. Sets it up for a beautiful contest over 92 kilometers in the Tyberg mountain bike trail area. It is going to be spectacular racing, and the energy you could hear from those leaders is next level. The elite men are on course. The prologue is underway.
Wider for the elite men and women, because we want to make sure that the riders don't get assistance out in the course and teams ahead of it, so they want to make sure their gaps are big enough for all the teams to race ultra style. That's why we have these longer gaps between the elites of 22 amateurs. Okay, tell you a little update on what's happening out of the course for the UCI.
Oh, beautiful sight here at Meerendal from way up above. It's transformed. Meerendal doesn't look like this any other time except around the Absa Cape Epic, and in fact it's never looked like this because we haven't had that many tents here in the past, because it's just been a single day event, if you like. But tomorrow, with the big marathon stage starting and finishing here, it's going to be a hive of activity tomorrow as well. So it's fantastic to see riders rolling in at the completion of their prologues. The elite men started at 12:20, so right now we're down to round about, well, Greg van Avermaet, the Olympic road race champion, is heading off very shortly. GVA gold, another in a long list of former road greats coming to test himself on the route here. And this is Fondu Moat, Loic Blanc, and Robin Chalamel of France. Setting out, they are just starting. After them will be Van Avermaet and Julien Simons. Way they go. It's a dream for all the riders, be they pros or amateurs, to come and get off the start line on the Absa Cape Epic and challenge yourself, your partner, test limits, test your communication skills. And that's what we're going to talk about a little earlier. We're hearing from both. Here he is, Greg van Avermaet, 2016 Olympic champion in Rio on the road, doing some gravel racing. Quite a difference, though.
Yeah, definitely. The technique between mountain biking and gravel, very different. I think, yeah, a lot to learn when you come from the road into gravel and then mountain bike. Yeah, it's a whole new level.
But as we've seen in the past, the class is always there.
Yeah, I mean, these guys definitely know how to pedal a bike, whatever bike that might be. I think one thing that's underestimated about mountain biking is just like the overall fatigue on your body as opposed to road. You know, road, there's a lot of places you can save energy and you're not having to deal with the terrain and that sort of thing. And that's not something you can easily measure. So it's definitely a new aspect.
The Belgians go crazy. Greg van Avermaet goes crazy. Julien Simons goes crazy. And now, Mr. Finch, this is an all South African combination. Beautiful people of South Africa, make sure you make it loud and proud. For Keegan Tallis.
Onto the prologue, and this is a team that comprises an Olympic champion on the road from 2016, Greg van Avermaet. And he's riding alongside Julien Simons of Belgium, both of them Belgians, of course, and lovely to have Greg van Avermaet testing himself for the first time at the world's biggest mountain bike stage race here in Meerendal on this prologue and throughout the week. So our elite women have completed their prologue, and top of the tree there, Sophia Gomez-Veervan and Anneke Langveld. And interesting comment from them about the communication, and it was something that we also saw from Alexis and Vera, both teams saying, you know, we just need to, there are a few things in the communication we need to work on.
Yeah.
And that's just settling into an understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, as you said, the prologue is always the start of how to work together as a team. You get a feel for where each other's strengths and weaknesses are and how to communicate. You know, from the outside, it looked quite like both teams had really good communication. So it just shows there's those small little things that you can always work on as a partnership that will help you faster.
And it'll be different because they'll start in a bunch tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. And that actually makes it more difficult, a lot more difficult.
Yeah. You have to be a bit more subtle.
Yeah, you have to be subtle. You don't want other people to hear what you're saying. And then it becomes more and more about reading your partner's body language and those non-verbal from each other.
Peter Corky and Keegan Tallis, two young South African talents, heading off and charging out onto the route. And the familiar figure of Bart Brentjens, just lost the image there of the legend that is another Olympic champion. A little earlier than, in fact, 20 years earlier. Atlanta on the mountain bike, the very first one, 1996 Olympic champion Bart Brentjens. Greg van Avermaet was the other one I was referring to, but he was on the road in 2016 in Rio. But yeah, there we go. So Peter Bruce is on the start line together. Riccardo Chiarini, the Estonian and the Italian. Canadell ISP Sport. I've got a team set up here, Canadell.
Yeah.
Two women's teams.
Yeah, fantastic to see the two women's teams. Unfamiliar this team set up itself, but it looks amazing.
They roll off that start line. Peter Preuss and Riccardo Chiarini en route this pair. And Peter is doing his very first Absa Cape Epic, Chiarini in his third. But a familiar face on the marathon series. Let's go to Max at the start. He's probably speaking to riders who are about to embark on this this prologue. Max, all yours.
All right, on the finish line, gentlemen, welcome. Good to see you. Jan Vitter, Helen Gordon, Insect Science. How are you guys feeling? Things are heating up.
It's hot now. It's no longer heating up. It's, yeah, raring to go.
Ellen, you're back again. You're back for some more pain, this time with a seasoned campaigner. Nice to going to be riding with Jan.
Yeah, really looking forward to riding with Jan. I think this year is going to be really good, so looking forward. Yeah.
Looking at 26 Ks, what sort of time are you looking at? We saw the elite women going 1:12. What time do you think the elite men are going to put down today?
We looked at 2 years ago's time, and we figured we went a bit hard then, so we're going for about a sub 110. We'll be happy with that.
Go get it. Good luck, guys. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Tell us a bit about your team. How are you expecting to go here today?
Hi, it's always a bit difficult. It's a prologue of the Cape Epic. We have been training for like 4 months, quite hard. So our goal is to keep it actually steady, don't go too far over the limits, and then yeah, hopefully we can reach our potential and get the maximum of the result.
Enjoy it. Good luck. All right, how are you feeling? You've got about 4 minutes, 5 minutes until your start. It's been a big build-up to get here. Are you ready?
Yeah, very happy to start this epic race. So it's not very hot. So for me and Theo, it's okay because I live in Europe. In Europe, it's winter. So yeah, it's okay. Very happy to discover another edition of this Cape Epic.
Nice to see the Orbea bikes. How are you feeling on the machine? Is it all that you expected it would be?
Yeah. For me, it's the first year here and the first year MTB marathon. So I had all the PRBO experience. So we will be very happy. We rock a lot to be here this winter. So let's go.
Enjoy it.
Thanks.
Imbuka, Cape Champ, local boys are in the house. How are you guys feeling?
Oh, we're feeling really good, really excited for this. It's Lourdes first Epic, so I think he's the most excited of everyone.
Been seeing a lot of you on social media lately, young man. How are you feeling?
Yeah, no, I'm super excited. Obviously, it's my first Epic, as he said, so I'm really excited. I'm just going to take everything in today and enjoy it.
Gooi milies.
Exactly.
Good luck, guys.
Well, Rudy Kuhn and Lourdes Goosen, what an excitement. Lourdes, he's just 20, and in fact, his dad's flying our helicopter following the men's race. So, yeah, it's amazing that he's out there riding and getting an idea of what it's like to take it on. Lourdes Goosen is so excited to ride his first Absa Cape Epic. And meanwhile, Frans Klaas about to start the Absa Cape Epic for the 8th time alongside a debutant in Kevin Van Huysen, the two Belgians.
All the categories are going to be coming down the finish line now. The mixed category, the open women, open men, our NTT masters, our grandmasters, our great grandmasters.
We
They'll all be finishing
are saying goodbye to Candice, who's just left us, but thanks very much to Candice. We will hear from her later in the week, but wonderful to have a woman who's been in the heat and the heart of the battle many, many times.
I think she's so motivated now to go out and ride her own bike.
Yes, can't wait to get on a bike
left us, but yeah, awesome to have her here. Her expertise, she knows this race very well herself, and again, she prepared her very phenomenal for last year's season, and yeah, I'm sure she's going back on the bike, going out training, and best of luck for the season to come.
Right, Benno, we now are focusing our next hour or so on the men's elite race. Let's go down to Max at the start.
So back here at the start, you can see the ice vests on. Things are very, very hot. Peter de Toy, Mike, how are you guys feeling? Pagera Steel, you guys ready to rumble?
Yeah, we're definitely ready to rumble. First race for me and Michael together. Cape Epic. Yeah, we're ready to give it once.
Mike, this is the sort of course you like, very cross-country style. You're going to open up some watt bombs today.
Yeah, I think so. Up the first climb, it's yeah, flipping cool climb. Yeah, and down the other side is hectic, steep. Yeah, you got to watch what's going on there. Yeah.
Peter, looks like you got to save a bit for the end there through the vineyards. That last climb is steeper than it looks.
Yeah, that's why I have Michael, national XCO champ. I'll just hold on. He has to save him for pulling me.
All right, well, Paga, you're still looking forward to seeing what you guys can do here. Let's bring it home.
Thanks.
Oh, wonderful character.
All right, so under the umbrella here with Marco, and it's, I've got to tell you, it makes a difference, people, just in case you're asking. Marco Jabé, it's a big year. You're going to do some big things. You're excited?
Yeah, super excited. I mean, it's go time. Time to leave it all out on the course.
Super hot, and not going to be long enough to make any big difference today. For you guys, it's about getting the speed, getting up that climb quickly.
Yeah, I think today you don't want to lose too much time, but even if you gain, you're not going to gain or lose too much. So it's just about getting safe through today, making sure the legs are ready for the next couple of days. It's going to be much harder than the Prologue. So that's a good opener, but yeah, we just want to get smoothly through today.
Tristan, let's get you in here quickly before you smash that gel in your face. How are you feeling, buddy?
Yeah, feeling's been good. The nerves are there, but it's finally here, so yeah, we're going to see what we can do, and just, I think the most important is just to go and enjoy it and suffer.
Looking forward to seeing the results a little bit later today. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, here we go. We're in straight away. Jaden Tuller, also with an umbrella and an ice pack. How are you feeling? You're good to go? Nice. Oh, it's actually nice under the umbrella. I'm going to come into that little shot there. Hello. How's it going?
Yeah, feeling good. I'm excited to be racing with Phil. Looking forward to it. It's going to be fun and fast.
Lots of experience with Phil. You're going to have to pick up on your Afrikaans a bit there by the sounds of things.
My Afrikaans is heerlijk. Ready for action.
Nice to see Michael and Peter looking good. They're looking quite comfortable and calm. How's everything in the camp at the moment?
Yeah, everyone's pretty chilled. I think it helps that the guys have so much experience. So their calmness comes onto us, if I can say it like that. So yeah, pretty stoked with that.
Get out there and have some fun. We look forward to seeing your results a little bit later.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Team Pygo Eurosteel have 4 riders, 2 teams. Phil Bass with 11 Absa Cape Epics under his belt, and Jaden Turlo doing his second here. He's a man in good form, Jaden. He was in the mix at the Cape Town Cycle Tour recently. He's a powerhouse rider. And of course, we've got Peter de Toy and his partner, Michael Foster, who's the cross-country national champion. Meanwhile, on the start line right now is the KMC team. Thijs de Ruyter and Paul Hauser. Ruyter from the Netherlands, Hauser from Germany. And they are both doing their 3rd Absa Cape Epic. KMC have been a long time the supporters of this event and various events in South Africa. They come out every year and do training camps and racing here.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time down here. The conditions are perfect, especially during the European winter. It's 12-hour flight for most of them, 1-hour time change, and you find yourself in perfect conditions. So a lot of the European teams coming here over the winter, spend weeks in this area, and here they are starting the Cape Epic.
Yeah, they're conditioned, and that is one of the major factors for teams coming out here. Just if you are going to race the Absa Cape Epic, to get used to the weather, to get used to the terrain and the conditions, and whatever it is, everything that you are going to have in such high intensity over these 8 days. If you can get used to that in either a camp, be it in January or February, get a feel of it, and then come back again, you know what you expect, or leading into this event, it'll serve you instead as you take on the Absa Cape Epic. You land on Wednesday and head into this on the Saturday, Sunday. That's going to be tough, as Greg van Avermaet and his partner go down the Dorsberg descent. No problem at all.
Not at all. And like you said, you need a bit of time, or at least the knowledge of what you get yourself into it and how to prepare when you sign up for this race. Most of those teams that probably came last weekend already, they're probably already here for the last 7 to 8 days, making sure that the body, everything is used to the heat, get a little bit of a suntan in as well.
Daniel van der Walt and Urshan Specher from Computer Mania, and this is a sort of example of that. Urshan Specher is a Swiss rider, but has spent a lot of time out here, won a few races on the road as well. And I think he won the Amarshova road race last year in November. And Daniel van der Walt is a very talented young man. He's had some experience racing the Under-23 World Cup circuit. And this is a big chance to make an impact with his Swiss partner here. They are going to be up in amongst them, because starting around this pair, there are some very big heavyweights of the sport, because Pygo Eurosteel shortly, and then Baum and Egger are coming to the podium in the women's elite race, the Aramex women's race. Vera Loss and Alexis Skada in 3rd place on the day, 1 minute and 16 seconds behind the stage winners. Just 3 seconds behind the stage winners. A phenomenal ride by E-Fort and Chem champs Margot Moschetti and Samara Shepherd. Shepherd in the black on the left and Moschetti in the French champions colours. Well, it's been an absence for a while, but she is back on the top step of the podium once again. It is Anneke Langvel on the right and her partner Sophia Gomez-Viafan. They've won the stage and they will wear the leaders' jerseys, the Amex leaders' jerseys going into stage 1 tomorrow. Toyota Specialized Prologue stage winners by just 3 seconds, but that's all you need to be the race leaders going into stage number 1. Phenomenal ride by that pair. And indeed by Samara Shepherd and Margot Moschetti.
Yeah, indeed. Very surprised about their performance. Like you mentioned earlier, there was a bit of a glimpse of their shape at the Songo race just a couple of days ago. But yeah, today, steady pace from the beginning. 3 seconds is nothing, but it can play a little bit of a part of the tactic going in for the long stage tomorrow. Yeah, there's a long way riding trails tomorrow, and now it's all about the recovery. Who can recover the fastest, the quickest? Now it's up to the staff team to look after those riders.
Well, all the way from Likopo in KwaZulu-Natal, he used to hand out water bottles at the big stage race in Natal Besani to see, and he went on to win that in the solo category a couple of years ago. And Peter de Toy, well, this is a young man who's also just the most lovely young man, wonderful disposition and great sense of humor, and they are teamed up for Pyga Eurosteel, Peter de Toy and Michael Foster, and there are 12 men's teams in the South African men's teams in the elite men. Aramex leaders jerseys courtesy of Chivita, and they'll be resplendent in them, will Anneke Langvel and Sophia Gomez-Viafan, setting off tomorrow with a 3-second lead. What a race we're in for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the elite men are setting off. As I said, the Pyga Eurosteel pair have just set off, Peter de Toy and Michael Foster. And we have 17 teams after them, Hubert and Nokia and Base and Turlo. So they're in 3 all South African teams close to each other. The Absa African jersey is a focus, but it's not the primary focus for all those teams. They want to put an all South African team on the podium here.
We haven't had that before. We had South Africans winning the Cape Epic, but we did not have an all South African team.
Let's go to Max on the start line with a former winning combination.
All right, Leotorbea Speed Company. Georg, you ready to rumble?
Yeah, we're ready. Super excited. Yeah, 8 days of racing in a row coming up. Start gun is going in 3 minutes now, so then the hustling game is on. Yeah, recovering, racing, recovering.
Lucas, how are you feeling? I can see some proper pinnacle focus there from you. You look like you're angry. You look like you want to go out there and do some damage.
Yeah, especially, I mean, after last year and now with the European champion jersey, it gives me extra motivation to get a bit of redemption. We're super excited, super tense to finally go. We can't wait.
One of the South African favorite teams. The South Africans love you guys. They love the way you race. Are you ready to put on a good show?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much to the South African crowd and also to the crowd at home cheering for us. It's always a pleasure to race in front of you guys, and we try to put on a show.
Good luck.
Thanks.
New livery for the Beerliet Speed Company team, and perhaps infused with desire to, Lucas Baum said, exact some redemption. Philip Base, well, he's the evergreen Philip Base for Pyga Eurosteel as he prepares for his 12th Absa Cape Epic. No one has won more red jerseys, but he's made no secret of the fact that, yes, that's nice to win, but he would love to be on the podium. He's won a stage of this event before, but really would love to be on the podium. That might be ambitious this year, but he's there once again, Philip, and he's got a very strong young partner in Jaden Turner.
And he's also one of those riders that always gets stronger towards the end of the Cape Epic. like keeping a steady pace in the beginning of it, but always showed that he can become stronger and stronger after every stage. So it's going to be an interesting one, especially for the African jersey, but also in the overall, because there's a couple of African teams, South African teams that really have a shot for the overall as well.
We'll be starting shortly after that. Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier. And Marco, well, believe it or not, I mean, he's only 28. He's starting his 8th Absa Cape Epic. That's the sort of experience and the depth of experience you get so early on in this race. So it's they'll be heading off, and they have made no secret of their ambitions to get to the podium. Down the descent of Dorsberg.
It's crazy the speed they come down, huh? No, it's
different league, isn't it?
Yeah. No, the speed they come down here, and you need to know your braking points. You have to brake early enough because those corners are coming up quickly. It's very loose, it's very steep. You don't want to overshoot any of them. Otherwise, you find yourself in the bush trying to get up again. But no, this is incredibly fast.
They've won this race once before. They're back for a 4th time now. Lucas Baum and Gail Gager of Orveliet Speed Company. And it is Baum in the European Champions jersey. He's very proud of that, and so he should be. And they have deep hopes to repeat their win of 2022 when they stormed this race, an attacking ride from them all the way through. The 26-kilometer prologue perhaps isn't quite up there, Ali, although Baum is a former junior world cross-country champion. He won that in Pietermaritzburg many years ago, but they are looking at the long game here, and they may lose some time today to some of the other teams, but you watch them perhaps get stronger as the week progresses. That is going to be their aim. With Gail Gager overcoming some illness issues from earlier in the year and looking to get stronger and stronger as the week progresses. Well, that is time to come now. From South Africa, another of these South African teams looking to feature on the podium rather than in the African jersey, although that might come together. Higan Bontekoning and Arno du Toit. Arno du Toit in his 8th Absa Cape Epic, and Keegan, who is just 25, is starting his 6th Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, he must have been right at the 19-year mark, right, when he did it the first time. And yeah, also see how it goes. A lot of experience within the team, and also eager to fight for the jersey.
Yeah, production of that Absa African jersey does create another dynamic as Computer Mania's Daniel van der Walt and Urshan Special smash it down that descent. In fact, Lut Kroos and beg your pardon, Rudy Kuhn of Mbuko Chemchamp going down here. Well, this could be that situation, is that Lut is the rider and his father is the pilot of the helicopter.
It could be, yeah. Looking down at his son, yeah.
Wonderful moment to be watching your son do that, although a little scary at times as well.
Beneficial if he makes sure that the wind blows from the back as well. Huh? Like, maybe not on this section here, as it is fast enough as it is, but yeah.
There he goes. Yeah, it's sketchy. Giving a bit of distance between the two riders here is important. Making sure that there's no visibility issues, and if the rider ahead does have an issue, you can get past him. So there.
Yeah, it's tough to change lines when it's so loose, steep. So you want to stick to a line that you can see far ahead as well. So being too close to your partner in front on a section like this does make no sense at all. Still, you don't want to get too far back because you have to stay within the 2 minutes. A mechanical could actually play a big role in a descent like this. So the one in front always kind of like needs to see if the partner is nearby or not, but they got it well under control.
Well, there are not many 20-year-olds in this elite bunch. Lut Goosen is one of them. Cornier Bierkes is another. Very young riders. getting their first taste of racing at the elite level, and he's a serious talent. Look at this pair now. The European champion and Gail Gega, Baum and Eger, powering up here.
Yeah, that's great speed going up this steep climb. More and more spectators out there, so that definitely helps as well. Doesn't make the climbs any less steep, but the motivation is there. The crowd always gives you that extra energy.
Deep breathing now as they prepare for the off. This is Clementizia Orbea 2. They have 2 teams in the top 12 teams. This is Miguel Munoz Moreno and Luis Francisco Perez Martinez of Spain. And Moreno in his 4th Absa Cape Epic, and his partner Martinez in his 1st. Lots of new combinations in this top 10.
Lots of teams from Spain coming out here. Very many. Lots of experience, and I guess the terrain looks similar in Spain as well, at least in some of the areas. And lots of teams and riders coming from Spain.
Charging off and into the vineyards. The climb begins from there. And they are highly motivated, as all these teams are, to make an impact here. Clementizia Orbea have Samueli Poro and Mark Stutzman as their number 1 team. They'll start 4th last today. So they've got support, and therein lies a whole another story, which we'll talk about as the week unfolds, is to have 2 teams in the field so that you do have support along the way if should one of the teams have an issue. BH Coloma, this is the whole team is a very interesting one. David Valero Serrano, an Olympic bronze medalist in Tokyo a couple of years ago, and alongside him Luis Francisco Perez Martinez.
Yeah. Very strong team as well. Someone to keep an eye on.
Beg your pardon, Thiago Ferreira, the world champion.
Yes.
Yeah, that's him in the blue and white helmet. And back, he's only done 2 Absa Cape Epics before. This is a very experienced team, and one that in the marathon stages could be a big factor.
Yeah, definitely. Thiago, well known for being a very strong climber. Valero, very strong cross-country rider, overall rider. He has the power to push hard in the flats. Again, good combination, very much of experience, and with the stage as it is, maybe not the one today, but the others coming, and then also the time trial. This is a team I would definitely keep an eye on.
Yeah. Valero second at the European Championships, 3rd in the World Mountain Bike Marathon Championships last year. So a man to be very aware of, and as I said, Ferreira, former world champion. So we've got some real quality coming now. Likewise in this team, everywhere you look there's quality. Yeah, this is the Buff Megamo 2 team again, another team with 2 cards to play. Jose Diaz, a former bronze medalist in the World Championships and a multiple stage winner with Hans Becky. In fact, they won 3 in one race back in 2022. And alongside him, Pablo Rodriguez Guerra of Spain, riding his first Absa Cape Epic. Diaz in his 5th. Another, yeah, I mean, you look all the way up and down this field, and it is laden with quality. 8 of the top 10 in the marathon world rankings are here on the start line. In fact, the top 8 from 1 to 8 are all here. And then you look outside of that, any of these men and accommodations could be factors as the week progresses. The way that Orbea Liet Speed Company went about winning that race in 2022, that attacking way.
Yeah, they just came in as the unknown. No one kind of like took them too serious, or they were the newbies here, and so on. But they got away with it, and they really raced every single stage as their first and last. They left it all out there, and no mechanicals, nothing. They rode super strong, and managed to win the GC.
They clearly arrived in great condition. They're great friends from way back, but the way they did that, the way they attacked, the way they just took the race to the rest of them, I think inspired a lot of other teams as well, and say, well, you know, maybe we can't do that for 8 days like they did, but maybe we can do it for 2 out of 4. You know, do it occasionally. Get a look at this on that descent, the Dorsberg descent, just as they bottom out of there. At the end there, it is phenomenal. Fast, dusty, rugged, loose. Brilliant. Yeah. Absolutely amazing to watch. Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert for Ibuko Chemchamp now en route, and momentarily behind them there, Bulls Media e-bike. Tristan getting as aero as he can. They'll get over a stile shortly, and then have to hook a right sharp hairpin to the right and then head for the farmlands. But this is a team that many South African fans feel could be, as Benno was alluding to a little bit earlier, that first team of all South African riders to get onto the podium.
Yeah, definitely. They showed already incredible shape early on. There were a couple of events just a week or 2 ago. The fitness is there. They are the locals here. They're pretty much racing in the backyard, and no one knows the trails better than those two. So never underestimate the experience of a local. And they really have everything they need to be right up there. They have a great team. The equipment is dialed, and they're well motivated.
They've been riding in their backyard in Paarl coming days, so that'll be a huge motivation for them. They'll have massive support on the trails there. Sharp right-hander, and then barrel down here all the way to the bottom of this field, and then a left towards the dairy. Let's go to the start, and Max clear.
All right, Team Topato Singer here, a last-minute change. Both of you losing your partners at the death. How you guys feeling? It's just going to roll the dice and do what you do best.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think also Simon is feeling good. So yeah, it's super nice to have found a good partner in the last moment. And yeah, now we try to go do a nice epic and have fun.
Simi, not your first rodeo. You've been here before. You've been here since you were very, very young. Now you're one of the senior statesmen. How are you feeling with the changes?
Yeah, I mean, I did 11 epics. Every epic is different this year with a last-minute change, but I'm happy that I found such a good partner with Fabian. I mean, no doubt that he's a really strong rider, and I'm really looking forward to this special edition of the Epic from it.
Good luck out there. We know it's going to be hot, a little bit of wind coming, which is going to cool things down a bit. Looking at about just over an hour?
Yeah, about over now. I think we're going to have tailwind from like coming towards the finish, so it's about placing really good in the beginning and then have some energy left coming towards the finish line.
Good luck.
We've got a camera showing a camera because we've got the 2 helicopters and our on-bike camera, and this is Hubert and Nokia ready in the team 5 because sharing the load. Let's go back to the start and Max.
A little bit, but yeah, super excited and happy that we can get it going today.
Mark, how are you feeling? Come a bit closer. Let's get you in here. See you just tightening the shoes, making sure you've ticked all the boxes. You ready to rumble?
I think I'm ready. Yeah, I'm super excited to ride with both, and hope we will enjoy it today. Yeah, the weather is pretty nice, and I think we can have a nice race.
A lot of Buff Megamo fans out there. We're getting lots of feedback on the social media. Looks like you guys are getting quite a following here in South Africa.
Yeah, it's super nice. It's always great to have some support, like especially in a country like this. We really appreciate it.
Get out there, have fun.
Thank you.
It's Martin Stosek and Wout Alleman, the combination from Buff Mega. Let's stay with Max.
Although there's anything can happen. Are you guys ready to take this?
Yeah, we are well. We are approaching this race quite good, but yeah. However, we are here. We know the track. This one we raced 2 years ago. We like it. The weather is amazing like always. A bit hot, but not that much. So yeah, we're looking for enjoy it.
Mark, you guys are good climbers. This first climb definitely suits you. You guys going to get into that climb hard and fast from the start, or are you going to hold back a little bit?
I think it's important to hold back a bit, not to overtook in the first climb. That you have enough energy for the last few kilometers. So yeah, I think it will be the key of the race.
Looking forward to a good result from you guys today. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
Information. I have the information. Finch here, it should be Simon Stibian. Is it Stibi? Ja, genau. Danke. So Fabian Rabenstein and Simon Stibian, Corpado and Singer.
Andreas, if we can have a chat quickly, please. So with Singer KTM, good to see you. Good to have you back. You've had quite a quiet lead up to the race, and you seem to be ready to go.
Yes, yeah, we had a great preparation together, great training during the winter, great first 2 races, and also the last 2 weeks went super nice and smooth for us too. So yeah, we cannot wait anymore to go and see how it really is.
Communication is going to be important out there today. You got to talk to each other. You got 2 minutes between each of the you guys going off that start line. What's the goal early on with that first big climb?
So we are not looking on the other teams, so just for ourselves, and because it's some teams starting a little bit faster, some a little bit slower, so therefore you have to be careful to not overpace. So for us it's important that we ride the perfect pace for ourselves and had a good pace.
Good luck out there. Looking forward to see how you guys go.
Fabian Rabensteiner and Simon Stibian, that scratch team that was created overnight pretty much. Combination of the 2 teams, Topado Kender and Singer KTM, and they're about to roll off. Meanwhile, Gail Gaga and Lucas Baum are on familiar territory they quite enjoy, flat and open and pretty fast. Gail Gaga on the front, and the European champion just looking to get up alongside him and in fact behind him and close down that gap as they pop over this little stile. Don't want to go in there too hot.
No, definitely not. You don't want to like overshoot it and land in the flat or like get nose heavy. So you have to make sure you're not too excited when it comes to it. Makes no sense to over jump it. Definitely not. But you can see they're in good shape. They have a game plan, as all the others as well. I think this is the stage where you really need to have your tactics ready from the beginning. And here they are, rotating around, sharing the load at the front, and this looks like a very fast pace.
Yeah, they will know that this to win this, they could win it for sure. But there are some perhaps faster teams in terms of this type of course, short, sharp and technical course than them. They'll make sure they'll know how much time they're going to lose time, how much they can lose in order to just claw it back as the week goes on the flatter, on the longer stages, which is where they may come into their own. But the likes of Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo and Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto, there's some very fast cross-country races here.
Yeah, definitely. This is probably the stage where they can shine the most. It's a short stage, but still, 750 meters of climbing. Everything can happen. But I must say, the Orbea Speed Company, it really looks like a good pace they just showed. And we should get the first splits very soon as well.
Ben Nokia alongside each other, exchange a word or two, and Tristan Nokia goes to the front and sets the pace. Marco Hubert tucks in on his teammate's wheel. Thiago Ferreira and his partner David Valero head down that descent.
Yeah, very close together. That's where the trust comes in. You really need to know what's coming up. If there's anything, like somehow you need to let the person behind you know. So they keep it very close together.
Okay, Eurosteel, and if I'm not mistaken, this looks like Jaden Turlo and Philip Bass. Jaden has a similar style to Peter de Toy in his riding, his bobbing,
yeah, upper body moving quite a bit.
But it works, and look at them both with their hands tucked in narrow on the bars.
As narrow as possible. Yeah, you want to bring everything together as close as you can. The terrain is smooth enough to do so, and then also, yeah, bring your shoulders, make your back nice and round, your head down, look straight forward, and then also the guy behind, the right side of the bike, left or right, depending a little bit of where the wind comes from. But they're doing a good job, very good job. Also indicating if you are in the front, which turn left or right you're gonna face. As when you're too close, sometimes you don't even see those arrows that are near the ground.
So they just left that dog leg down to towards the dairy and then back up onto the Cape Winelands farm, and ahead of them this is Michael Foster and Peter de Toy off the wall and heading towards the floating bridges. We go back to Max Kleur at the start.
Nino, Filippo, the time has come to let the legs do the talking. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling great, yeah. It's going to be a good week, hopefully. And yeah, we're exciting for sure, yeah.
Things cooling down a little bit. It was a lot hotter for the women's race. Things definitely cooling down a little bit. That first climb is going to be pretty brutal though.
Yeah, it's a first tough climb, 10 minutes flat out from the start. But for sure it's important to pace yourself there a bit. It's still almost an hour of racing, so yeah. It's good pacing is for sure the strategy today.
Let's talk about that time. You put down an hour. Do you think you'll go under an hour on this course?
I think so. I would say. We were thinking about 56, 57 minutes maybe, something like this. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, let's hold you to that. Filippo, how are you feeling? Good to be on the start line. Good to be here at the Absa Cape Epic. You've heard so much about it. You've been here once. You're back again. You're good to go.
Yeah, hopefully so. Yeah, I'm super excited to start. I've been quite some months that I'm thinking about this race. So yeah, it's just super excited to kick off.
Important to stay focused on your race today, not to worry about anybody else.
Yeah, today you can more lose than win the GC. So for sure it's important to have a solid ride, but not overcook. For sure not have any crashes or mechanical would be bad. So yeah, we're going to have a solid first ride. It's also, yeah, we need to get to know each other as well into the race as well. And we'll be good.
South Africa's cheering for you, and you guys are one of our #1 teams. So get out there, have some fun, and enjoy it. All right, let's get into it. Matt Pierce, Keegan Svensson, last men off the line. The #1 board defending champion. Matt, good to be here. The time is now. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. It's always a privilege having that 1-1 on your plate, and definitely never take it for granted. But just stoked to be here with Keegan. Obviously, it's been a big thing we've tried, and yeah, really cool that it's all pulled off and we're here now.
Keegan, been quite a build-up, obviously a lot of hype, a lot of media attention around this race. Did you expect it to be so big coming into the race at this level where you tipped as one of the favorites?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm racing with, you know, the guy who's won it countless times and is one of the favorites every year. So, you know, I knew it would be this way, and you know, looking forward. It's good. Stoked for it, and it's yeah, privileged to be here. So.
Matt, we saw in the women's race just 3 seconds separating first and second place. Spoke to Nino and Filippo. They reckon a 56, 57 minute. What are you guys looking at? Any idea at all?
Yeah, I would say around there, 56 to 58, and I think we're gonna have to just be careful on the pacing. I think you can go out way too hard in this prologue, and then the way back is pretty meaty. So I think yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what everyone does.
So the pundits are out there and South Africa is behind you. I'm sure you feel like you're South African coming into this because you guys have just got so much energy and so much gees around you. A message for the fans out there watching Matthew Beers.
Yeah, thanks obviously for all the support to Keegan and I, and hopefully we see you out there on the trails. It's not far from most of this city, so come out and yell at us.
Look forward to seeing you guys on the finish line. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, the thoughts of the major protagonists, the defending champion Matt Beers, a three-time winner here. We also heard from a man who's won it twice before, Nino Schurter, and Filippo Colombo. Beers teaming up with Keegan Swenson, the king of gravel, if you like, in the United States. He's won the Lifetime Grand Prix Series, which is a big gravel series, 3 times in a row. And he's the acknowledged king. He holds a record at Leadville. He won, what did he win? Unbound last year.
Unbound as well, yes.
A huge event. So, yeah, that's a combination. And the guy who was second in that series was Matt Beers. So that's the quality of that team. Talking about quality, here's a team of some serious quality. Nino Schurter on the front here, and Filippo Colombo, many people's choice as their 5-star favorites for this event.
Yeah, definitely. Those two, Nino, we all know how many times he tried to win the Cape Epic. And yeah, now with Filippo, he has a very good wingman on his side. He showed great form early stage. Yeah, they had some great performance a couple of weeks ago. They also spent lots and lots of time here in South Africa since January, pretty much. And this is going to be, yeah, the Prologue, definitely their strength. The 26K is just under an hour, and we'll see. If they're going to pace, how they're going to pace, what their game plan is, but definitely.
Yeah, over the years, Nino Schurter's had great results here, of course. He's won it twice, but quite often his partner hasn't been able to match him for intensity and power and pace towards the end of the week. So that's going to be a key factor this week. If you feel that Colombo is in that sort of condition now to be able to match him through the deep end of this race. Talking of combinations that need to manage their efforts throughout, this is Gail Gega and Lucas Baum, who are Beer-led speed company, and they have come through the floating bridge, and they're making their way towards the second climb of this route as they come away from the fair Cape Dairies farmlands, and they head up the climb towards Dorsberg again. And they've looked very, very impressive, very strong. Our last team to leave the start ramp in the prologue of the 2025 Absa Cape Epic is the defending champion Matt Beers and his American partner Keegan Swenson. Two riders beautifully matched, it would appear, because they have been riding together very regularly and with each other in training and racing together in the United States on the gravel circuit. Here they bring their firepower to the Absa Cape Epic, the world's toughest multi-day stage race. Can they hold it strong for 8 days? That is the question here for Beers and Swenson. It's going to be a fascinating prologue for them to see how they go against the cross-country guys just up ahead, Schurter and Colombo, the likes of Brido and Avendetto perhaps as well, and then Eger and Baum and the rest. But the defending champion and 3-time winner Matt Beers en route now with Keegan Swenson.
Yeah, fully focused off the start into this arrow position. He likes that position. And yeah, like you said, normally they race against each other. Now they're racing with each other. And we saw on the bike check the other day from Keegan that he apparently is riding a 42 chainring on this course. I'm not sure, has not been confirmed yet, but that's what he had on his bike check. We will see if he is going to put that thing to work, if they're going to reach the 50-60k mark on those flat sections today. But very, very good dynamic, those two riders. So much experience, they know each other quite well, and now they actually get to work together as a team.
Valero Serrano and that is Thiago Pereira behind him, and this is a team who are also flying here early on. The Portuguese-Spanish combination, and a dangerous pair. This, they can make things very tough at the front end, that's for sure. We watched Bontekoning and and his partner going through, but that's the top of Hoogekraal, and flying down the descent off Dorsberg, Ravensteiner and Steve Jun.
Yeah, Ravensteiner right there at the front. Also incredible speed. The track is not getting any better the more riders are coming through. More and more loose stuff is coming out, and it's also quite dusty, very dusty at that section.
They've completed the second climb. This is Egger and Baum, and they're eating into the team ahead of them, which is a good sign for them, bearing in mind they did start 15th today. So in relative terms, in terms of their standing in the Absa Cape Epic, that's quite far back, but they didn't have a great race last year. Gega pulled up ill and had to withdraw from the race, so maybe they'll be perhaps a little bit stronger than that 15th seeding, if you like, suggests.
Yeah, but they already made up 2 minutes. Yeah. Those are the gaps between the teams right now, and that's definitely motivating. Knowing that you got the speed, you got the power, you feel well, you're catching a team in front of you. From there, you go and catch and chase the next one, so it motivates.
So it's the every team is on the field, on the route in the Prologue here at the Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, Valero pushing big gears.
Yeah, going really hard. Valero and Ferreira here. Two tall men, lots of power in those legs. And well, Valero's he's been on the podium in Marathon World Championships. He's a seasoned World Cup racer. He's a bronze medalist at the Olympic Games. So he's an all-rounder, if you like. Ferreira is very much a marathon specialist. And a marathon world champion of the past. He's got to be just a bit weary here. Valero doesn't want to ride away from him.
No, but yeah, Thiago is such a good climber, so they don't have to panic just yet. Are you losing out on a bit of effort here, like staying together? Makes it more sense, or does the stronger in the flat just keep his pace, keeps going, and then the other better climber is catching up? Different tactics, and that's all stuff that you need to figure out what works for the best and the most efficient for you as a team.
Yeah, that's the key, efficiency, and that was the key word at the press conference, wasn't it? From the men and the women teams that were at that press conference a couple of days ago. Efficiency. Who is going to be the most efficient here? And that it covers a multitude of things. Efficiency. That's physical efficiency, that's mechanical efficiency, it's mental efficiency.
Recovery as well. All of it is a big part of it, and that you need to look at the details, the small little details that can make quite a bit of a difference. Be prepared for anything that can happen. Don't panic if something happens, and then get back to your pace as quick as you can.
This is the team that are setting the fastest times at the moment, and there were many people's pick for a Prologue stage win, because this pair are at the very sharp end of cross-country racing at the moment. Luca Braida and Simone Avendetto, the Italians, and they are riding for Villa Vittoria. Set the fastest at the Fair Cape Dairy Farm, which is at that just before the floating bridge. They were 18 minutes through there. They're the only team to have gone through the Dorsberg climb in under 10 minutes at 9:59. Bart Alleman and his partner Martin Storsik have just gone there second slower, the second fastest through there. So at this stage, that is to say, Schertrand and Colombo haven't gone through the Beers, and his partner Svensson neither. So, but this pair, well, yep, those who know their game would have picked them because they are cross-country weapons. They really are, and they're showing just why here, because of Braido and Avendetto, in their first Absa Cape Epic, mind you, are throwing the cat amongst the pigeons in the Prologue. charging along and setting a cracking pace, the fastest at the moment on the course, but that is obviously a dynamic that changes all the time, but it is a Willia Vittoria pair, Prado and Avendetto. Meanwhile, we are now with Matt Beers and Keegan, Matt Beers and Keegan Svensson, beg your pardon, heading up the Dorsberg climb. Svensson on the front, and they're there who will be able to, anyone who rides with Matt Beers, you'll be able to pick out who's who, because Matt is such a giant on the bike. And they are going up the Dorsberg climb. As I said, the fastest time to the top of the Dorsberg was 9 minutes and 59 seconds by Avendetto and Prado, who we just caught a glimpse of, Willia Vittoria. And the second fastest up there were Martin Stosek and Bart Allemann at 10 minutes exactly. So that's confirmation of that. 1 second at the top of the 3K start time. Very early on. So lots of time to catch that up. But in Buko Kemchamp going nicely as well. Hubert and Tristan Nokia.
Yeah. Only 18 seconds. That's nothing. It's early stage, and the tactics, like they mentioned earlier, some of them they're going to go hard in the beginning, slow down towards the end, or the opposite way. So 18 seconds at the top of this climb is a very little indicator of how big the gaps are going to be.
The Dorsberg climb is the first challenge on today's prologue, and it has been from 7 o'clock this morning, believe it or not. We have been watching these riders. Here is Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert absolutely hammering it up to the top of the Hoogekraal, the Meerendal climb, and now dropping down into the Toyota Tough section. This is home ground for this pair. They love this sort of thing. They've been in great form all year, and they'll look to capitalize on that and make it count today in the prologue. There they go. Beautiful to watch. The Buko Kemchamp pair, Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia.
And I'm pretty sure that all of those teams are going to take the A line. No doubt on that. No one would leave a second behind, so I don't think the B line will be used at all.
Yeah, it was used a lot when we saw the amateurs going down, but not any longer. It's Schurter and Colombo smash it down the descent of the Dorsberg. My word. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Michael Foster and Peter de Toy, Paga Eurosteel getting to the top of the Meerendal, and Foster just turns to de Toy, pulls him through. They're in the skin suits here.
Quick sip out of the bottle before you drop into the single track. It is hot. The wind picked up a little bit, so the nutrition very important. And this is now the section you can relax a little bit. Yeah, find your flow and try to make some time.
Yeah, those who love this sort of terrain, well, this is where they want to make up a bit of time. All the way down to Hoogekraal, down the bottom there, under those blue gum trees. It ends down there, and this Paga Eurosteel pair, they'll be well at home on this sort of terrain. Foster rode himself to the South African cross-country jersey, champions jersey last year in Paarl, of all places. Now, here is Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. Drop of the saddle. Almost come to a stop, and then just very quickly on the gas again. Riding with a man of the pedigree of Nino Schurter. There's no one who can match him in terms of his palmares. Here we go. This is Geo Gega, just goes to the front for the descent And he and Lucas Baum of Orbea Elliott Speed Company drop into the Toyota Tough section. Keegan Svensson leads he and Beers, the last riders, down the Dorsberg descent.
Also incredible speed of those two guys.
Skill, composure, focus, all combining here. Brilliantly done. Safely down. It's one of the more treacherous descents, but yeah, caught a glimpse of one amateur rider taking a fall, but nothing too serious earlier today. These pros and elites, well, that's no problem for them. It's all in a day's work for them. Dairies where they headed, Svensson and Beers. So, top of the Dorsberg, Schurter and Colombo 10.06, so they were third fastest up there. Over the floating bridge, at the moment, beg your pardon, let's go to the Toyota Tough section. Mbuko Kemchep second fastest there, 6 seconds slower, and over the Toyota, over the floating bridge, Willie Vittoria have lost a bit of time. Luca Braido and Simon Avadetto. So they're 3 seconds behind the fastest time over that one. So it's changing all the while. There's the split. William, this is 1 second in it. Buff Megamo. And then Scott Schramm, 7 seconds after 3Ks. Nothing in it.
No.
And yeah, 29 seconds. Beers and Svensson.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of a gap that early on. Seems like the other guys are pushing the pace very hard. Looking at them on TV, they do have a good pace. They ride very well, but yeah, it's hard to say. And then again, there is a flat section coming up where Matt Beers most likely will be at the front, pushing the hammer down, easily closing down the gap to maybe 15 seconds, even 10 seconds if he's going strong.
How fast are they going there, Benno?
This must be over 40 k's an hour at least. Like this is super fast. Like it's yeah. You see Matt, he is still pedaling, cruising now, but this is close to 50-55 k's an hour. I would say this is serious speed they are doing here. Keegan Svensson cutting the corners a little bit, and you can do as long as you can see where you're going, but there's always a danger of cutting corners too much. There's wires, there's more thorns on the ground, and so on. So you really need to stick to the main lines, not cutting too much. And yeah, they're going into the flat section now. Yes, look at the speed.
There are very few people that can match Matt Beers on the flats in this sort of scenario.
Yes, everyone is afraid. Back in the day, it was Jaros Kulavi,
yes,
as maybe some of you remember, and now it's Matt Beers. Like those type of riders, they can close gaps in flat sections like no other. And you can see he's holding his handlebar tight, not even drinking at this stage because he knows that he needs to stay there. And pushing the hardest gear he got.
Avadetto and Braido now snaking through the single track. Yeah, Matt Beers won last year with Howard Grotz, and Kulharvi won with Howard Grotz as well.
As well, yeah.
Two giant men, and Howie's not the biggest man. So, you know, the familiar sight of him tucking in behind the big riders.
No, often it does help if the talents are not exactly the same. When you have a big strong rider that you can rely on the flats, but then also a good climber that motivates the other person to get up there the quickest way possible. So yeah, we have seen it all, and then it's also managing each other's fitness expectations. Look out for your weaker partner, and that can change daily, I would say, depending on the stage and the weather, and also the feeling of the fueling, the recovery. All of it is such a big part of it. So it's every day a new challenge, but yeah, it's early stage there.
Outright Toyota Songo is the name of this team. They ride for different trade teams, so in order to get the combination together, they adopted a charity each, Outright and Songo, and Toyota are backing them as well. But they are good friends, but this will take their friendship to a different level in a race environment like this. They train together a lot, they race against each other, but this is the first time they're racing with each other in this sort of environment.
Yeah. At the press conference, I did ask the boys if they're going to share all the details they got, because they know that after this race, they're going to race against each other again. So how much are you willing to share all your top secrets when it comes to racing? But it is phenomenal that they're riding together for the charities, and yeah, we will see how this relationship becomes this week.
Filippo Colombo has finally earned the right to ride alongside the greatest of all time, Nino Schurter, in the Absa Cape Epic. Many have done so before. Sebastian Finney last year, André Frischnecht in the years gone by, and now going to the front. Yeah, it's a brutally hard place to be anywhere along with and alongside Nino Schurter.
No, definitely, and I'm sure Filippo has great respect of Nino, but he also knows that all those titles were yesterday. Today is a new day, and he will prove himself. And you can see, like, he's not just sitting behind. They do this great share between the two of them, and Filippo, he wants to make a mark. He doesn't want to be another rider that got broken by Nino Schurter. And yeah, I have no doubt that this is a very strong combination.
Yeah, a few weeks ago, Colombo won a big pre-Absa Cape Epic event in Wellington that included 5 monster climbs, and he won that Buka Big 5 event when Nino was riding there as well. There was a lot of big names there, and Tristan Nokia and Filippo actually took a slightly wrong turn, and that didn't stop Filippo from winning it. That was an indication his condition is very, very good. Thiago Ferreira and David Valero get to the top of Malanzhoogte and head down the descent, and we will be going down there in the company of Stefan Sam. This will be fun. Benno's eyeing out Stefan's job. Yes. Actually, everyone does. You get to ride these so many times on the one day.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think he has done it today probably at least 10 to 12 times so far. I mean, only the Toyota Tough section. Yeah, that's where e-bikes come in, make the job a bit easier. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be possible to actually do the climb times. But it's not easy to stay with those pros on the downhill. Like, yes, on the uphill is one thing, but on the downhills, they are so quick. Like, the bike is a little bit lighter. The e-bike's always, most of the time, a bit longer, heavier, and those guys are going super fast down the hill. So I'm very impressed that he can actually stay with them.
Time check from 7.5 kilometers, the Fair Cape Dairy Farm. It's Scotsram Mountain Biking who are leading. That's Schurter and Colombo, 17 minutes and 38 seconds. 18 seconds behind them are Beers and Swenson. Yeah. Cards on the table.
Yeah, cards are on the table. There's no more hiding. Yeah, also Luca and Simone. It's only 3 seconds, so it seems very close together. 8 seconds to third place. And it's BSP, Leith Speed Company. They're riding very, very well. It seems like Georg has a good day. He was a bit concerned about his fitness where he is. He was a bit of the backside coming into it, but it seems like everything is going very well for them. And Matt Beers, Keegan, again, could be a tactical game. We're not even halfway through, so we'll see how they go from here.
Meanwhile, it is unbelievable as we're watching Thiago Ferreira and David Valero go down that descent at breakneck speed. It is sensational to watch them charge down there. So Scotsram and outright Toyota Songo are the two teams that are setting the pace with Willia Vittoria, Luca Braido and Simone Abendetto. They're right there, turning left and heading down the descent. And Buff Megamo just behind them. So heading towards the last of the climbs. And this is the drag. It's just a contour road, if you like. And then they get to the stairway to the Heaven climb. KTM team. This is that combination. Floating bridge lies in store. So these riders, Seewald and Hartmann, are marathon specialists, and they will be keen to just pace themselves through today, knowing that their days will come later in the race. Seewald, the former world marathon champion, of course. And Martin Stosek, 2022, and was a serious threat to the overall until things went a bit pear-shaped for them, but he's got a useful partner in Jakob Hartmann, the 30-year-old German, in his second Absa Cape Epic. Bear and Nokia. And they hold the hopes of South Africa for the Mbuko ChemChamp team. And they've been impressive through the 21k mark. They were 12 seconds off the fastest times at 49. The fastest time, by the way, across the line so far are Mark Pritson and Wessel Botha in 1 hour and 49 seconds for the Honeycomb 226s. So they've gone well. New Zealand brothers Craig and Ben Oliver 11 seconds behind them. Southern Hemisphere riders who brought some form to South Africa. The Oliver brothers, yeah.
No, they also did the champion race just a couple of days ago. They were very fast there as well. Luckily, a local won the race. Luke Moyer was there and actually showed great form there as well. He's getting ready for the World Cups coming up in 2-3 weeks' time. But yeah, this is not a cross-country race here. Maybe, yeah, not the longest stage, but I'm sure they're not gonna leave it all out there today, and there's 7 more stages after this one to come. But the times are close. The time gaps are really, really close together.
Now, this is Mbuko ChemChamp, Marco Hubert on the front, and Tristan Nokia, a pair that has formed this year as their super team, if you like, from Mbuko ChemChamp. They do have a second team in support, and those factors will come into play later on in the week, perhaps. But they have Rudy Kuhn and Lut Goosen riding in support of them. Scott SRAM mountain bike through 11Ks, 23 minutes and 23.5 minutes, 14 seconds was the Honeycomb 226s. That's Pritson and Wessel Botha. Then outright Toyota, and then the brothers from New Zealand, Craig and Ben Oliver, Maito Q NZ cycling project. They are the 4th fastest team through there, but lots more still to go through there, so time will tell how that all stands up. Beers and Svensson. The floating bridge awaits that pair. And Simon Schneller. Oh, we haven't seen Simon yet, but he's back again, the lanky German rider, and fighting for Team Bulls. Won the last stage last year, won the grand finale stage here at Urshuber.
Yeah, they did very well last year. Last stage, always the one that if your Cape Epic did not go that well, the one you want to win.
Absolutely.
So they went straight away from the beginning, and they managed to win the stage.
Simon riding with Frenchman Axel Rudel Cortina this year. Another of those men who's been around for so many years, yet he's still a young man at 28. He's in his 7th Absa Cape Epic. He made his debut here as a 21-year-old, part of that Team Bulls setup, and he's still going strong. Teams closing in on one another here. That looks like Seewald, yeah. Seewald and Hartmann. And behind them, that is the unmistakable figure of Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. So they are closing in very quickly on the Singer KTM pair. And remember that there was a big gap between them on the start. Some 4 minutes.
Yep.
So they have closed down 4 minutes very rapidly, an indication of how good the Scots-Ram pair are going. And Hartmann's definitely got a problem here because he is lagging behind Andreas Seewald. Now, Schurter, he wants to get past here, and they will. They are on a mission here, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. Andreas Seewald doing the right thing and just drifting to one side, letting the Scots-Ram pair through.
Yeah, great sportsmanship. If you see them coming, you know they already catched up 4 minutes. You don't wanna interfere with those guys coming through, being responsible for them losing time. So great sportsmanship for just making way.
So the first half, aside from the Dorsberg climb, and it's fast. I mean, there's that wonderful crew supporting at the most remote section of this climb, keeping the riders motivated and vibing support out there. Fantastic to see, wonderful. Look at the gap already that they've opened up on Seewald and Hartmann here, Schurter and Colombo. But yeah, the first section with that flat section through the Fair Cape farmlands is quite fast.
Yeah.
And you can make time there. This is Schurter in his element.
Yeah, he loves those trails. That's his riding style. On the descent, I don't think there's many that can match his speed either. Filippo for sure, but they bring so much talent to it. And again, like, he is half of a local here after spending that much time, and he just loves riding his bikes, jumping his bikes. Yeah, it's incredible to see him enjoy this race over and over.
So 1 hour and 49 seconds is the benchmark time at the moment. Mark Pritson and Wessel Boerter of Honeycomb 226s. They are in the hut, but this pair of Imbuko Kempchamp, Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier, the all South African pair, are looking to topple them from that hot seat at the moment as they enter the last couple of 100 meters. Hubert and Norkier, it's going to be mighty close. I don't think they're going to get there because, well, they may. They've still got, they've got under a minute now to see if they can pep Pritson and Boerter. Of course, Boerter and Hubert have ridden this event before as a team. Well, let's see. They're on the lawns over the bridge and into the finish. It's going to be very close. But it's been an excellent ride from Mark Hubert and Tristan Norkier. Power down. Yep, I think they're probably going to do it. Going right and into the finish. This is Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier from Imbuko Kempchamp, and they will post the fastest time as of this stage in the race at the finish for Imbuko Kempchamp, and they will go into the hot seat by, well, a matter of a couple of seconds. Not a big gap, but they will do enough to take that hot seat for now, bearing in mind that there is some heavyweights still to come in this race. So there are many of these series. 1 hour 46 seconds, 3 seconds, 6 seconds, beg your pardon, seems to be the lead, but they have done that job. 6 seconds, it seems. Confirmation of that. Sensational way to finish the trails into the finish here at Meerendal Wine Estate. And that's you where you want to be. So, Buko Kemchamp, in fact, didn't get there. I was waiting for the clock to stop. It didn't. 1:55. So they're 6 seconds down on Pritsen and Buerta, who've done an amazing job. The South African marathon champion Wessel Buerta. So Honeycomb 226s are the benchmark team at the moment. Beg your pardon to them. And apologies to Mbuko Kemchamp supporters getting you a little too excited, but they are 6 seconds behind Pritsen and Buerta in the hut, so to speak. Scott Stram, though, are the team making the pace out on the route at the moment. No B lines being taken here, that's for sure.
Nope. Everyone takes the A line. Everyone is grabbing those extra seconds. Yeah, because everything can make a difference. I mean, we see the gaps, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Like, you don't want to. And again, they bring so much talent with. For them, it's not even an extra risk. It's the faster line, and yeah, here they come through the tough section.
Alleman and Stosek are the pair flying through this. The Buff Megamo 1 team, the Belgian champion up ahead, and Stosek, the Czech champion behind. Alleman just relishing the technical terrain, the Toyota Tough section. Every day of the route there will be the race. There will be a Toyota Tough section. There's also King of the Mountains on 2 of the stages, stages 4 and 6. And an additional 900,000 rand, $50,000 of prize money overall for across all the categories. Just boosts the status of the event, makes it among the richest of its kind anywhere in the world. Fantastic.
Yeah, some extra small goals for the big goal to add. And again, like King of the Mountain, Queen of the Mountain, it's another kind of like title that you can grab within this race. And the extra prize money is also definitely a bit of a motivation. And it's good to see how the organization is giving back to the athletes.
We are following the exploits of Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, the rider just in front of you now, the Czech champion, as they exit the Toyota Tough section. And now they will power as much as they can across the farmlands, across the tar road, and into the last of the climbs before the finish. But I can tell you that the team that everyone's looking to now is Julia Vittoria, Luca Prado, and Simone Avondetto. It is nip and tuck with them and the team of Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, who are, there they go, up the Malandshoogte climb. Look at Nino Schurter out of the saddle. Huge effort as he powers up this climb. It is a brutally steep climb, straight up the side of a hillside here. Take them to the top of the descent.
Yeah, from the top there you can see Table Mountain in the background. 100 meters to go for those guys, and they will be on the top. Filippo coming up.
There's his helicopter pilot's license, I think, as well. So he would be delighted to be up in the helicopter, but I think for the time being focused on putting this prologue to bed as he leads down. And you got Colombo just glancing down the hill there to see where their rivals Beers and Svensson were.
Yeah. Now you want to get an idea of where you are. If you can spot them somewhere, definitely helps. Again, not sure if they do get split times, if there's any communication between them and the team at the start line, finish line. But it does help. It definitely helps if you get the gaps in between. Can motivate you, but yeah, those two guys look very comfortable at the moment, and this is their playground.
Absolutely. These switchbacks, Nino Schurter makes them and takes them at such unbelievable speed. It's difficult to comprehend unless you're down there on the ground to see how fast they go through them. So after 16.5 Ks, it is Braido and Avendetto with just 6 seconds advantage over this pair. And, well, Mark Pritson and Wessel Buerter's time standing up very nicely indeed, 6 seconds ahead of Mbuka Kemchamp, Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia. Swinging nice and high down through the switchbacks off the bridge. There's a little technical section. You'll see spectators standing here. This is an absolute treat to watch the very best in the world here. And those spectators on the hillside, what a privilege. They'll be cheering him on. He's got great support. Nino Schurter, Filippo Colombo, and the Scots-Ram pair making it look so easy. A mark of Nino Schurter's brilliance. I mean, you've got to give your partner a little bit of space on these technical things, but he's making Filippo Colombo work really hard to stay with him here. And the fact is that as serious as he is about riding his bike, he is a man who just loves riding his bike as well. He pioneered, I think, throwing tail whips in cross-country races and major races. I mean, it was unheard of before Nino came along to do that, and he does it every time.
He loves it. He loves biking. He spends so much time on the bike. Also rides enduro bikes, and he's the one that started this style, bringing style into cross-country racing with his whips, the way he rode, the pleasure he finds in riding a bike, and he rides it at the highest level. The things he can do on the cross-country bikes, you see it a little bit more and more in the young generation, but yeah, he definitely inspired a whole new generation to train hard, but also have a great style on the bike.
Matt Beers and Keegan Svensson are down onto the Toyota Tough section now. And they will be mindful that Schurter and Colombo are likely to be a little bit faster in this section, bearing in mind their pedigree and their style of regular racing. And you couldn't ask for two more contrasting here, could you? You've got two outright cross-country specialists in Colombo and Schurter, and these two powerhouses on the gravel scene and the marathon scene. So this is an interesting pinch point in the race. Beers, though, absolutely killing it. He has a background as a motocross racer, so yeah, he won't be intimidated at all.
No, definitely not. And again, like it's you can't push too much on those sections either. Like it's nice berms, but there's dust on it. The speed difference is not as big as you may sometimes have in the rough sections where people are really willing to risk it. Everyone goes down fast. At the bottom, there's maybe 5 seconds that maybe are in between some of those teams, but definitely not more. It's hard to really make time on sections like this.
The crowd will be cheering Matt Beers on. He is a 3-time champion, a South African favorite, and he drops down there. No problem at all with Keegan Svensson in his wake. It wasn't an A-line on the far side. There's a piece of tape across there, so they are following the route. That line joining from the right is not part of today's course, but this is very much part of the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club's trail network, and a real favorite section. And it's a network that is ridden regularly by a number of their 8,000 members over the years, and maintained and looked after by the club. Patrick Roberts looks after those trails, and they are supreme, and they're going to explore this and many more tomorrow. Well, not quite this tomorrow, but all their other trails. Look at Beers go down here.
even on the downhill, trying to be aero, ducking down, taking those jumps. And they're almost at the finish, not too far away.
Svensson, I talked about him as a marathon man, and he is nowadays the king of gravel in the States, but he is a cross-country champion of the United States. Marathon champion, he's an all-rounder. But at the moment, the focus is on the longer distance events.
Yeah. Came from cross-country. I still remember when he was racing the World Cups back in the day. And then only later on changed more towards the gravel marathon scene. But he's doing very well. Very strong in the US. Him and Sophia are pretty much the pair of gravel racing. And yeah, also here you see the communication between the two of them.
Yeah, Pierce has looked over his shoulder as they came out of that last bit of the Toyota Tough section to make sure all was in order, and just to pull him up to his wheel, and now they'll head down to that road crossing at high speed.
Yeah.
And the margins for error here are so minimal. That's a very dusty, soft section there. You get it wrong there, that loose section. Wow.
Yeah.
Good to see. Power to the finish line. Now, they'll get the time. 105.27 for the Climatizia Bear 2 team, Moreno and Martinez. We'll see the youngsters from the Songo.info program there watching there. Yeah, so good to see it. There is Luca Braido and Simone Avondetto, and they have done it. They have posted the fastest time, 59.45, the first sub 60-second ride. It was a team that many expected could be up there on the podium today, and they have laid down the marker. Luca Braido and Simone Avondetto. Braido has won cross-country, he's won a World Cup, so he knows what it's like at this type of effort. And he's done so with a young man, Simone Avondetto, who's also a real threat. They're both ranked inside the top 10 of the cross-country rankings, so they are a team to reckon with.
Yeah, great effort. Staying below the hour mark. Yeah. Looks like Filippo now is at the front. This is the one steep climb to come now.
Let's go to the finish and hear from a Bear Laird Speed Company, who are 1 minute and 30 seconds behind the Willia Vittoria team.
Little Bear Speed Company, how did you guys go out there today? Was it as hot as you expected?
Definitely hot and fast. It was a nice start into the Cape Epic. Nice trails to kick off this year's edition, and we found a good pace together. Unfortunately, not the fastest today, but I think we're up there for the GC.
Georg, how are you feeling? How's the body feeling? Was that a good tester for you today?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in the first climb I struggled a bit. I did the lead out into the climb, and there was quite a lot of headwind, but I think overall we had a good pace. And yeah, we had also a consistent pace during today's stage. I mean, the next days are going to be longer, and yeah, I think we can improve there. I think today was more the cross-country rider stage.
Well, you're in one piece, you're healthy, and you're on the dance floor tomorrow morning. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Baum and Ega. Yeah, putting their ride into perspective, putting a sort of positive spin on it, because they're 1 minute and 30 seconds behind the cross-country guys, Luca Braido and Simone Avondetto. But their rivals on the marathon stages, well, they're still coming, but also Pritzen and Buerta, 1:15 behind them. So there's 1:26 at least behind them. So they've got to be mindful that they're going to have to work really, really hard throughout this week. They know they're going to have to, for sure, but yeah, good ride, solid ride. Here are the men who could challenge Luca Braido and Simone Avondetto for the stage win today. Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter. Last climb, Stairway to Heaven awaits. unbelievable speeds on these contour roads by Schuurter and Colombo. Max, go back to you at the finish. Take it away.
Look at Simone Willis Victoria, the first team to go under 1 hour today. How was it out there today? This certainly suited your cross-country skill set.
Yeah, for sure. It fits better than the other stage, I guess. And so we gave our best. Yeah, how you say, it seems a good time, so we are happy.
Simone, how are you feeling? Certainly very hot. You guys look like you put in a proper effort there.
Well, my team was terrible. I did a lot of effort behind this man who was so strong today, but yeah, happy about our performance. We'll see the other couple of riders, but yeah, I think we did a good stage.
We wait to see what the results are. Let's see how it ends up at the end of the prologue. Congratulations, well done, a great effort.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the men in the hot seat at the moment in a time of 59 minutes and 45 seconds. And the one team that might have a chance of beating them are this pair, Filippo Colombo and Nino Schuurter. Have they got it in the tank to finish it off? As they're closing in on the Stairway to Heaven climb. Nino just having to dig a little bit deep here to get onto the wheel of his partner, Colombo.
Yeah, you can see Nino out of the saddle, closing the gap, making sure that they stay together. Maybe a bit of a conversation happening right now as he closes the gap.
We'll go past Leroux Creel's bench. That is a bench in memory of Leroux Creel, who clearly enjoyed this part of the trail. Wow, this is Schuurter and Colombo. Have they gone a little bit too deep too early? And look, whatever it is, whether they win it or not, they are very much in good shape at this stage. They've done the job in terms of getting perhaps the better. We'll wait and see of Beers and Svensson. They're still coming. So but Schuurter having just to close these gaps a little bit here.
Yeah, that takes effort. Like always that little bit. Like if Filippo is not taking care, who knows? Maybe he's the one now that puts Nino under pressure. But yeah, staying together, having the conversations, the communications going is very important. The gaps are still very, very small between the teams.
12 seconds at 21 of the 26 kilometers here as Scott Stram close in on the last little climb of the prologue through this ravine and then onto the trail and head towards Stairway to Heaven, that climb. Beers and Svensson, they are the team out there. Andreas Sierwald and Jakob Hartmann, well, they have been passed. They've lost an enormous amount of time. We have not seen pretty much at any stage Poro and Stutzman, Allemann and Stosek we saw come through. But it's all about this pair now and what they can do over this last couple of kilometers. 59 minutes 45 is the time that they would like to beat. Might just be out of reach.
Yeah, looking at the time going, still not too close to the finish, or there's still a little bit to go. It's going to be a very tight one, and that 59 minutes, it is a solid time for sure. So we'll see. A bit of uphill still to go, not at the top just yet. Filippo still at the front with Nino right on his wheel. They also got a custom painted bike specifically for the Cape Epic. It's also great to see that a lot of teams are putting a lot of effort into like customizing their equipment, if it's the bike itself or the other parts on the bike, because everyone knows the media impact that you actually get from this event. Yes, the race results you can only influence to a certain degree, but you can always benefit from all the media coverage that you get, the attention you get from a global audience, and that's also why a lot of teams put that much effort into those kind of things. It doesn't make the equipment faster, but it sometimes makes it look more beautiful, more dedicated to this one event.
The little effort there from Nino Schurter out the saddle just to try and stay with the wheel of his partner as Beers and Svensson are past that Hoogekraal bench and on the sort of flat, undulating, almost trending down contour path that leads them to that last climb up the road. Beers on the front, Keegan Svensson, his American partner, on his wheel. He has a good record with the American partners, Matt Beers. And he and Chris Blevins are winners, and he and last year's winner also from the United States. This is Svensson. Harvey Grotz had a very nasty crash last year, and it was very, very serious. And it's good to see him active again. Time winner of the Absa Cape Epic. Beers are looking strong, and Svensson on his wheel. Time to beat, 59.45. Second fastest time, 1 minute and 49 seconds. With Honeycomb 226's Mark Pritson and Wessel Boerter. What a ride by that pair. They put it together. Pritson has been in great form this year on the road and off the road, and Wessel Boerter, well, a new combination on the mountain bike scene here at the Absa Cape Epic, and my word, they're doing the job. Imbuko, Kem Champe, Marco Hubert, and Tristan Nokia, well, 1 hour and 55 seconds, so 6 seconds behind Boerter and Pritson for Hubert and Nokia. And then the New Zealanders, Craig Oliver and Ben Oliver, also very much 5 seconds off third place, so they're very much in the mix. So the podium places to be decided on today's prologue between Scott SRAM and the team of Outride Toyota Songo. This is the Scott SRAM team. Their way to heaven above. The crowds will be cheering them on. Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter.
Also the last riders of today, right? Like all the amateurs, everyone is in already. Those are really now the last riders on course. And yeah, it's not too far to the top anymore for those two.
What an opportunity to see these riders, the best in the business, up close and personal, right there at the course side. There are a few sports where you get the opportunity, where you can almost reach out and touch them. You could, you shouldn't, and don't. Exactly. But you could, it is. That's the beauty of this sport. So accessible. There's our lone supporter. Always he's the gatekeeper. Don't lock it just yet. There are still a few teams coming behind you. But Keegan Svensson, bit like Schurter, just dangling a fraction off the pace of Beers.
Little bit. I don't think
nothing too serious.
Not too serious. Keeping his distance, I guess. But yeah, Matt Beers definitely. I would like to see the watts he pushes up those hills. He's a big guy, and yeah, the wattage he needs to put down to keep that pace must be impressive.
You'll bring that to us. You're close enough to them, I think.
Yeah, we'll find out. I will definitely find out.
Here we go on the drop down. It's Schurter and Colombo. The brilliance of these riders, the speed at which they go when they are going. Now, watch them from above. Absolutely amazing. Out of the tree there, and then it's just head for home. Beers and Svensson, you just caught a glimpse of them getting to the top of Stairway to Heaven. So, last couple of teams on the route. Remember, we probably still have the Singer KTM team, Seewald and Stoet and Hartmann behind this pair of teams. But it is the final kilometer for the Scots-Ram pair of Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. So all eyes on the clock now, and it's looking good for Willia Vittoria, I think, at the moment. Or is it? Wait and see. 59.45 is the time that they need to beat to Colombo and Schurter in order to take the yellow Civita UCI men's leaders jerseys into stage 1. Last bit of dirt, and they'll be on the lawns of Meerendal very shortly. It looks like that time is going to go by.
Yeah,
it has. And so right now, Willia Vittori, Luca Braido and Simon Abondetto in virtual yellow. Meanwhile, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo put in finishing touches to a phenomenal ride by the Scots-Ram pair. They've lost time to the overall leaders, but they are right in there in the frame. Schurter and Colombo, and they are second fastest on the day by 20 seconds as it stands now, bumping the Honeycomb 226s, Pritson and Botha down to third as it stands now. But Schurter and Colombo in second fastest, 60 minutes and 5 seconds, 20 seconds behind Braido and Vavendetto of Willia Vittoria, 59.45.
Very impressive, very impressive. Yeah, just a couple of seconds behind. Again, maybe tactics, maybe it wasn't. I mean, Luca and they rode an incredible pace, incredible pace, and yeah. Only one more team out there.
This is Singer, this is Hartmann and Seewald. Again, between them we may have Beers and Svensson. In fact, Beers and Svensson I think might just be behind them. Yeah. But Hartmann has clearly had a tough day here. He's having to chase back onto Seewald's wheel. Andreas Seewald, Singer KTM are racing third team off the start today. And we got a sign early on that they were in trouble when Schurter and Colombo went past them. Now we'll hunt back and find Beers and Svensson. Let's go to Max quickly down at the finish.
On the finish line with Team Honeycomb 26 the first African team, but you look like you're holding on to third overall. Wessel Botha, how did you go over there? Did you expect this result today? You guys went straight back to the car, you changed already, and you third on the podium on the GC.
Yeah, I wouldn't say we expected it. We just went as hard as we could. We had a quite far back starting position, so caught like 20 teams, had a slight mechanical, so yeah, we didn't think we were going to be in this position, but can't complain at all.
Mark Pritson, this has been a ninja focus for you guys. I know you did a big training camp in Namibia. You've stayed away from some of the early season racing. Looks like that training's paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love going back down to Namibia and spending some time with family, and yeah, got to know Wessel a little bit better as well. And I think, yeah, it's definitely showing that it's paying off. This moment feels quite surreal. I've played Formula 1 before where everyone interviews you like this, and it's quite a big stage. Yeah, it doesn't feel real at all.
Wessel, going into the next couple of days, those are the ones that count. Some people say the racing only really starts on Wednesday, but you guys have got a great bag. You've got a great set of skills. You guys can cover pretty much anything from technical to time trial and to the big climbs and the big distances. You guys are going to come out of this with some positive energy.
Yeah, for sure. We're in it for the long game. It's still a while to go, but I think, yeah, me and Mark solid on my bike. I think that time trial coming up is going to suit us well, being bigger guys. So, yeah, just really excited, and yeah, it's going to be a good week.
We'll get across the podium. Enjoy the moment. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Wessel Botha and Mark Pritson, they started 39th. What a ride by that pair. Unbelievable. And they had a little mechanical as well. They could have been even faster. So it bodes well for the week to come for the Honeycomb 226s. Still coming down towards the finish, Matt Beers and Keegan Svensson of South Africa and the United States. And outright Toyota Songo is the team, the defending champion Beers. They're not going to win this prologue today. And in fact, they're not going to be on the podium today for Beers and Swenson. So it does look like that Pritson and Botha will take that third spot. But here come Beers looking down at his bike, and that is always a concern. Beers and Swenson to put the finishing touches to their prologue effort today. Up and over the bridge. Air from Beers, not from Swenson. All focus, and they'll make the final turn into the finish. The outright Toyota Songo pair, Matt Beers, the defending champion, and his teammate is Keegan Swenson. They come across the line and finish the day today, and they will be outside of the top 5 teams today. Over an hour and 1 minute down, and they are going to be perhaps a little bit disappointed with the performance today, because they are not inside the top 5, but on the greater scheme of things, they still have plenty of opportunity to make it back.
Yeah, definitely. For those two, the prologue will probably not be the focus at all. It's always nice when you can take it, but you also don't have to be too disappointed when it doesn't happen.
2:33 down.
2:33 down, right?
Quick look at our prologue top 6 there. Brido and Avendetto, the only team to dip under 60 seconds today. Nino Schurt and Filippo Colombo 20 seconds down. Pritson and Botha, the South Africans, on the podium at the prologue. Quite stunning performance there. Likewise, Joubert and Nokia, just 6 seconds between them. South Africa looking good there.
Very
and then
good.
New Zealand, the Oliver brothers, just 5 seconds off the 4th place team. And then Baum and Ego, the big GC favorites, well, they have shone brightly today if you look at the context of the race. Dorigoni and De Cosmo, 2:19 for Topado Kenda. Fabian Ravenstein and Simon Stubjan scratched together overnight. Top 8 position for them. Beers and Swenson, 9th place. And top 10 closed out by Samueli Poro and Mark Stutzman, 2:54. Just under 3 minutes between the top 11 teams after the prologue today here at the Absa Cape Epic on a day of excitement and drama at the prologue.
Beautiful results, beautiful racing today, incredible. Yeah, now we know much more than we knew yesterday. The cards are on the table, gave us a good indication of where everybody is sitting. Yes, very specific, prologue day and so on. But yeah, the Italian team in yellow tomorrow, they are the ones that can look at the tactics of the others and just sit in there, long stage to go. It will be super interesting.
Well, the drama is over for today on the course, but prize giving still to come. Yeah, well, Brido and Avendetto, the cross-country specialists, proving it here on this short, sharp, fast 26k route, and putting their names in lights and themselves in the leaders' jerseys, yellow jerseys for them tomorrow. They acknowledge that the marathon specialists, they did say in their post-ride interview, they're still to come, but they've got the jerseys. They're the men, as I said, who you said, who just can sit behind and, well, we're in yellow.
We're in yellow. You watch the other teams do what they want to do and need to do. It definitely gives you a little bit of extra power, kind of like makes you feel more important, gives you some extra energy when you have that yellow jersey. But at the same time, you need to be careful. Any mechanical can throw you off, any attack that you may miss and you're on the wrong wheel, you never know.
Let's go to Max Clear at the finish line.
All right, gentlemen, welcome to the finish line. 9th today, a little bit windswept out there. We could see the dust was doing things out on the course. 2:33 off the lead at the moment. You don't look too worried, Matt. You look quite chilled. You guys put in a proper effort there, but you know you've got some cross-country specialists on this course.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not what we wanted, but I mean, we have to take given what the bodies give, and it's a long week. I mean, it's not a big time gap for what we have ahead, so we just need to stay composed and. Yeah, now, you know, you just do the fun game of crawling back, so it makes it fun for everyone. But yeah, I think it's going to be cool.
Keegan, how are you feeling out there? How was that attempt for you on the mountain?
It wasn't a great day. I was just couldn't quite find the speed today, but it wasn't horrible. I think hopefully we get the diesel going and we can kind of crawl our way back. So.
Matt, hunting is a thing that you do well. You like to hunt. It sets goals. You put targets on backs, and that's certainly going to suit you as we go past Wednesday and claw your way back into the finish at Lawrenceford in 7 days' time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's obviously the TT is going to be a big one. It's going to be really hot. It's going to be long. Yeah, that's going to catch a lot of guys out and kill some bodies for the week. So yeah, I got to do what I need to do. I've been in a few situations to win this race, and yeah, we know what to do. So.
All right, go get cleaned up. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sweet.
Well, interesting thoughts from Beers and Svensson there as they complete their prologue. Glorious day here at Meerendal as the prologue to the 2025 Absa Cape Epic concludes in dramatic and, well, as ever in the prologue, we so often see a team that are not penciled down or pinned down as overall race favorites, but thrust themselves into the limelight. And we've seen it through Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto, who've ridden themselves into yellow today as the only team to finish inside 1 hour on this very tough prologue course. And they've done so in the spectacular fashion, 59 minutes and 45 seconds to take the yellow jerseys, the leaders' jerseys, ahead of Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo by 20 seconds, with the South African pair of Honeycomb 226's Mark Pritson and Wessel Botha in third place, and they'll be on the podium 1 minute and 4 seconds down. What a ride by that pair to put themselves in the frame. What a place to do it at here in the far distance Table Mountain in all its spectacular glory on a beautiful afternoon in the Western Cape. So our UCI women's race set off earlier today, and well, we had the very best in the business starting at the business end. Alexis Skada and Vera Losse here of Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM were very, very efficient today in what they did. The American and the Namibian in their second journey around the Absa Cape Epic together, and they managed themselves superbly well to put themselves in the frame in the women's elite Aramex category. And they did a time of 1 hour, 13 minutes and 49 seconds that Vera Losse won this with a couple of years ago. And a team that really did, I think, rather like in the men's, the team that surprised everyone was this pair, in as much as Samara Shepherd and Margot Moschetti. Shepherd in the white from New Zealand, Moschetti, the French champion, at the back of the two riders here as they cross the Fair Cape Dairies bridge. They were superbly consistent and solid all the way around the course, and for a little while they had to pass through some slow riders. It looked as though they might take the stage honours today, but it wasn't to be. But they didn't leave anything out on the course. They absolutely emptied the tank as they made their way up the stairway to Heaven Climb and towards the finish. And the French champion and the New Zealander, well, it was nip and tuck all the way through to the finish, but a time of 1:12.36 would put them in second place. Effort all the way to the line, a great example to all racers of how to finish it off. And that time was good enough for second place, but the team that was just faster than them by only 3 seconds was this pair. The returning Anneke Langveld, the 5-time winner. She's never not won an Absa Cape Epic that she's entered, and with her a winner a couple of years ago for Sofia Gomez Viafan, and they were supreme, Benno Willem.
Yeah, they were, from the get-go, they went very strong, very strong. They changed at the front, they shared the the load at the front, and incredible. Considering Annika 7 months ago having a baby and now being here at this race and leading the race by 3 seconds, it's impressive.
They came flying home. A combination that hasn't ridden together before, but they talked about it in previous years, but it didn't quite work out. Well, here they are as they storm to victory by just 3 seconds. That's how close it was. The top step of the podium for Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez Villafan of Toyota Specialized. They will wear those spectacular Chiavita orange leaders jerseys in the Aramex women's race on stage 1. Great riding by that pair and all the women in this very competitive women's category this year. 18 teams in the mix, and expected to be one of the tightest we've seen for many, many years in the Absa Cape Epic. Bearing in mind that Annika Langveld is back again. So to our elite men's category, 50 teams off the start line. Marco Hubert and Tristan Nortje carry South Africa's hopes, along with 11 other all South African combinations as they headed off the start line. Albert-led Speed Company, the winners in 2022, Lucas Baum in the white European Champions jersey, and Gail Gega. They have developed an incredible following from the South Africans here. Luca Brido and the Simone Avondetto, their first Absa Cape Epic. William Vittoria, cross-country specialists, both apply their trade week in and week out on the World Cup circuit to blistering speed and wonderful skills. The power on the flats of Gail Gega and Lucas Baum will hold them in good stead as the week progresses. Iago Pereira and David Valero Serrano down the very, very rough and technical descent off the Dorsberg made it look pretty easy. This was Samuele Porro and Mark Stutzman, the Italian-Swiss combination, riding for Climatizia Orbea, and a team that will be reckoned with as the week progresses, because they know how to finish on the podium. Both have won stages here before, and Porro's been on the podium a couple of times as well. Andreas Seewald and his partner Jakob Hartmann. Seewald, the former world champion, the German second rider in that pair. They would endure a fairly torrid day out there. Onto the Fair Cape Dairies floating bridge, and Lucas Baum and Gail Gega. At this stage we're looking very, very good indeed, but this course had a habit of biting teams on the back end. It was backloaded with a couple of tough climbs. The Malanshoogte and Olgegin climbs took prisoners today, that's for sure. Second last to leave the start hut, Nino Schurter, two-time former champion, 10-time world champion on the cross-country circuit, and alongside him Filippo Colombo. The Swiss pair, many people's favourites to take the overall, and many people's favourites to lay it down here at the Prologue with their consummate cross-country skills. Marathon specialist, last to leave, defending champion Matt Beers. Won last year with Howard Grotz. He's got another American in tow, Keegan Swenson, this year. The 31-year-old in his third Absa Cape Epic, but this time really at the sharp end. His best finish was 11th with Lachlan Morton, but this you feel is his best chance at winning it, because he's got a partner who knows how to do just that, having won it 3 times before. Valero Serrano leading Ferreira onto the floating bridge at the Fair Cape Dairies. They were very, very impressive, and as the week progresses will become fancy a team that will become a contending team as this week progresses. They have the pedigree, both, Pereira is a former world champion in the marathon, and Serrano a bronze medalist in the Olympics. Meanwhile, that pair were in sync all the way through. Brido and Avondetto, the Italians, on a course that suits them down to the ground. They really were in perfect harmony. Marco Hubert and Tristan Nortje of Imbuco Chemchamp. Well, at this stage, they were looking very, very good. But behind them, came the big hitters, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, making short work of one of the most treacherous descents they'll encounter all week, showing their unbelievable, unrivaled skills on that descent. Malanzurg to climb and Lucas Baum leading Georg Egger up to the top, and from the top it would lead them into the big descent and the Toyota Tough section. Schurter and Colombo doing all they could to eke back time. They were aware that their threat today would come from this pair, Avondetto and Brido. Those 4 riders were are all ranked in the top 10 in the cross-country world rankings at the moment. Hubert and Tristan Norkier were not to know that further earlier in the day, starting 39 places from the top, were Mark Pritson and Wessel Buerter, and they were setting the course alight a lot earlier in the day. Our cameras didn't find them through the day, but the timesheets would tell us that pair were going to be a team to contend with, and they certainly proved to be, as they brought it home in very, very emphatic style on a day that really rewarded those who, for the long term, who were conservative through the technical sections and hammered it where it was that way on the flat and fast sections. Beers and Svensson, an untested combination in terms of racing at this end, but they were going to find each other out here, and they will find each other out here as this week progresses. Marco Hubert, Tristan Norkier, little flick of the head to show they are heading towards the finish. And across the line they would go, but the day belonged to the stage winners today. Willia Vittoria, absolutely supreme. Paiga Eurosteel into the finish for Bear Liet Speed Company. As we go to the finish and the podium and the finish. There they are, top of the podium. Willia Vittoria, Luca Brido and Simone Avondetto. Scott Schramm in second place, Colombo and Schurter, and Mark Pritson and Wessel Buerter in third place. Honeycomb 2 to 6s. That's your podium. Prologue done for day one of the Absa Cape Epic. As you said, Prologue always does throw up a surprise.
Always. You never know what you get yourself into, how prepared the others are, how willing they are to push hard on a day like this. And it's early stage in the season. Everything you did before this race was actually just a preparation for it. And the Prologue is the first event out of the 8 here at the Absa Cape Epic that gives you a good indication.
Surprises, yeah, all round. In third place today, Mark Pritson, Wessel Buerter just putting together a phenomenal ride. Everything seems to go well for them. But it is this pair who will wear yellow tomorrow. Luca Brido and Simone Avondetto, or Willia Vittoria, winning the Prologue here. The only team to dip under an hour in 59 minutes and 45 seconds. They lead by 20 seconds going into day number 1 in terms of marathon stages. Stage 1, a 92-kilometer stage around these wonderful trails and hills of Tygerberg's Mountain Bike Club. They will be tested, and they are cross-country specialists. They are entering the unknown zone, if you like, tomorrow. Second day and a monster stage for them to deal with. It's going to be a fascinating race. In the women's race, it could not be closer. 3 seconds separating our top team, Toyota Specialized, from E4 to Chem Champs, Margot Moschetti and Samara Shepherd, with Vera Lossa and Alexis Scarda very much in the frame at 1:16, and just 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes between the top 6 teams in the women's race. It's all to play for in the women's race, and indeed in the men. Let's go down to the finish line and hear from Max, who's got some of the races with him.
Nino and Filippo, big day out there today. It was super hot, just 20 seconds off the lead at the moment. You spoke about the cross-country specialists at the press conference, and that turned out to be true today.
Yeah, I think a day like today suits the cross-country riders, and yeah, Luca and Avondetto were super strong. But we are happy with second, 20 seconds behind. It was a good ride.
And yeah, now the epic real starts.
Spoke to Matt Beers, Keegan Swenson. They're currently in ninth. They're 2 minutes off the pace, 2 minutes and 10 seconds off you guys specifically. But they seem quite happy with the day considering the conditions. You guys, 20 seconds, it's absolutely nothing. We talked about it earlier, maybe a couple of big switchbacks, and the racing really only starts on Wednesday, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like it's the first day. 20 seconds is nothing. Also, 2 minutes is nothing if something happens. So now it really starts, and yeah, it's still 7 hard days.
Filippo, you look good out there. You look very strong today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, felt super good, and yeah, just could follow and work together very well with Nino. So yeah, it's a perfect start for us.
Well, enjoy the recovery. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Cheers.
Nino Schurter, Filippo Colombo of Scott's-Ram, who are in second place today. And yeah, as they know, 20 seconds is nothing when you consider what lies ahead today in this Absa Cape Epic. And they'll know that there is an enormously long road to go. Brido and Avendetto make their debuts at the Absa Cape Epic and straight into yellow on this prologue day today. It is a day that suited them for sure. But they had to get it done, and they did it clearly, as Benno Willett has been talking about. It's preparation, and they clearly arrived here with this goal in mind and very well prepared.
Yeah, definitely they did. They didn't surprise, but they did so well out there together. The way they rode together the first time here, ticking all the boxes, looking after each other, and putting the hammer down, and that's what got them into the leader's jersey.
Well, that's how it has panned out today at the Prologue. Schurter and Colombo, and in third place, a quite simply superb result for Mark Pritson and Wessel Botha. Mark Pritsen's a former South African road race champion. Botha is the current marathon mountain bike champion of South Africa. Together they've combined to put in a brilliant ride. They're in the Absa African jerseys, and they are on the podium going into day number 1 or stage number 1 tomorrow. This is a rollout down to the top 12. 3 minutes between the 12 teams here. Bart Alleman and Martin Stosek, they are GC contenders, as are Oliveira, at least Ferreira and Serrano. So many of them all out there, including the defending champion Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson, who lost 2 minutes and 33 seconds today. But you heard it from the greatest of all time, Nino Schurter. What's 2 minutes in a race like the Absa Cape Epic?
Nothing. Like Nino said, anything can happen. If you have a mechanical, 2 minutes are just nothing. So the race is wide and open. There's a huge stage coming up tomorrow. 2,700 something meters of climbing, all in this area. It's going to be a tough day.
Yep, 92 Ks it is. It's a full-on marathon stage tomorrow. They start in their batches, the elite men and the amateur men, and then the elite women will be heading off on that journey around this beautiful terrain of the Tygerberg and Durbanville Hills. The Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club have an incredible array of trail, and they'll be exploring most of it tomorrow. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage on day 1 here from Meerendal. It's been a phenomenal day for racing from those amateurs very early this morning, who are long rested, or let's hopefully rested and recovering after their efforts today, preparing for the next 7 days, which will culminate with them riding into Lawrenceford Wine Estate in exactly a week's time to be celebrated like heroes they are as they finish the Absa Cape Epic. But that is a long way down the road, because tomorrow has to be conquered first. They'll take each day at a time, and it is a beautiful thing, the Absa Cape Epic. Benno, thanks very much for joining us here.
Thank you very much for having me. Looking forward for tomorrow. It looks like another sunny, hot day out there, so we'll see how this plays out.
Well, just like the weather today, the racing got hotter and hotter, and we expect the same for the remainder of the week. Tomorrow's stage, 92 Ks around Meerendal is the focal point. We'll bring you all the action live right here from the 2025 Absa Cape Epic as it enters its 3rd decade. It's a wonderful thing.
It's a Cape Epic. It's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year the cards are freshly shuffled and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.